If it was an ordinary battle, Jiang Ming could recover with the chi returning pill. However, with the support of the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell, his strength was infinitely close to the peak of the chi refinement realm, and the chi returning pill at its current level was not enough. It seems like I'll have to look for middle-grade alchemy recipes now. Jiang Ming had been specializing in alchemy for more than 20 years. He was ready to go further with it. Moreover, when he entered the Foundation establishment realm, primary alchemy recipes would be useless. It was better to prepare early. However, for now, he could relax. He still had about 30 years until the next opening of the Black Rock ruins. Jiang Ming stretched lazily, and then suddenly remembered that he had found something interesting at the trade fair. He hurriedly took out a greenish-gray lotus seed from his storage ring. After sizing up the courtyard, he dug a hole in a corner and cast the misty rain technique over it to create a pond. He then planted the green jade lotus in it. I'd like to see what you've become after thousands of years of transformation. Brat, you've been relaxing for a year. It's time to get back to work. Jiang Ming patted the spirit beast bag and released the king of medicine. Pull out these weeds. Also, if the water in the pond is dirty, remember to clean it in time. He had not had the time to tidy up the courtyard after returning. The spirit herbs had grown quite tall. However, they were surrounded by weeds. The king of medicine was jumping around happily, thinking that it could eat fancy herbs again. The king of medicine's body suddenly froze. It saw the spirit herb garden with weeds growing wildly in front of it as well as the huge pond. If you do a good job, you'll be able to eat and drink well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming's life returned to its usual pace. In addition to alchemy and farming, he devoted himself to cultivation and tried to break through his current bottleneck. Although the chaos had subsided more than a year ago, there were still some lingering effects. In the last conflict, Shaoqian Mountain and the Li Sword sect gained a big advantage. However, after the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion suffered a huge loss, it was rumored that they had now teamed up with one of the three grotto heavens. According to some merchants, they had seen some monstrous young people in the Fire Lotus Valley. They were only in their teens. However, their cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Even the direct descendants of the Fire Lotus Valley were respectful to these young people and treated them as distinguished guests. As for Shaoqian Mountain's elder, he went into hiding again after the last attack and never showed his face again. No matter what, it seems like there's still trouble brewing. Jiang Ming sighed. However, he did not run away in panic. The world of immortal cultivation could never be at peace. He needed to look out for himself. No matter what, he needed to get stronger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming carried a big axe, cut a huge piece of demonic beast meat, and threw it into a big pot of boiling water. The meat of a Foundation establishment realm demonic beast is ridiculous. Smelling the fragrance of the meat in the air, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. It took a full day to stew the meat until it was tender. He had spent a lot of money on spirit herbs to supplement this stew. Thus, he hoped it was edible. Jiang Ming was a little apprehensive. However, he served himself a bowl and took a bite. It was delicious. He finished the whole pot. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He felt an extremely exuberant essence in his body, which was seeping into his body, causing a burning sensation. He could not rest and immediately went to the courtyard and began to practice the thunderclap technique. A series of vague sounds burst out from his body. It was his surging blood qi. Every punch made Jiang Ming feel like he was making progress. Jiang Ming practiced through the night and only stopped after the sun had risen. My blood qi increased more in just one night than in the entire year I spent in Hongyang City. Jiang Ming could not help but be overjoyed. During his days in Hongyang City and the Blue Sunshine Mountain Range, he only hunted demonic beasts at the Qi refinement realm. It was extremely difficult to increase his blood qi by even a little. Let's try that breathing technique. Jiang Ming's mind moved, and he immediately continued to practice the fist technique. However, the breathing technique he used this time was the incomplete breathing technique that he had heard from the bone flute. With the circulation of the breathing technique, Jiang Ming seemed to be able to feel that the blood qi that had just increased was quickly suppressed again. However, this kind of suppression made his blood qi more condensed and stable, which was consolidating his foundation. The thunderclap technique is a method to increase my blood qi, while this incomplete breathing technique is to refine my blood qi so that my blood qi can be more condensed. I'll cultivate by combining the two together. With the help of Foundation Establishment Realm, Demonic Beast Meat and Middle Grade Spirit Herbs, I'll break through in no time. Jiang Ming's eyes were burning. He was going to attempt to reach the Foundation Establishment Realm in martial arts too. It's a pity that this meal costs more than 100 spirit stones. I hardly earn anything with alchemy. Cultivation really sucks you dry. However, he did not feel any heartache. As long as he could become stronger. Even if he had to spend 10,000 spirit stones, it would be worth it. As time passed, the chaos of the past was gradually forgotten, and Shaoqian Mountain regained its former prosperity. Countless cultivators and mortals came here in search of new opportunities. Half a year after Jiang Ming returned to Shaoqian Mountain, old Guzi suddenly came to say goodbye. Ming, I really can't continue on the path of immortal cultivation. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Jiang Ming patted his shoulder and did not try to stop him. He gave old Guzi a bottle of spirit wine as a gift. Ming, what do you think the purpose of immortal cultivation is? Old Guzi's white hair was a mess, and he was somewhat at a loss. Jiang Ming was silent. He could not give the old man an answer. The two of them chatted for a long time until the sun had started to set. Jiang Ming looked at the lonely old man who had gone down the mountain and sighed. The path of immortal cultivation was difficult. He shook his head and returned to the courtyard with a calm gaze to continue his cultivation. This kind of thing happened every day. The path of immortal cultivation was a path with unlimited prospects. However, it was also extremely difficult. Even Jiang Ming had to be cautious and move forward carefully. He did not have the leisure to sympathize with others. He was thankful for the decades of friendship he had shared with old Guzi. However, he had to move forward. However, the aftermath of the chaos is also beneficial to me. At the very least, many individual cultivators have started stocking up on all kinds of medicinal pills and talismans in advance. This has made the sales of my medicinal pills pretty good. I'm currently mainly refining 3 to 4 types of medicinal pills, and I can already earn a net profit of more than 300 spirit stones every month. It's enough for me to eat that stew 2 to 3 times a month. My martial arts blood qi is steadily transforming and becoming more condensed and powerful. It was just that Jiang Ming did not know when the transformation would be complete. After all, there were hardly any people who took this path. Jiang Ming had collected all kinds of ancient books. Alas, he could hardly find any detailed records on this. If it were not for the thunderclap technique and the incomplete breathing technique that could bring him real progress every day, Jiang Ming would have doubted whether this path really existed. Jiang Ming thought to himself, it's fine. Shaoqian Mountain is a place for individual cultivators. It's not easy to find information on this path here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days after old Guzi's departure, when Jiang Ming passed by his small courtyard, he saw that someone had moved in. May I ask if you are Master Jiang? Just as Jiang Ming was about to leave, a figure who had just walked out of the courtyard door quickly walked forward and greeted Jiang Ming with a smile. The man was a skinny cultivator who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm and wore a simple green robe. His hair was neatly combed. His face was clear, and his eyes were bright. If he were in the mortal world, he would have been an expert who lived in seclusion outside the mountains. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, "Hello, fellow cultivator. There's no need to be so polite. You can just call me old Jiang." That's right. Jiang Ming's identity in Shaoqian Mountain was an old man in his 70s. I could never. Who doesn't know of your name in Shaoqian Mountain? You're a master in both farming and alchemy, the skinny cultivator said in admiration. And cupped his hands. I am Yu Changmu, please take good care of me in the future, Master Jiang. The two talked for a while. Yu Changmu used to be a cultivator who lived in seclusion in the wilderness. He was a cultivator in the mortal world for decades and only came across the immortal cultivation path in his 40s. In just 10 years, he had cultivated all the way to the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. He was very talented. This is the light body talisman I made. It's a gift. Yu Changmu handed over 2 green talismans and laughed. You're quite talented. May I ask where your master is? Jiang Ming looked at Yu Changmu in surprise. Making talismans was much harder than alchemy. Alchemy only required money. Although there were some technical requirements, it was basically just a lot of practice. As long as one's family was rich enough, they would be able to produce an alchemist sooner or later. However, creating talismans was different. Talismans required extremely high talent. One had to thoroughly understand the essence of the talismans that contained the depth of the cultivation techniques and spells. Only then could one draw them on the talisman paper without any error. For example, the light body talisman contained the light body technique. It was sealed in the talisman paper with runes, and after activation, the power of the light body technique would erupt. The advantage of talismans was that they could be cast instantly in battle, which was much faster than splitting one's attention to cast spells. Furthermore, the resources required to make talismans were no less than that required for alchemy. The most important things were the talisman paper that could carry spiritual energy and the spirit ink that contained the true power of the talisman. All of these required a mixture of various rare materials, spirit herbs, and the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. The materials required for each talisman were different. I only obtained an inheritance by chance and figured out some things on my own. Yu Changmu smiled cautiously. I can only make 2 elementary life saving talismans, the light body talisman, and the spirit shield talisman. You're too humble, Jiang Ming said from the bottom of his heart. The two of them chatted for a moment, and Jiang Ming gave a bottle of chi-returning pills in return before leaving. When Jiang Ming returned to the courtyard, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Other people had cultivated to the 5th level of the qi refinement realm in less than 10 years and even managed to become talisman masters. He had been alive for 200 years. However, he was not that successful. It did not matter. With his immortality, he had more than enough time to slowly rise to the top. Jiang Ming consoled himself before he calmed down and continued to practice alchemy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It had only been a few days since he first met Yu Changmu. However, he suddenly came to find him again. Jiang Ming welcomed him into the courtyard, and the two exchanged greetings. For a moment, Yu Changmu said calmly, Master Jiang, to be honest, I chose the cave dwelling in the small green peak to be in your vicinity. Jiang Ming smiled. He was not surprised. He motioned for him to continue. Over the past few decades, he had become more and more skilled in the misty rain technique. Many spirit farmers had moved to the small green peak in an attempt to rub shoulders with him so that he could help them with farming. However, Jiang Ming was also a little curious. Was this talisman maker also a farmer? Could it be that he had planted some spirit herbs in his cave and wanted him to cast the misty rain technique on them? However, Yu Changmu's next words were shocking. I would like to work with you to make talismans. Yu Changmu continued. Slowly, one of the talismans that I have mastered is called the rain talisman. It contains the misty rain technique. It is quite popular here. However, I've only mastered the early level of the misty rain technique. The profit margin of such a low-level talisman is very low. Therefore, I would like to invite you to create a rain talisman with me that contains the misty rain technique at your level of mastery. You only need to cast the misty rain technique when I'm creating the talisman and compress it to a 1-foot radius. I'll use the corresponding rune to seal it into the talisman paper. There are many immortal cultivators who don't live on Shaoqian Mountain. They have their own cave abodes and spirit herb gardens outside the mountains. Some of the spirit herbs they grow need to be watered by an extremely high level misty rain technique. However, the price of hiring a cultivator with such mastery of the misty rain technique is extremely high. If our talismans are successful, they'll definitely sell well. I can give you half of the profit for each talisman. What? Jiang Ming was shocked. You can make talismans like this? The essence of a talisman is to seal all kinds of techniques and spells within it and cast them when needed. It doesn't matter who casts it while making the talisman. Yu Changmu laughed and continued, the success rate will definitely be low at the beginning. However, there will be no problem after some practice. I've heard that those large sects use this method to make talismans. It's just that on Shaoqian Mountain, the individual cultivators regard their talisman inheritance as a treasure and don't want outsiders to pry into it. Thus, this kind of cooperation is rare. Aren't you afraid that I'll secretly learn how to make talismans? Jiang Ming asked, amused. I found this inheritance of mine randomly, what's there to fear? Furthermore, the path of talismans is extremely complicated. How can you learn it by just looking at it? Yu Changmu laughed. Besides, you're already a master of alchemy. Why would he be distracted with talisman making? Our lifespan's a mere 200 years. We don't have time to waste. Who's we? Just because you don't have time to waste doesn't mean I don't. Jiang Ming thought to himself. He somewhat understood why Yu Changmu looked. For him, he was the one with the lowest cultivation level among the few cultivators in the plant hall who could cast the misty rain technique at such a profound level. He had also diverted some time to practice alchemy. In Yu Changmu's eyes, he was probably the least threatening. However, Jiang Ming did not feel upset. Only those who were crafty would survive in the world of immortal cultivation. But a rain talisman can't be sold for many spirit stones, right? Jiang Ming immediately frowned. The rarer something is, the more precious it is. Yu Changmu shook his head and explained, think about it. What is the price of the light body technique? The spiritual energy consumed can be quickly recovered after using it once. However, a light body talisman that can be used instantly is worth the price of one spirit stone. It's the same for the misty rain technique. There are no talismans made from a high-level misty rain technique in Shaoqian Mountain. Yet, if we can make it, it would be much cheaper for those foundation establishment realm cultivators to buy it than to hire a cultivator from the plant hall. They're rich and would buy it in a blink. According to my calculations, a single talisman can be sold for at least 2 spirit stones each. Since the misty rain technique's attributes are mild, the requirements for talisman paper and spirit ink are relatively low. 1 spirit stone is enough to make 2 talismans, which means that we can make a huge profit. Jiang Ming's eyes widened. Talisman making had incredibly high profit margins. As expected, these skills paid more than farming. If Jiang Ming helped make 10 talismans a day, he would get at least 5 spirit stones. That meant that in a month he could easily make half what he did from alchemy. Moreover, Jiang Ming also had some preliminary understanding of talisman making. Even a beginner talisman master could produce more than 30 pieces a day. Even if the 2 of them needed to work slowly, they would make at least 20 pieces a day. Even when they took into account their failure rate, the profits were staggering. To be honest, Jiang Ming was a little tempted. After all, he was now trying to break through the bottleneck of his martial arts realm and was short of spirit stones. This was a risk-free opportunity. Thus, it was worth a try. However, I don't have much free time every day. I can only spend about 4 hours working with you. If that's okay, we can go ahead. The profits were indeed tempting. However, he could not spend all his time on it. I can only make 10 talismans in 4 hours. Yu Changmu said. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. How strong are we? If we suddenly make huge profits, I'm afraid we won't be able to spend our money. I hope you catch my drift. Yu Changmu's body stiffened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been blinded by the benefits before. However, now he was a little clear-headed. Thank you for your reminder, Master Jiang. He cupped his hands in a serious manner. Jiang Ming waved his hand and gave him a reminder. Let me make this clear. First, you and I will cooperate. However, don't mention my name to the outside world. If anyone finds out, tell them I only earn 10% of the profit. Jiang Ming still habitually kept a low profile. He would try to fool as many people as he could. The more people he fooled, the more peaceful his life would be. Yu Chengmu nodded helplessly. He had long heard that the people in the plant hall were very cautious, and today he saw it with his own eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Jiang Ming went to Yu Chengmu's cave abode as agreed and started to make talismans together. However, very quickly, a violent spiritual rain swept through Yu Chengmu's house, drenching the two of them. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go to the courtyard and try again." They tried again and again. Jiang Ming estimated that he had to cast the misty rain technique dozens of times before the two of them finally succeeded once. Yu Chengmu looked at the rain talisman in his hand and revealed a happy expression. "Although we failed several times, we've made a working talisman. Let's work harder to make it stronger." After 3 days, the two of them finally created their first complete rain talisman. It contained a profound realm misty rain technique. After that, they made several rain talismans, and the sales were just as Yu Chengmu had predicted. Jiang Ming had finally found another way to make money. Now he could make the demonic beast meat stew a few more times a month. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A year later, Jiang Ming's blood qi became more and more condensed. It was red and crystal clear like glass, containing an extremely exuberant power. If he did not use the spirit restriction seal to suppress it, his whole body would be filled with a faint fragrance of extremely pure spiritual power. 3 years later, his blood qi had been completely condensed. His body and his blood qi seemed to have formed a cycle, nourishing each other. In the blink of an eye, it had been 8 years since Jiang Ming had returned to Shaoqian Mountain. On this day, Jiang Ming stood in the courtyard, his eyes calm. Today is the day. It was early in the morning, and the mist was thick. Jiang Ming was practicing his fist techniques in his courtyard. The blood qi emitted from his body was extremely weak, and it seemed to even be inferior to unranked martial artists. However, every punch he threw seemed to contain a tremendous force. In Jiang Ming's body, all his blood, flesh, bones, and tendons were empty at this time. His blood qi was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Only by careful examination could one perceive his extremely weak blood qi. However, every trace of his blood qi was as bright as sunlight, clear and pure, and contained exuberant vitality. At this time, it was slowly seeping into his flesh and blood, tempering his body and causing it to undergo the final transformation. This process would build his physical body to be able to break through to become a martial artist at the Foundation establishment realm. However, it was extremely difficult to walk this path. One had to be able to connect with their soul and integrate it into their blood qi. However, one's blood qi had to be completely condensed for this. Jiang Ming had been practicing every day for 5 years since the first time his blood qi had gone back into his body. Today, he was almost finally done with the process. Only one last bit left. The last bit of blood qi was about to completely integrate into his body. Jiang Ming had been on the path of martial arts for almost 200 years. Now that he was finally going to take this last step, he did not know how to feel. He remembered picking herbs in Peace Town like it was just yesterday. Finally, the last trace of blood qi completely integrated into his body. At this moment, Jiang Ming was like a mortal who had never practiced martial arts. His body was empty. However, at the same time, an unprecedented change also happened in Jiang Ming's body. At this moment, his body was actually emitting strands of crystalline light. His entire body seemed to be like glass, and his muscles were clear. His blood, bones, and tendons seemed to be vaguely visible. His body trembled, and a thunderous sound erupted from him at this moment. Wisps of black mist and mud continued to ooze out of his pores. As it glowed, it seeped out something. Jiang Ming's eyes rolled back from the mist, and he quickly blocked his nose with spiritual power. In the end, residual blood oozed out and tore his body apart. Jiang Ming seemed to have been cut by 1,000 knives, and his whole body was covered in blood. However, at the same time, a surge of power emerged from his core, creating new blood that re-entered his body. Is this the rumored marrow and meridian cleansing? Jiang Ming was a little excited. He had been in the world of immortal cultivation for decades and had heard of such a thing. However, he never thought it would happen to him. He thought that such a thing was reserved for the top geniuses in the world of immortal cultivation. However, in the records of various ancient books, there were some natural treasures that could cleanse one's marrow and meridians and improve one's aptitude. However, such items were extremely rare. Even the major forces of the Litfire region could not such treasures. Legend had it that only the blessed grotto heavens of the Feather Kingdom had these kinds of treasures. Jiang Ming grinned and then looked at his own bloody body. He was a little frightened. The marrow and meridian cleansing recorded in those ancient books were not so ridiculous. At most, it could only refine some impurities in the body and improve the affinity of the marrow and meridians with spiritual energy. He had never heard of it tearing the body apart and causing blood to spurt out. Was he more powerful than the geniuses recorded in the ancient books here? Jiang Ming felt that his guess was most likely correct. However, this was only his first transformation, and it was already so intense. If he continued to break through the realm of martial arts in the future, would his whole body be torn apart? Jiang Ming shook his head. It took him 200 years to break through to the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. While he was thinking, the transformation was still going on. After a full 15 minutes, the transformation gradually slowed down. In the end, all his injuries were healed, and his body was no longer glowing. Everything returned to normal. Jiang Ming stood in the courtyard, feeling as if his entire body had been refurbished. His every move contained power far beyond the past. I've finally reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. Jiang Ming was disgusted by the blood coating his body. He hurriedly cast the misty rain technique to clean himself. Then, Jiang Ming changed his clothes, stretched, and casually performed a set of fist techniques. His limbs moved like water. It felt as if he was one with the world and nature. His muscles looked ordinary, but they seemed to have a crystalline temperament. He seemed to have grown a bit taller, and his figure was leaner. Now, in Jiang Ming's body, there was no longer any blood qi that existed alone. His blood qi was completely integrated with his blood and flesh. As long as he willed it, his blood qi could burst out in an instant. It was more fierce than usual, and the power contained in it was also incomparable. The physical body is the foundation of martial arts. All the power of martial arts exists by relying on the physical body. If the end of immortal cultivation is immortal ascension, then what is the end of martial arts? Jiang Ming suddenly had a trace of curiosity. There were legends of immortal cultivators breaking the void and becoming true immortals in this world. However, there were no legends of martial arts becoming true immortals. Did they not exist? Or were these legends lost to history? If they did not exist, then he would like to see what was at the end of the path of martial arts. However, for now, I should first test my physical strength and see how far it has evolved. Jiang Ming walked to a stone table and picked up a small black shield from the table. He touched the various potholes on the surface of the shield and muttered, "It's been so many years. I've used all kinds of techniques. However, I haven't been able to pierce through this shield. Today will be the day I shatter it." As soon as he finished speaking, he put his left hand behind the shield and his right hand punched the surface of the shield like lightning. There was no powerful fluctuation, only a muffled sound, and then, the shield that had accompanied Jiang Ming for decades finally shattered into pieces. Jiang Ming was not surprised, but he felt that this was not the limit, so he immediately took out a red sword. It was the Scarlet Separation Sword. He flicked his finger, and the Scarlet Separation Sword suddenly turned into a red beam of light, circling a few times in the courtyard. Under Jiang Ming's control, it burst out with all its power and shot toward him. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He did not use any defensive techniques. However, he exerted the power of his physical body to the extreme. He suddenly punched forward and collided with the sword that was shooting at him. With the sharp clang of metal, the Scarlet Separation Sword's light surged as it was repelled. Jiang Ming's body did not even shake. After all, his martial arts body was at the Foundation Establishment realm level and could almost ignore the attack of a flying sword at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming mainly wanted to test the strength of his body with a middle-grade magical weapon. Then, he looked at his hand. There was a clear cut on it, and his palm was covered in blood. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that it was just a scratch. Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised. He had just stepped into the Foundation Establishment realm of martial arts, and his flesh and blood had just begun to transform. However, he could already withstand a middle-grade magical weapon's attack with only some scratches. Moreover, the Scarlet Separation Sword was one of the best middle-grade magical weapons. All consolidated a little more. My physical body should not be at any disadvantage against a middle-grade magical weapon at all. Jiang Ming was extremely satisfied with this result. Today's results were worthy of the spirit stones he had invested all these years. Jiang Ming's goal was to advance in both the path of martial arts and the path of immortal cultivation at the same time and become an unmatched warrior. I'll rest for a while and then go make talismans. Jiang Ming looked at the sky before he made himself a large meal. Then, he left the courtyard and walked to Yu Changmu's cave abode. The two had worked together for 8 years. They had made a name for themselves in Shaoqian Mountain. Moreover, the two of them were quite compatible with each other, and their friendship was quite strong. However, this old cultivator's talent in immortal cultivation seems to be much stronger than mine. His cultivation has become more and more profound these years, and he has earned so many spirit stones for his cultivation. He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. 2 years after Jiang Ming reached the Foundation Establishment realm of martial arts, Yu Changmu finally broke through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm and became the #1 individual cultivator on the small green peak. Even in Shaoqian Mountain, he was considered a figure at the top of the pyramid. However, this old cultivator was quite generous. He still treated Jiang Ming equally and still made rain talismans with him every day. However, his efficiency had increased by several times, and their profits had increased a lot. Jiang Ming was also happy with this. With the protection of a late-stage qi refinement realm cultivator, people who had designs on his business vanished entirely. Thus, he could earn spirit stones and cultivate in peace. The green jade lotus that he had planted 10 years ago had also finally completed its first life cycle. It withered and died, leaving behind only about 20 lotus seeds. The color of the lotus seeds this time was much deeper than the one he had planted before. It looked like real green jade. Under the strong begging of the king of medicine, Jiang Ming let it eat 3 of the seeds, and the rest were planted in the pond. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time flew by, and another 20 years passed by quickly. It had been more than 50 years since Jiang Ming first arrived at Shaoqian Mountain. Shaoqian Mountain seemed to be in trouble again. Jiang Ming strolled around the Round Valley Market and bought a large piece of demonic beast meat from a butcher shop opened by a foundation establishment. Realm cultivator. He carried it home. However, he was frowning. After living here for decades, Jiang Ming knew the prices of goods in Shaoqian Mountain very well. Although there were occasional fluctuations, they were all quite stable. The only time it was out of the ordinary was when Shaoqian Mountain was under attack. And now, the prices of goods in Shaoqian Mountain seemed to have started to rise again. In addition, the prices of pills, talismans, and so on were also steadily increasing. Even the qi-returning pill that Jiang Ming refined was in high demand again. This is not a good sign. Jiang Ming had an ominous premonition in his heart. After the chaos last time, there was news that the storm was only suspended. However, it was not completely over. Could it be that an even bigger storm was brewing? 60 years have passed, and the Black Rock ruins are about to open. Could it be related to this? The commotion back then had started because of the Black Rock ruins. Later, the Cloud Dream sect and other grotto heavens and blessed lands also crept into the lit fire region for the Black Rock ruins. Jiang Ming thought, whether it's Shaoqian Mountain or the Fire Lotus Valley, there are more terrifying behemoths behind them. If those behemoths fight, Shaoqian Mountain will crumble. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, and he already had the intention to retreat. 12 years ago, I had already broken through to the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. Although the progress of the last level of the qi refinement realm is slow, I am almost at the peak of this realm. The biggest hurdle now is the foundation establishment realm. It is more dependent on my own transformation. Whether or not the spiritual energy in the outside world is rich does not matter much. Although the spiritual energy in his cave abode was very rich, Jiang Ming's progress had been getting slower and slower in recent years. It could be said that he had encountered the biggest bottleneck in immortal cultivation so far. Jiang Ming's main purpose for coming to Shaoqian Mountain back then was for the rich spiritual energy. However, it was useless to him now. From now on, he would have to find a foundation establishment realm technique, and then slowly practice to break through the bottleneck. Or, he had to be lucky enough to get a treasure that could improve his cultivation base. The only other option he had left was to find a medicinal pill to assist him. However, he had spent a lot of money on cultivation over the years. Such medicinal pills or treasures were easily priced at thousands of spirit stones. Jiang Ming could not afford them at all. Moreover, treasures of that level were much rarer than middle-grade magical tools. You could hardly find them in Shaoqian Mountain. All in all, it was meaningless to stay in Shaoqian Mountain now. Moreover, his current identity was a man who was already over 100 years old on the surface. That was very close to death for a 5th-level Qi refinement realm cultivator. If he stayed any longer, he would be easily exposed. I'll just find out some information and collect what I need. It's time to leave. That night, Jiang Ming once again invited Feng He for a meal and asked him about the situation at Shaoqian Mountain. No one is as cautious as you. In the Jade Pavilion, Feng He was drinking spirit wine, and his expression was a little incredulous. Although the plant hall encouraged its members to have a low profile, no one was as cautious as Jiang Ming. He had been practicing alchemy for decades and had never been involved in any trouble. If there was any trouble, he would be the first to slip away. However, Shaoqian Mountain is really going to change drastically this time. I'm also preparing to leave. Feng He sighed. I don't know if I can come back in the future. The Cloud Dream sect and the Grotto Heaven behind the fire Lotus Valley seem to have an old grudge. Now that they're using Shaoqian Mountain as an excuse, I'm afraid they're going to fight again. The thing that our elder obtained last time seems to be quite important in relation to the Black Rock ruins. I'm afraid this time a bloody battle will really take place. Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. It seemed that his guess was right. And the Black Rock ruins this time will probably be countless times more lively than usual. Feng He suddenly laughed and looked amused. With a Golden Core Realm expert making a move, other than some desperate cultivators, there aren't many who would dare to join in the fun, right? Jiang Ming asked with a smile. There have always been a lot of desperate cultivators. Feng He shook his head and continued, this time around, it seems that the ancient formation in the Black Rock ruins has undergone some strange changes during the collapse. I heard that the restrictions on cultivation levels in most of the areas have intensified again, and only Qi refinement realm cultivators can enter. This seems to be the original rule of the ruins. However, I don't know why it has been restored again. There's only a small part of the area where the formation is broken, and the restrictions don't apply. It can allow foundation, establishment realm and golden core realm cultivators to break in. However, they can only move within a certain area, and it's extremely dangerous. With such a change, I'm afraid that many Qi refinement realm cultivators, who didn't dare to participate in the beginning, will swarm in. Jiang Ming was stunned. Late at night, Jiang Ming was lying in his room, digesting the news he got from Feng He. The Black Rock ruins are gradually collapsing. However, the original restrictions have partially been restored. Most of the areas can only be entered by those in the Qi refinement realm. According to Feng He, there are only 5 to 6 years until the next time the remains will be fully opened. This might also be the last time the Black Rock ruins will be opened. After that, it will be completely destroyed, and everything will cease to exist. Jiang Ming recalled some ancient books that he had read. It was said that a long time ago, when the Black Stone Monument first appeared, it would only allow people in the Qi refinement realm to enter. Later, as time passed, the restrictions were gradually damaged, and it could only allow stronger cultivators to enter. However, they did not expect that just when the ruins were about to collapse, the restriction would actually be strengthened again. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. This might be a hard one. Opportunity for him. After being in the world of immortal cultivation for decades, Jiang Ming had been working on himself in Shaoqian Mountain. He was quite strong now. However, as he progressed along the path of cultivation, sheer grit would not be enough to improve. The foundation establishment realm was almost impossible to reach. Even Feng, he, who had been in the plant hall for decades and came from a rich family, had not been able to successfully break through to the foundation establishment realm. Even if Jiang Ming found a foundation establishment realm technique, the hope of successfully breaking through was estimated to be extremely slim. In terms of martial arts cultivation, if Jiang Ming was not lucky enough to obtain the incomplete breathing technique from the ruins, he would not have been able to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, the breathing technique was still incomplete. Now that it was circulating intermittently, it was difficult to continue cultivating. He had to find a way to continue. The best place to find the complete technique was naturally the Black Rock ruins. Except for the incomplete breathing technique obtained from the ruins, Jiang Ming had never seen any other foundation establishment realm martial arts cultivation technique. However, if the Black Rock ruins were swarmed by powerful immortal cultivators, Jiang Ming would naturally not even think about going there. However, now that the restrictions had been restored, he had a chance. Jiang Ming blinked. With my current strength, I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. I'm also a foundation establishment realm martial artist. I might not be able to defeat everyone in my path. However, at the very least, I will not get killed. Although he was very confident in his own strength, maybe there were some geniuses and rare secret treasures in the 3 big grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands that could pose a threat to him. It was better to be cautious. A moment later, Jiang Ming's eyes finally flashed with a hint of determination. He decided to participate in this storm. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. As long as he kept a low profile and mixed into the crowd of Qi refinement realm cultivators to rush into the ruins, who could stop him? After lying low for decades, it was time to make a move. Shaoqian Mountain is also gradually falling into chaos. I have to make some preparations over the next few days. Then, it's time to leave. Although there were still a few years before the ruins would open, Jiang Ming knew he had to start preparing now. The next day, Jiang Ming packed up all the items in his cave abode. This time, even all the spirit herbs in his garden had been completely harvested. No matter what the outcome of his journey to the ruins was, he did not plan to return to Shaoqian Mountain. In the end, he stuffed the king of medicine into the spirit beast bag and left the cave abode that he had lived in for decades. Mr. Yu, I don't know when we'll meet again. Jiang Ming went to Yu Changmu's cave and said goodbye to his old friend. Of course, he was also here to take his share of the spirit stones. Over the past 3 decades, Yu Changmu had also reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. He was ready to go to the Black Rock ruins to fight for a chance to enter the foundation establishment realm. Jiang Ming sighed with emotion. He only knew 3 9th level Qi refinement realm cultivators from Shaoqian Mountain, Feng He, Li Yuankong, and Yu Changmu. Even if they were all preparing to explore the Black Rock ruins, the other immortal cultivation forces were probably sending just as many people. This time, all the immortal cultivators in the Litfire region and even the outer regions would probably swarm here. However, the more the merrier. Jiang Ming thought. It was easier to keep a low profile with more people around. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as Jiang Ming walked into the Round Valley Market, a level 2 Qi Refinement Realm cultivator greeted him warmly. Master Jiang, hello. Do you have medicinal pills for sale? Yes, and I've got some spirit herbs for sale as well. I'm looking for your boss, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. Over the past few decades, as the pills he refined gradually became famous, he did not have to always set up a stall. He cooperated with the 100-pill pavilion and supplied them with his medicinal pills. Although his selling price was slightly lower, this saved Jiang Ming a lot of time and effort. The cooperation between the two sides had always been pleasant. Soon, an old man in a brocade robe walked out and said with a happy face, Master Jiang, do you have spirit herbs for sale? Let's take a look at them. Everyone knew that Jiang Ming was not only an alchemist, but he was also a master of the misty rain technique. The spirit herbs he cultivated were of excellent quality. However, he rarely sold them. Jiang Ming smiled and did not say much. He asked the shopkeeper, Mr. Qin, to find a quiet room, and the two of them walked in and closed the door. Although he had been working with Mr. Qin for a long time and trusted him, it was always best to be cautious. In the quiet room, Jiang Ming looked left and right, then raised his hand and took out a storage ring. The spirit herbs were taken out from the storage ring and placed neatly on the table. Some were sealed in jade boxes to prevent any spiritual energy from leaking. The entire table was filled with his stock from several years ago. As his cultivation level increased, the effects of these spirit herbs lessened. He might as well sell them for spirit stones. This quality, as expected of you, Master Jiang. Mr. Qin looked at them one by one, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He held a bunch of yellow fruits in his hands, fondly. This yellow crystal fruit's quality is flawless, and it's also much larger than normal spirit fruits. It can also increase the success rate of alchemy. I can offer you 30 spirit stones per fruit. Is that okay, Master Jiang? Jiang Ming nodded. A normal yellow crystal fruit was only worth a little more than 20 spirit stones. However, the yellow crystal fruit that he cultivated every day with the misty rain technique was of a much higher quality. Mr. Qin's offer was fair. Soon, all of Jiang Ming's spirit herbs had been appraised by Mr. Qin. They were sold for more than 700 spirit stones in total. I still have some green jade lotus seeds. I wonder if you would like to purchase them? Finally, Jiang Ming took out 20 dark green lotus seeds, each of which exuded a strong aura of spiritual energy. In the past 30 years, he had harvested 3 life cycles of green jade lotus. Each life cycle yielded exponentially more seeds than the previous life cycle. Thus, he hardly needed them all. Mr. Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw these useless seeds. These are 30-year-old green jade lotus seeds, right? How about 15 spirit stones for the lot? All right. Jiang Ming waved his hand casually. However, in his heart, he was complaining. No wonder no one grew these seeds in Shaoqian Mountain. It took 30 years to harvest the green jade lotus seeds. It would take almost a century for it to make a substantial profit. May I ask if you're preparing to leave? Jiang Ming smiled. Mr. Qin, you are naturally more well-informed than me. You have to understand that a weak cultivator like me can't get involved in any Big trouble. Master Jiang, you're not a weak cultivator. Mr. Qin quickly waved his hand and said with a serious expression, it may seem safe down the mountain. However, it's not a place where cultivators like us can stay for long. The 100-pill pavilion is well protected. I wonder if you are willing to join us. No matter what happens, we'll definitely ensure your safety. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he immediately realized that the 100-pill pavilion had probably taken a fancy to his mastery of the misty rain technique and alchemy skills. They wanted to take advantage of this storm to recruit people and expand their forces. Jiang Ming could also understand. Wealth was found in danger. Usually, these individual cultivators were extremely undisciplined, and it was extremely difficult to recruit them. However, no matter what kind of protection the 100-pill pavilion offered, Jiang Ming was not very optimistic about it. The 100-pill pavilion would be nothing in the face of a golden core realm cultivator. Jiang Ming did not ask any more questions. He waved his hand and refused. He took the spirit stones and left quickly. Walking out of the 100-pill pavilion, Jiang Ming's heart also trembled. He could not stay any longer. He strolled around the market for a while and bought some middle-grade light body talismans and other escape talismans. He then prepared to leave. Master Jiang? However, before Jiang Ming could walk out of the market, he was blocked by a figure. What a coincidence. Do you still have chi-returning pills? Can you sell a few bottles to me? Jiang Ming looked at the beautiful woman in a white chiffon dress in front of him, and he was instantly vigilant. However, on the surface, Jiang Ming's expression did not change. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Ms. Luo. I've already sold all of today's medicinal pills to the 100-pill pavilion. I'll try my best to refine a few batches of them as soon as possible tomorrow, and I'll personally deliver them to your residence." Thank you so much, Master Jiang. The woman in the white dress was surprised. She smiled brightly. She quickly walked to Jiang Ming and bowed to thank him. A wisp of perfume suddenly entered Jiang Ming's nose, and the woman's neckline was lowered, inadvertently catching Jiang Ming's eyes. Ah! The woman in the white dress quickly covered her chest and turned to leave with a slightly red face. Jiang Ming stared at the back of the woman in the white dress for a moment. Then, he turned around and strode away, flying down the mountain. The woman's name was Luo Yenyue, and she was also an individual cultivator on the small green peak. She had come to Shaoqian Mountain a few years ago, and would occasionally buy pills from Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming had always kept a respectful distance from her. Although Luo Yenyue seemed to be cultivating a common technique called the spring wood art, which was almost the same as the 5 elemental arts. Jiang Ming's heightened perception and spirit-restricting seal could always sense a strange, decaying aura from Luo Yenyue. It was like the rotten leaves on the ground in autumn, which made people feel uncomfortable. Although the other party was only at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, Jiang Ming still maintained his vigilance and never had too much contact with her. Maybe she's also here for this storm at Shaoqian Mountain, Jiang Ming thought to himself. After leaving Shaoqian Mountain, Jiang Ming directly took out the spirit sword shuttle and sat on it. He cut through the clouds and flew away. I wonder if I'll be able to successfully reach the Foundation establishment realm during this trip to the Black Rock ruins. Jiang Ming's mood was also in turmoil. In the past few years, he had also compiled a lot of research related to the Foundation establishment realm. Thus, he had some understanding of the difficulty of breaking through. As the name implied, the Foundation establishment realm was like laying the foundation of the future immortal cultivation path. If breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm was not achieved, the immortal cultivation path could not be continued. The quality of one's foundation also determined how far one could go in the future. In addition to the Foundation establishment realm cultivation technique, the method of building the foundation also required a lot of time and resources. Only 1 in 100 would succeed. I don't even have a Foundation establishment realm technique. Jiang Ming thought of this and could not help but shake his head. Suddenly, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look. A few streaks of light could be vaguely seen behind him. The streaks of light were approaching Jiang Ming. Obviously, they were not here to chat. Why do I always encounter such things every time I go down the mountain? Jiang Ming explained. However, it was not unexpected. Every time he escaped, it was when chaos was about to break out. It was reasonable to encounter people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Huh? Why does the purple light at the very front seem to be running for its life? Jiang Ming squinted and relaxed a little. It seemed that they just happened to be going in the same direction. He changed the direction of his spirit sword shuttle and fled. He did not want to encounter trouble. However, Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. The purple light also changed its direction and rushed straight toward Jiang Ming. In the sky, the spirit sword shuttle turned into a blue streak of light and flew across, leaving a long trail of clouds behind. A few thousand feet behind him, another purple streak of light followed closely. No matter how many times Jiang Ming changed his direction, it still followed him. Moreover, there were 6 to 7 streaks of light that were persistently chasing after the purple light. The distance was slowly closing. Jiang Ming turned his head and glanced at the purple light. Judging from its speed, it should be a middle-grade magical tool. However, the cultivation level of the cultivator who used the magical tool should only be at the late stage of the chi refinement realm. As for the cultivators who were chasing after the purple light, they could not seem to catch up with it no matter what. It was obvious that their cultivation level was not that strong. It was impossible for them to be Foundation establishment realm cultivators. As long as there are no Foundation establishment realm cultivators, it's not a big problem, Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, his eyes became more and more gloomy. It's a pity that I'm only at the chi refinement realm. I'm already driving the spirit sword shuttle as fast as I can. Jiang Ming did not want to care about these things. However, unless he used the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell and refined his spiritual power to a higher level, he would definitely be unable to shake off these cultivators. However, if I were to use a cluster of mystic fire for no reason, it would really be a huge loss, Jiang Ming muttered. I've only accumulated a dozen or so good quality mystic fires over the years. I don't want to waste them on this. His gaze gradually became ruthless. There was only one solution. There are crisscrossing valleys and ravines 100 miles ahead. Jiang Ming recalled the map in his mind and fully activated his spiritual energy. The speed of the spirit sword shuttle increased a little. In less than a quarter of an hour, the terrain in front of them became steeper. Jiang Ming could already see the complicated valleys in the distance. There were cracks and ravines everywhere. It would be difficult for anyone to find him if he hid inside. He changed his direction quickly and drove the spirit sword shuttle directly into the valley. He flew close to the ground for more than 10 miles before he put the spirit sword shuttle away. He then used the spirit restriction seal to completely conceal his aura and hid in a narrow valley. To Jiang Ming's surprise, the purple light also fell from the sky and fell into the valley. A figure staggered and fled into the forest. "Fellow cultivator, please save my life. I will definitely repay you generously." A gentle and soft voice sounded. It spread far away with the spread of spiritual power and fell into Jiang Ming's ears. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Jiang Ming was stunned. It was Luo Yenyue's voice. When he thought about the rotten and uncomfortable aura he had felt from Luo Yenyue's body, Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. Is she really coming for me? Jiang Ming frowned. When he left Shaoqian Mountain, he had already changed his appearance and aura. How could he be targeted? Just as he was in a daze, a figure in a white dress was gradually approaching where Jiang Ming was hiding. As expected, she is coming for me. Jiang Ming was hiding behind an ancient tree, staring at a faintly discernible figure in a white dress in the distant forest. Although the figure seemed to be running around desperately, she was obviously approaching him. Gradually, Jiang Ming could also see that there were traces of blood on the woman's white dress. Her face was also full of anxiety and panic. If he were an ordinary cultivator who was hot-blooded, he might really have jumped out and saved this beautiful woman. It's a pity that I'm just an old man over 200 years old. Your trick doesn't work on me, Jiang Ming muttered. How could he be tracked even though he had hidden all his aura? It's not spiritual energy. I didn't take anything from her. Over the years, Jiang Ming had practiced the spirit restriction seal more and more skillfully. And he still had some experience in hiding his aura. That's right. The smell. Jiang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He remembered the time he had run into Luo Yenyue. He had smelled an orchid-like fragrance on her body. At that time, he had thought that it was a woman's perfume and had left it at that. He quickly used his spiritual energy to check his body and immediately sensed an extremely weak smell on his skin. If he had not carefully checked with a calm mind, he would not have discovered this smell. Jiang Ming shook his head. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. At this moment, Luo Yenyue was already close to where he was hiding. It was too late to get rid of the smell. Jiang Ming decided not to hide anymore. He jumped out of the valley and stood on top of a mountain. If you come any further, the sword in my hand is going to draw blood. Jiang Ming turned his hand and took out his middle-grade magical weapon, the Scarlet Separation Sword. He pointed it at Luo Yenyue, who was about to climb the mountain. Fellow cultivator, are you really going to leave me in the lurch? If you save me, I'll definitely repay you with my body. Perhaps I can help you break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Luo Yenyue's pretty face was pale, and her clothes were in a mess. She revealed a large patch of fair skin and asked pitifully, "You don't recognize me?" Jiang Ming took note of this. Now that he was in a different disguise, it seemed that Luo Yenyue's method could only track the target she had left her scent on. However, she could not see through the other party's true identity. It seems like she has left her scent on many people. Jiang Ming was speechless. What disgusting behavior. Even if she was pretty, it still made Jiang Ming feel nauseated. However, Luo Yenyue's aura was at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. which surprised Jiang Ming. He could not see through her true cultivation. Level back at Shaoqian Mountain. Seeing that Luo Yanhue still wanted to move forward, Jiang Ming did not hesitate any longer. He immediately whipped out the scarlet separation sword, which turned into a streak of scarlet light and shot at Luo Yanhue's neck. Luo Yanhue's expression also changed. She had not expected this man to be so heartless as to attack her directly. She took out a diamond-shaped green shield, which collided with the scarlet separation sword and blocked the attack. "Fellow cultivator, you're too cruel." Luo Yanhue's tone was sorrowful. However, her eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. She was trying to guess who this person in front of her was. She had a pitiful expression on her face. However, she was secretly sizing up Jiang Ming, guessing how rich he was. At this moment, a few figures finally caught up from behind. They descended from the sky and surrounded Luo Yanhue. The uniforms they were wearing were quite familiar to Jiang Ming. They were all cultivators of Shaoqian Mountain's law enforcement team. "Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. Stop this person." The leader of the group was tall and had a valiant aura. She cupped her hands toward Jiang Ming and smiled. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. However, his eyes narrowed. He did not expect to meet an acquaintance here. This figure was He Shaowan, the female cultivator who had joined the plant hall before the first round of chaos in Shaoqian Mountain. After that, He Shaowan joined the law enforcement team. After a few decades, she had reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm, and she became a minor team leader of the law enforcement team. However, she had not broken through to the foundation establishment realm. It was said that she was waiting for the opportunity in the Black Rock ruins. I wonder what crime this woman has committed that made the law enforcement team chase after her for thousands of miles? Jiang Ming chuckled. "I just ran into her on the mountain. She's just an ordinary female cultivator." He Shaowan glared at Luo Yanhue coldly. "Fellow cultivator, you're wrong. This woman is not an ordinary female cultivator. She's a member of the Divine Eye sect. Many cultivators of the Divine Eye sect have sneaked into Shaoqian Mountain and committed many crimes." Jiang Ming was also stunned. He did not expect Luo Yanhue to have such an identity. He had long heard of the Divine Eye sect. They had participated in the previous chaos at Shaoqian Mountain. They had taken over the Pillfire Hall and slaughtered many innocent cultivators. They were a sect with an extremely bad reputation in the Feather Kingdom. It's all thanks to Mr. Wu that we were able to discover Luo Yanhue's true identity. However, this woman is extremely slippery, He Shaowan said. We were just about to catch her when she escaped. Jiang Ming glanced at the man beside He Shaowan. He was a middle-aged man with a rough face. His aura was no weaker than He Shaowan's. At this time, he nodded at Jiang Ming with a smile. For some reason, Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. He immediately smiled and said, "In that case, I won't get in the way of the law enforcement team." He was about to leave. "Fellow cultivator, please wait." The burly man, Mr. Wu, suddenly spoke as he raised the two green gold batons in his hands. "This woman seemed to have asked you for help earlier. Are you two connected? Regardless, please don't leave and cooperate with our investigation." Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. "You're a little too arbitrary. There's no evidence to suggest I'm with her." "Mr. Wu, there's no need for that. This cultivator clearly has nothing to do with Luo Yanue. He Xiaowan frowned. That might not be the case. Mr. Wu's eyes were cold and sharp. The law enforcement team naturally has to be thorough. I'm sorry, fellow cultivator. As he spoke, Mr. Wu walked toward the mountain where Jiang Ming was standing, and said in a deep voice, "Please cooperate with us, fellow cultivator. If you are proven innocent after this, the law enforcement team will definitely apologize to you in person and offer you generous gifts." His words were open and calm. However, Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. There's no need for such a generous gift, goodbye. Jiang Ming made a prompt decision, jumped up, and was about to escape without looking back. Stop. Mr. Wu's eyes finally revealed his killing intent. His aura burst out, and he rushed toward Jiang Ming. He took out the two long green gold batons in his hands and swung them toward Jiang Ming with great force. However, he did not look like he was trying to stop Jiang Ming from leaving. Instead, he looked like he was trying to kill Jiang Ming. It's not easy for me to go down the mountain and meet a sitting duck. It's unreasonable not to kill it. Mr. Wu sneered internally. It did not matter if he was a 9th stage Qi refinement realm cultivator. He was just an individual cultivator. From the speed of his previous escape light, he seemed to be cultivating an ordinary technique and was not very strong. This scene made He Xiaowan a little confused. She did not understand why her mild-tempered old senior in the law enforcement team would suddenly make things difficult for a stranger at this time. Mr. Wu is very experienced after all. Could this person really be related to the Divine Eye sect? He Xiaowan began to doubt herself. However, He Xiaowan suddenly felt a sense of danger and quickly moved away from her original position. A huge fireball suddenly crashed where she had been standing. At the same time, a flying sword swept across and fiercely shot toward He Xiaowan without losing momentum. He Xiaowan barely dodged the fireball. However, the flying sword grazed her shoulder, causing blood to splatter. You guys. He Xiaowan retreated quickly and stared at the two people who had attacked her. She was shocked and angry. The ones who had summoned the fireball and the flying sword were two members of the law enforcement team. At the same time, two innocent members of the law enforcement team were suddenly ambushed by their teammates beside them. Various magical tools and talismans burst out with light, killing them immediately. It was obvious that the other party had done this several times. Their first move was merciless, killing them in a single strike. In an instant, there were only 5 people left in the law enforcement team, and the remaining 4 stared at He Xiaowan fiercely. Kill them. Luo Yenua's face was no longer filled with panic. Instead, it was cold and emotionless. She took out a purple flying sword, which emitted a dazzling light, and attacked He Xiaowan. All of them attacked He Xiaowan at the same time. You guys. All of you are from the Divine Eye sect. Even if He Xiaowan's reaction was slow, she still managed to dodge the attacks. I didn't expect the geniuses of the Cloud Dream sect to be so stupid, Luo Yanue said with a chuckle. He Xiaowan's heart sank when she heard this. The other party even knew about her identity. It seemed that today was not going to be a good day. As one of the 6 blessed lands, the Cloud Dream sect's heritage was far superior to the Divine Eye sect's. However, the Divine Eye sect was ruthless and loved to rob and kill the disciples of such blessed lands. After so many years, the Divine Eye sect still had not been destroyed. Furthermore, the Cloud Dream sect had attacked the Divine Eye sect many times. The two sides had been enemies for generations. He Xiaowan was in despair. She had only come to Shaoqian Mountain to gain experience and had not expected to fall into the Divine Eye sect's trap. In a short while, He Xiaowan had a few more wounds on her body. Although she was at peak of the Qi refinement realm, Luo Yenyue's cultivation level was not any weaker than hers. Against so many people, He Xiaowan had almost no chance of fighting back. Luo Yenyue's status must be quite high among the disciples of the Divine Eye sect. He Xiaowan sighed internally. If she could kill this woman today, it would be a great achievement. It was a pity that Luo Yenyue probably thought the same way. In order to catch a Cloud Dream sect disciple like her, she had set up quite a big trap. A loud sound suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Luo Yenyue and the others slowed down and looked over. He Xiaowan also took a glance and was instantly stunned. Mr. Wu's chest was pierced through by a golden streak of light surrounded by red flames. Fire metal sword technique? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although this technique could erupt with an attack power far beyond those of the same rank, Mr. Wu was also a battle-seasoned person. How could he be so easily killed? That's because I'm not only an immortal cultivator. I'm also a martial artist. At the Foundation establishment realm, Jiang Ming glanced at the shocked and puzzled eyes of the people at the foot of the mountain, and he shook his head. This Mr. Wu really underestimated him. After a few long-range attacks failed to take him down, he rushed up with the two batons, looking like he wanted to fight him in close combat. Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh. He had never seen such a suicidal person. The consequences were as expected. The people at the foot of the mountain only saw Mr. Wu being pierced through the chest. However, they did not see that the man's body was almost completely crushed by Jiang Ming's punch before that. I can't expose my true strength, Jiang Ming thought to himself. He flicked his finger, and a fireball enveloped the body of Mr. Wu. Jiang Ming's eyes were slightly cold. He walked down the mountain with the scarlet separation sword. Are you courting death? How did this happen? Luo Yenyue stared at Jiang Ming, who was walking down the mountain unscathed. She was almost trembling with shock. The others might not know much about Mr. Wu's true strength. However, Luo Yenyue knew how strong he was. He was a disciple of the Divine Eye sect who was from the batch above her. Although Mr. Wu had never broken through to the Foundation establishment realm stage, his cultivation was incomparably vigorous. He had trained in the Qi refinement realm for several decades and was by no means comparable to ordinary cultivators. Even among the 9th-level Qi refinement realm geniuses of her batch, there were few who were his match. He had thought that this trip to deal with a disciple from the Cloud Dream sect would be a piece of cake. He had also thought of killing and robbing Jiang Ming on the way. However, no one had expected Jiang Ming would be so terrifying. How could there be such a strong cultivator among the country bumpkins of Shaoqian Mountain? Luo Yenyue stared at the handsome young man and felt extremely remorseful. If she had known this would happen, she would not have provoked this guy. My fellow cultivator, please calm down. Her expression changed and she quickly reached out her hand. At this moment, Luo Yenyue and the others stopped fighting with He Xiaowan. No one dared be distracted in the face of such a powerful enemy. He Xiaowan also had a moment to catch her breath. She leaned against a tree. and quietly recovered from her injuries. Calm down? Why didn't you calm down when he tried to stop me? Jiang Ming did not stop walking. He seemed to be smiling. Luo Yanue gritted her teeth and said, "It was our fault. If you stop now, I will apologize to you personally. Otherwise, even if you're at the peak of the Qi refinement realm, you won't be able to gain any advantage against us. If we end up with both sides injured, that be *tch from the Cloud Dream sect will take advantage of both of us. Also, fellow cultivator, you have to think carefully. We are disciples of the Divine I sect. The person you just killed is a nobody. However, if anything happens to me, you'll offend the Divine I sect. No matter where you run to, you can't escape the Divine I sect's pursuit. You have to think about your friends and family." Jiang Ming's face suddenly turned cold as he suddenly released a surge of spiritual energy. The terrifying pressure almost crushed everyone present. The mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell was activated at this moment. Jiang Ming's cultivation instantly soared. He had almost touched the threshold of the foundation establishment realm and was only one step away from the bottleneck. Although it could still be improved a little, this level should be enough. Jiang Ming did not want to reveal too many cards. The scarlet separation sword turned into a streak of light and shot at Luo Yanue mercilessly. Has he gone past the peak of the Qi refinement realm? Luo Yanue's expression changed drastically. This was a level that was even more terrifying than the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Only a very small number of geniuses could reach this level. Even the vast majority of Foundation establishment realm cultivators could not reach this level when they were in the Qi refinement realm. Once a person like this broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, their strength would be almost overwhelming among those at the same level. Have I offended a genius from some great sect? The feeling in her heart grew more and more ominous, and she hurriedly took out more than a dozen talismans and shields. However, under a burst of spiritual light, more than a dozen layers of defense were instantly shattered, leaving only one shield that was blasted back at her, almost injuring her. The scarlet separation sword turned into a wave of light that completely enveloped Luo Yanue. No matter what she did, she was unable to escape. You forced my hand. Jiang Ming's eyes were cold. From the moment Jiang Ming started to attack, everything happened in a flash. When the scarlet separation sword suppressed Luo Yanue, his body had already moved quickly. He threw out a few talismans and attacked the rest of the people. The talisman's spiritual light exploded. A level 8 Qi refinement realm cultivator had just escaped from the attack when he saw the delicate and handsome young man descend in front of him. Jiang Ming casually used the fire metal sword technique. It pierced through the man's forehead like lightning and smashed his head into pieces. Go to hell. A figure suddenly threw a bronze cauldron at Jiang Ming with tremendous strength. Before the bronze cauldron even landed, the mountain rocks on the ground were crushed into pieces, forming a huge pit. In the distance, He Xiaowan's expression changed drastically. She was experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, she could tell at a glance that this was a magical weapon that targeted the physical body. This was the kind of thing that immortal cultivators were most afraid of. However, the scene on the battlefield completely dumbfounded He Xiaowan. Jiang Ming looked up at the bronze cauldron and stood still like a pine tree. When the bronze cauldron fell down, he reached out and easily grabbed the foot of the cauldron, stopping it from falling any further. What? How can that happen? The cultivator who had activated the bronze Cauldron was red in the face. However, he felt as if he had hit an iron wall and could not move an inch. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and the bronze cauldron flew back faster than ever, directly hitting the chest of the man who activated it. With a bang, the cauldron hit the man, and his body exploded. The mountain forest shook, and spiritual light exploded. The battle became several times more intense in an instant. Jiang Ming was like a rampaging beast. He killed everyone in his path. The last man was completely scared out of his wits. He turned around and wanted to run. However, Jiang Ming threw a long mace that he had just picked up at him. It made a shrill whistling sound as it broke through the air. The man was killed in an instant. He Xiaowan's mouth was slightly agape. She did not understand why this handsome young man had suddenly gone berserk. Wasn't he quite calm just now? In the blink of an eye, Luo Yanue was the only one left in the Divine Eye sect. She was covered in injuries. Even if Jiang Ming was distracted, the scarlet separation sword kept flying at her. Luo Yanue panicked when she saw that everyone else had died. A determined look flashed in her eyes. A withered aura suddenly burst out of her body, and her skin lost its luster. In an instant, she turned into an old tree bark, and her soft face became old and crusty. This aura, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. When he was on Shaoqian Mountain, he had felt a faint trace of decay from Luo Yanue's body, which was exactly the same as the aura that she was exuding now. It seems that this is her life-saving technique. Sensing the sudden surge of spiritual energy in Luo Yanue's body, Jiang Ming understood. The next moment, Luo Yanue blocked the scarlet separation sword with a purple long sword. Then, her speed increased dramatically, and she fled for her life. The withered aura she exuded was even stronger. However, her speed was shockingly high, almost exceeding the limits of the Qi refinement realm. Huh. So, it's an escape technique? Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. However, he did not panic at all. Her escape technique was not bad. However, she had used it too late. No matter how fast she ran, could she be faster than a flying sword? He completely refined the last trace of the mystic fire under his spiritual core and poured his spiritual power into the scarlet separation sword. It burst out with a brilliant light. After a loud noise, the scarlet separation sword cut into a mountaintop, bringing up a cloud of dust. Jiang Ming followed closely and found a figure in the smoke and dust. The figure was firmly nailed into a deep pit by the scarlet separation sword. All the bones in her body were broken, and blood was everywhere. The Divine Eye sect won't let you off. Luo Yanue's face had aged terribly. She looked like an old woman on the verge of death. She stared at Jiang Ming with hatred. Jiang Ming sighed. You tried to rob and kill me. I fought back just to protect myself. I didn't expect the Divine Eye sect to be so ruthless. I only killed a few of you, yet you want to hunt me down. You're completely devoid of conscience and morality. If that's the case, I'll definitely pay a visit personally when I cross the Golden Core realm one day, and end this grudge once and for all. Luo Yanue was panting heavily, as if she wanted to say something. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He pulled out the scarlet separation sword from the woman's chest, and then directly slit her neck. Don't be upset. No matter what, in the future, it'll be a grudge between me and the Divine Eye sect. The grudge between you and me has been buried. I Won't be mad at you anymore. So, don't take it to heart. Seeing that Luo Yanue was about to die and was still struggling to speak, Jiang Ming quickly comforted her. After 2 more strikes, Luo Yanue finally stopped moving. Jiang Ming then took off her storage ring with ease and put it in his pocket. He burned the corpse to avoid future trouble. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He Xiaowan looked at Jiang Ming, who had returned, and cupped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for saving me, fellow cultivator. May I know your name? Which sect do you come from? Jiang Ming subconsciously wanted to make up a name. However, he realized he needed a new identity soon. He smiled and said casually, my name is Yan Qixia, I'm just an individual cultivator. An individual cultivator? He Xiaowan's eyes were filled with shock. How could there be an individual cultivator who was this strong? Fellow cultivator, if you join the Cloud Dream sect, you will have a bright future, He Xiaowan said sincerely. Jiang Ming shook his head and said seriously, I'm used to being an individual cultivator. It suits my lifestyle better. Serving justice and punishing evil is the life of immortal cultivation I yearn for. At first, Jiang Ming wanted to use Zhang Shan's name. However, after thinking that what he did today was a good thing, he decided to create a new identity to gain popularity. From now on, Yan Qixia is the new hero, Jiang Ming muttered internally. He Xiaowan's expression was a little strange. She wanted to say, didn't you want to turn around and run away at the beginning? How are you chivalrous? However, he had saved her. Thus, naturally, she could not say these words. Fellow cultivator, are you going to the Black Rock ruins in advance? The two of them chatted for a while. Although it was still a few years away from the opening of the Black Rock ruins, there were many people who wanted to find a loophole in the restrictions in the past few years. Jiang Ming nodded. There was nothing to hide. So many people were going there. Anyway? What was the point of hiding? He Xiaowan smiled. I have some information about the Black Rock ruins. It was collected by the Cloud Dream sect over the years. I'll give it to you as a way of repaying you for saving my life. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. The information collected by the Cloud Dream sect, one of the 6 blessed lands, would naturally be much better than the information collected by the individual cultivators on Shaoqian Mountain. Soon, He Xiaowan handed him a storage ring. Jiang Ming looked inside and saw a few jade slips, a small mountain of spirit stones, and a golden jade token with the Cloud Dream sect's crest engraved on it. I have no other way to repay you for saving my life. Fellow cultivator, if you need anything in the future, you can find any Cloud Dream sect disciple and show them the jade token. They will be able to find me. He Xiaowan explained. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. However, he suddenly thought of an old friend in the Cloud Dream sect. He wondered if he would be joining the expedition to the Black Rock ruins. However, Jiang Ming did not ask much. After a while, the two said goodbye to each other, and he watched He Xiaowan fly away. Jiang Ming then quickly scoured the battlefield and packed up the scattered magical tools, storage rings, and so on. The Divine Eye sect's disciples were quite rich. This might be the biggest harvest he had since he entered the world of immortal cultivation. After a while, the spirit sword shuttle flew up again and flew into the distance. Looks like I'll have to add another name to my little notebook. Jiang Ming thought. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. More than 10 days later, Jiang Ming was already thousands of miles away from Shaoqian Mountain. In the early morning, the mist was thick. Jiang Ming looked at a small city in front of him and squinted. I'm probably less than 1,000 miles away from the Black Rock ruins. Let's settle down here first. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was thin, and there would probably not be any immortal cultivators in this small city. It would be a good place for him to cultivate for a few years and sort out the new items and the information he had obtained. Passing through the gate, Jiang Ming slowly walked into the city. Some vendors had already set up breakfast stalls. It was smaller than Great Cloud City. As far as he could see, almost all of the people here were mortals. Jiang Ming did not even see a single immortal cultivator. However, this was exactly what he wanted. After all, I'm a good person who doesn't like trouble, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He randomly found a breakfast stall, ordered the local specialties, and began to eat. What? He was eating with gusto when he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. He saw a team of more than 10 people walking through the street, all carrying wild boars and other prey. They were all burly and brimming with blood qi. They're all martial artists? Jiang Ming suddenly felt a little happy. In this world of immortal cultivation, he had occasionally met a few martial artists. However, they were all individual cultivators who only practiced martial arts casually. He had never seen a large number of martial artists like this before. This unremarkable town was a little surprising. The leader seems to be a second-class martial artist. The rest are mostly unranked martial artists. Jiang Ming stared at the group of martial artists passing by on the street and saw that their blood qi was not very strong. Moreover, looking at the circulation of their blood qi, it seemed to be rough and disorderly. It did not seem like they had practiced any complete cultivation technique. In fact, they seemed to have come from an unorthodox background. However, these people walked with a confident gait, their gazes sharp, and their bodies covered in all kinds of scars. They were obviously experienced martial artists. In terms of physical prowess, a second-class martial artist was comparable to some cultivators in the early stage of the qi refinement realm. Moreover, this just seemed to be a small team of hunters. There could very well be stronger people in the city. This city was nothing special. Jiang Ming's map did not have any indicators of anything special close by. Thus, it was strange to see a group of martial artists appear. Jiang Ming could not help but be interested. He wanted to know more. Where did these men come from? They look so brave and fierce. Jiang Ming's eyes moved as he pointed at the martial artists passing by with their prey and asked the breakfast stall owner. You're from another city, right? The stall owner was an old man. However, he still looked fit and strong. When he heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "These are all martial artists from Clearwater City's Black Horse Gang. They're strong people who have cultivated blood qi." The stall owner gave an introduction to the place to Jiang Ming so that he could have an understanding of the small town. Clearwater City was a city of mortals, and it had thin spiritual energy. Except for a small number of people who were lucky enough to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, most of the people in Clearwater City practiced martial arts in order to survive. In addition, young men and women with good aptitudes for martial arts would also be selected by some immortal cultivation sects to become their disciples. However, such opportunities were few and far between. According to the stall owner, the strongest martial artist in Clearwater City was a first-class martial artist. Jiang Ming was shocked. The way they talked about martial arts here was the same as in the mortal world. Is it a coincidence? Or is there some sort of a connection? Jiang Ming thought of the mortal world and could not help but wonder where martial arts originated. Did it originate from the world of immortal cultivation? Or did it originate from the mortal world? However, even this old man, who had lived in Clearwater City for his entire life, did not know when the martial artists of Clearwater City first appeared. It was almost noon, and there were not many people in the stall. The stall owner was not very busy. When he saw that Jiang Ming wanted to learn more, he suddenly became more enthusiastic. After a while, he even began talking about a few myths and legends. About 100 years ago, Clearwater City's mayor was a dual cultivator. He entered the Lee Sword sect and became a big shot. Also, according to the legends, this place was a holy land where martial arts flourished thousands of years ago. There was even a martial saint who was more powerful than those immortal cultivation experts who could fly into the sky. A martial saint? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of such a term in the mortal world. Jiang Ming had only heard of saints in the world of immortal cultivation in ancient books. They were powerhouses who stood at the peak of the path of immortal cultivation. It was hard to say if there were still such people in the world of immortal cultivation today. He assumed martial saints would be similar people in the path of martial arts. Interesting, Jiang Ming muttered. This place seemed a little mysterious. It seemed that the world of immortal cultivation did have a history of martial arts. However, it had declined. It seemed like martial arts were brought to the mortal world from this world. Before the path of immortal cultivation was cut restricted in the former. A ridiculous idea flashed in his mind. What if it was the other way around? That meant the mortal world held some frighteningly deep secrets. Moreover, there seemed to be opportunities related to martial arts in the Black Rock ruins. In addition, there were rare martial artists in the world of immortal cultivation in this small city less than 1,000 miles away from the Black Rock ruins. Was there any connection between the two? Jiang Ming's thoughts were racing. Before this, he just wanted to use this place as a temporary stop. However, now, he was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, there were still a few years before the opening of the Black Rock ruins. It was not a bad idea to polish his cultivation and research these martial arts legends here. Do you know if there's an inn nearby that we can stay in? Jiang Ming asked, as he put down a few pieces of silver after he had finished his meal. At this time, Jiang Ming was the only customer left in the stall. The stall owner was also packing up his things quickly and was ready to close the stall. When he heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. The place is spacious, the price is definitely cheaper than those inns, and it's also a little quieter. You don't have to worry about your meals. Although the food is not exotic, it's filling and nutritious. Oh? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. This old man knew a lot about Clearwater City, and Jiang Ming could get more information from him. Soon, the old man finished packing up his stall. He loaded all his belongings into a wooden cart and pushed it away from the street, heading to a remote place in the city. Jiang Ming followed the old man slowly. They exchanged names. The old man's name was Lu Qingfeng. His only family was his young granddaughter, and they depended on each other. His granddaughter was working in a shop in the city. Jiang Ming introduced himself as Yan Qixia. Soon, the two of them arrived at a remote alley and came to an unremarkable courtyard made of blue bricks. It's a little shabby. I hope you don't mind. Lu Qingfeng walked into the courtyard first, his face slightly red. Obviously, Lu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed to bring a young man from another city to stay in his humble home. If he did not urgently need money, he would not have offered. As long as it's quiet, I'm happy with it. Jiang Ming looked around and was quite satisfied. The courtyard was simple and empty. However, it was not small. There were 4 or 5 rooms, and the space in the courtyard was enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. What? Jiang Ming walked around and felt the potholes on the surface of the bricks. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he carefully observed the courtyard. It should have been a small martial arts school in the past. Jiang Ming quickly tried to assess the area. The marks on the blue bricks were not made by ordinary people. It was obvious that several people had practiced martial arts here for years. Jiang Ming had been in the martial arts world for hundreds of years. Therefore, it was easy for him to deduce these things. It seemed that Lu Qingfeng had some stories to tell. However, he did not say much. Therefore, Jiang Ming did not ask. He was just looking for an ordinary place to stay and did not want to be a busybody. Please take a seat in the living room first, I'll clean up the room for you. Lu Qingfeng pushed the wooden cart into the courtyard and started to get busy. A moment later, Jiang Ming moved into the room that Lu Qingfeng had tidied up. He was even more sure of his assumptions earlier. This big room that could accommodate 4 or 5 people was obviously a former dormitory. Since we're here, we'll take things as they come. Jiang Ming did not care. For him, living in this place was more reassuring than Shaoqian Mountain. At least he did not have to worry about any late-stage Qi refinement realm criminals rushing in to kill him for money. Just after noon, Jiang Ming ate a large bowl of noodles made by Lu Qingfeng and saw him hurriedly leaving with a teapot, saying that he was going to help in a workshop. He worked so hard just for a few taels of silver. Jiang Ming shook his head and returned to his room. After a short rest, he took out a few storage rings from Luo Yenyue and the other cultivators of the Divine Eye sect. I had spent almost all my money. However, I didn't expect another wave of generous people to come. The Divine Eye sect should be more powerful than those individual cultivators. Jiang Ming played with a few storage rings and could not help but smile. Then he began to check them one by one. There are quite a lot of spirit stones here. It'll be enough to sustain me for a while. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he smiled when he opened the first storage ring. Explosive Qi pill? This pill increases a person's cultivation by a small amount. However, it damages the meridians. It's a temporary fix. In the future, I can use this in a pinch instead of wasting my mystic fire. This medicinal pill is very popular. It's a pity that it's a middle-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, I heard that only the head alchemist of the Fire Lotus Valley has this recipe. The small medicinal cauldron that I bought back then can't be used anymore as my cultivation level increases. Huh? Wait a minute. This cauldron? Jiang Ming was suddenly stunned. He began to observe the cauldron carefully, with some suspicion. Is this something from the Fire Lotus Valley? He soon found an intermediate alchemy technique in a pile of jade slips. It was recorded that this alchemy technique was compiled by the elders of the Fire Lotus Valley. Wow! These guys from the Divine Eye sect are really bold. While Jiang Ming was surprised, he was also a little speechless. He did not expect to obtain an intermediate alchemy technique this way. Jiang Ming browsed through it and smiled in satisfaction. A moment later, Jiang Ming found a foundation establishment realm cultivation technique in another storage ring. The mysterious green technique. It's a wood attribute technique. Jiang Ming was not surprised at all. There were several 9th stage Qi refinement realm cultivators in that group. It was naturally not surprising to find a foundation establishment realm technique on them. However, Jiang Ming was not in a hurry to cultivate. He was not really a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. He just used the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell to increase his cultivation level. It would not be too late to try to build a foundation after a few more years of cultivation and entering the Black Rock ruins. Jiang Ming took a few glances at the technique, and to be honest, he did not really like it. Back in the mortal world, he was weak and had no choice but to use everything he received. Now that he was stronger and more established, he naturally wanted to pick the best of the best. After that, Jiang Ming took out 2 more foundation establishment realm cultivation techniques from Luo Yinyue's and another person's storage rings. They were both alternative cultivation techniques. If he still could not find any top-notch cultivation techniques after entering the Black Rock ruins, he would choose one of these to cultivate. What's this? The withering element escape technique? Finally, Jiang Ming smiled brilliantly. After rummaging through Luo Yinyue's storage ring for a long time, he finally found what he had been looking for. The previous battle was a fatal one for the Divine Eye sect. However, for Jiang Ming, it was nothing. The only thing that interested him was the escape technique that Luo Yinyue had used when she was escaping. It was so fast that Jiang Ming could hardly catch up with it. However, it seemed that Luo Yinyue had paid a great price for using it. It did not take long for her to turn into an old woman. He had been looking for a forbidden escape technique for so long. He could not wait to go through it. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. The withering element escape technique uses one's spiritual energy and lifespan as the price to rush out at a speed that surpasses those of the same cultivation level. The more spiritual energy and lifespan one burns, the faster one can escape. Jiang Ming browsed through the cultivation technique several times until he had memorized it. Then, he was relieved. The meridian breaker that he had used to escape previously was already of little value after he reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. Now, he had finally obtained another escape technique, which was simpler and more powerful. He was pleased. Jiang Ming grinned. With this escape technique, his trip to the Black Rock ruins would be even safer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was almost evening when Jiang Ming finished sorting everything out. Jiang Ming roughly estimated that the harvest this time had exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. However, some things were not very easy to sell. Therefore, he had to hide them to sell them at a later date. But even so, this unexpected fortune was enough to cover all of Jiang Ming's needs in the Qi refinement realm. Hearing the sound of the courtyard door opening, Jiang Ming walked out of the house and saw a delicate girl who had just entered the residence. She was wearing patched clothes that were covered in dust and grass, and her face was also dirty. She was secretly hiding a rusty iron sword in a side room. This must be old Lu's granddaughter, Lu Xiaoyu, Jiang Ming thought. Jiang Ming's appearance suddenly scared the girl, and she almost threw the iron sword in her hand at him. Jiang Ming was a little embarrassed and was about to explain why he was there. However, the girl quickly calmed down, bowed, and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You must be my grandfather's guest. Jiang Ming looked at the girl's mature and sensible appearance and was dumbfounded. It seemed that he was not the first guest to stay here. Did old Lu owe someone money? He seemed rather desperate to earn money. However, the girl was also very friendly. After apologizing, she quickly hid the iron sword in the house and began to chat with Jiang Ming. Please don't tell my grandfather that I came back with an iron sword, Lu Xiaoyu said in a low voice after a short conversation. What iron sword? Jiang Ming smiled faintly. The two of them exchanged knowing smiles. It was not until late at night that Lu Qingfeng dragged his tired body home. Lu Xiaoyu had already prepared dinner and asked Jiang Ming to eat with her. Yan Qixia, you can stay here for a few days. After the meal, old Lu's eyes lit up as he held a few pieces of silver in his hand and laughed. Grandpa, this is so embarrassing. Lu Xiaoyu's face turned red, and she slapped the table. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and said, I didn't steal, and I didn't extort yen. Qixia. This is the normal nightly rate I charge all guests. I have a clear conscience. Therefore, what's there to be embarrassed about? Don't you agree? Yan Qixia? It's absolutely worth it. Jiang Ming quickly laughed. Old Lu was quite interesting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, Jiang Ming got up early and habitually practiced his fist techniques in the courtyard. Although he did not use his blood qi, as a foundation establishment realm martial artist, he had studied hundreds of martial arts techniques. Each move was polished and highly precise. Lu Qingfeng walked out of the house and was about to push the wooden cart out of the stall. When he saw Jiang Ming practicing, he was suddenly stunned and stopped what he was doing. He looked at the scene with a complicated expression. In the small brick courtyard, Lu Qingfeng looked at Jiang Ming who was practicing his fist techniques. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he still had to open his stall. After a while, Jiang Ming finished a set of fist techniques, stood up, and asked with a smile, Old Lu, what do you think of my fist technique? Lu Qingfeng came back to his senses, his eyes full of amazement. Although your fist technique is ordinary, you have the most amazing aura I have ever seen for someone your age. You match up quite well in comparison to the old martial artists in the city who have been immersed in martial arts for decades. Are you a martial artist? Lu Qingfeng asked. He did not believe that a person who could perform such a set of fist techniques could be an ordinary person. I can be considered a martial artist. Jiang Ming nodded with a smile and then sighed. But now I'm a little vexed, I can't see the way forward. Jiang Ming was telling the truth. After all, after he reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts, he found that the road ahead was almost cut off, and it was difficult to continue. If not for that, he would not have made up his mind to stay in Clearwater City. Lu Qingfeng nodded as if he had experienced it before. It's normal for young people to be troubled. You must persevere. you will definitely achieve greatness. Back then, I couldn't continue. In the end, I could only set up a stall on the street. Lu Qingfeng stretched his arms and shrugged. He sounded like he was joking. However, Jiang Ming could see that in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a trace of loneliness and complexity. However, he just did not want to show it. Stop bragging, Grandpa. You didn't even sense your blood qi back then. Lu Xiaoyu walked out of the house and exposed her grandfather without mercy. Then why haven't you sensed your blood qi? Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened as he was exposed. Humph. I'm just working on my strength, Lu Xiaoyu said without missing a beat. Before Lu Qingfeng could spank her with his wooden spoon, she had already jumped out of the yard with a scream. Lu Qingfeng looked at Jiang Ming and hesitated for a moment. He seemed to want to say something. However, in the end, he held back and silently pushed the wooden cart out to set up a stall. Jiang Ming did not take it seriously. After closing his eyes to rest and ponder for a moment, he continued to practice another set of fist techniques. It seemed to be an ordinary set of fist techniques. However, it was all integrated with his conception of martial arts. He was trying to integrate what he had learned in the past 200 years and lay a solid foundation for his martial arts. In the foundation establishment realm, the most important thing was to build a solid foundation. It was the cornerstone of any path, regardless of whether it was immortal cultivation or martial arts. The stronger the foundation, the further one could go on this path in the future. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu sneaked back, stole the iron sword from the room, and ran out. Jiang Ming just pretended not to see her and did his own thing. As the days passed, Jiang Ming's life in this small mortal city gradually stabilized. He also understood why the grandfather and granddaughter were busy every day. In Clearwater City, the only way to stand out was to become a martial artist. The martial arts techniques here did not seem rare. After hundreds and thousands of years of inheritance, many families had their own martial arts techniques. Although most of them were not high-level techniques, it was enough for most people to cultivate to the third class. However, practicing martial arts was not an easy task. It required a large amount of meat to supplement nutrition. In this remote and barren small city, it was difficult for the poor to have enough resources to support the use of martial arts. Only a few forces like the Black Horse Gang could train martial artists at any cost. Old Lu woke up early and slept late every day. He wanted to save some money to buy demonic beast meat from the Black Horse Gang so that his granddaughter could successfully sense her blood qi. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyu did not want her grandfather to work so hard. Every day, after work, she would practice her sword techniques in the forest outside the city, trying to sense her blood qi with pure grit. However, old Lu was afraid that Lu Xiaoyu would get injured if she practiced like this. Therefore, he had been against it. Lu Xiaoyu could not refuse him. Thus, she could only practice in secret outside the city. Jiang Ming would also give Lu Xiaoyu a little guidance from time to time. He even taught her the tiger subduing fist. When he was in the mortal world, the first proper martial arts technique he practiced was the tiger subduing fist. However, it was only an incomplete technique. If the user practiced it too much, it would hurt their body. After Jiang Ming upgraded the technique, it no longer injured the user's body. It Also had a great auxiliary effect on improving and sensing blood qi. *****. Yan qi xia, the tiger subduing fist you taught me is really powerful. After practicing it, I seem to be getting stronger by the day. Lu Xiaoyu ran home and announced in happiness. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. I'm a martial artist at the Foundation Establishment realm. It should be easy for me to improve a newbie level technique. However, she shouldn't be that powerful. She has only trained for a few days and she's already getting much stronger. How many times do you practice the technique a day? Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and asked. I'm always busy with work. Therefore, I don't have much time to practice. I only practice the technique 5 or 6 times a day. Lu Xiaoyu was confused. However, on my free days, I practice the technique about 10 to 20 times. Do you eat any demonic beast meat or any other nourishing food? Of course not. It's good enough to have a few bites of the dry biscuits at home. Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. Jiang Ming was shocked. By his estimation, this new version of the tiger subduing fist should exhaust a person after 3 rounds of practice. He looked at Lu Xiaoyu in shock. Jiang Ming could not understand. He pressed Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder and circulated his spiritual energy in her body. However, he did not see anything unusual. Moreover, this girl's body was indeed much stronger than before she practiced the tiger subduing fist. Her aptitude for cultivation is average. However, does she have some genius level aptitude for martial arts? Alas, I don't have a method to detect one's martial arts aptitude. Jiang Ming was very curious about Lu Xiaoyu's situation. Alas, there was nothing he could do now. However, with Lu Xiaoyu's condition, there had to be something different about her body. With such a strange physique, if she continued on the path of martial arts, she would be a powerhouse in the future. This is acceptable. Jiang Ming pretended to be calm and patted her shoulder. However, you're still far from perfect. Keep practicing. Maybe one day you'll be able to sense your blood qi. All right. Lu Xiaoyu was full of fighting spirit. She waved the iron sword in the yard for a while before hiding it in the corner of the house. *****. More than 2 months later, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly sensed her blood qi. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's confession, Lu Qingfeng's mind was also in a daze. How had she sensed her blood qi after just practicing a new technique for a mere few months? The sun had started to set, casting a golden glow on the brick wall. There was an old wooden table in the courtyard where Jiang Ming and Lu Qingfeng sat across from each other. Lu Qingfeng had bought some demonic beast meat that he was usually reluctant to eat, as well as some wine. He was beaming with joy. Jiang Ming picked up a piece of demonic beast meat and put it into his mouth. It was only the lowest quality demonic meat. However, for the mortals here, it was a luxury. It seemed that old Lu was really excited today. This meal had probably cost him a month's worth of silver. Lu Qingfeng gulped down a mouthful of wine and coughed until his face turned red. However, he did not care. He prepared to fill his glass again and made a toast to Jiang Ming. Yan Qixia, you're too kind to us. Lu Qingfeng had been working hard day and night to save money so that his granddaughter would have a chance to become a martial artist. Today, Lu Xiaoyu had finally taken the first step to becoming a martial artist. Therefore, how could he not be excited? Jiang Ming quickly reached out and covered old Lu's glass. The old man had already had too much to drink. What I taught her was just an ordinary fist technique. No one else has mastered it except Xiaoyu, which means she has a lot of potential. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed. After Lu Xiaoyu's practice of the tiger subduing fist was effective, he had been thinking about looking further into it. He wanted to find out whether Lu Xiaoyu was the only one who could practice the tiger subduing fist without any worries, or if the people here were different. When Lu Xiaoyu went out of the city to practice, she often went with some friends. After knowing Lu Xiaoyu had found success by practicing the tiger subduing fist, with Jiang Ming's permission, her friends also tried to practice the tiger subduing fist. However, none of them continue after practicing 3 or 4 times a day. Therefore, Jiang Ming was even more certain that Lu Xiaoyu had a special physique that no one else had. Is she a martial arts genius? Jiang Ming thought. He had also seen Lu Xiaoyu's original martial arts technique. It was just a regular technique. Anyone could practice it. However, no one could tailor it to their needs. This might be the reason why Lu Xiaoyu could not sense her blood qi even after practicing for so long. As for Jiang Ming's improved version of the tiger subduing fist, although it did not harm the user anymore, it was still a fierce technique. Ordinary people could not be like Lu Xiaoyu, who could practice it tirelessly. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lu Xiaoyu did not have any demonic beast meat to supplement her body. If Lu Xiaoyu was given enough resources, would she be able to go further on the path of martial arts? Maybe this girl will be able to reach the foundation establishment realm of martial arts one day. Or maybe, she'll go even further, Jiang Ming murmured. He knew his own situation. Although he had reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts, he basically relied on practicing forbidden techniques and using cheats in order to get to where he was. It took him more than 200 years to reach this level. In comparison to those genius martial artists in the mortal world, he was simply untalented. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, obviously had the potential to be a martial arts genius. Although I am not weak, I relied on cheating to get here. It is really difficult and slow. There are few Dao masters in this world. If I train a martial arts genius here, wouldn't I benefit greatly as well? While he was lost in his thoughts, Lu Qingfeng suddenly stood up and left. A moment later, he came back with an ancient wooden box in his hand. He put it on the table. Old Lu, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Yan Qi Xia, this is a martial arts technique passed down from our ancestors. In fact, when I first saw you cultivating the fist technique, I wanted to give it to you. However, this technique has deceived many people. Therefore, I was a little hesitant to give it to you. Lu Qingfeng forced a smile and continued, however, I really don't have anything to repay you for your kindness. I'll give you this technique. Just use it as a reference on the path of martial arts. Don't practice it without caution. Deceived many people? What do you mean? Jiang Ming asked with great interest. Lu Qingfeng hesitated for a moment and did not know what to say. Lu Xiaoyu, who was busy eating, quickly raised her hand and said, I'll tell you. She gulped down a mouthful of wine, cleared her throat, and then said, back then, my grandfather's grandfather was a second-class martial artist. Lu Xiaoyu pointed at Lu Qingfeng as she said, his grandfather was practicing the Martial arts technique in this wooden box. At that time, the Liu family was quite famous in Clearwater City. They opened a small martial arts school in this courtyard and attracted a few students. The students who practiced this technique advanced quickly in the beginning. However, after they became unranked martial artists, their cultivation completely stagnated, and they were unable to make any progress. Not a single one of them has entered the third class. Over time, those students all felt that his grandfather was a fraud. Moreover, when they kept training hellishly without a proper technique, they crippled their bodies. After that day, everyone demanded refunds from his grandfather. The martial arts school has also been completely destroyed. Jiang Ming's gaze was strange. This martial arts technique was indeed a bit outrageous. Lu Qingfeng's face was gloomy. After that, my grandfather failed to live up to expectations. He practiced for more than 10 years. However, he couldn't even become a martial artist. He could only set up a stall to sell food. Lu Xiaoyu sighed and then patted her chest. It seems that the hope of the Liu family's revival rests on my shoulders. Lu Qingfeng could not help but raise his arm to smack her. However, he suppressed the impulse to do so. He continued to explain to Jiang Ming, "It's because of the strange nature of this martial arts technique that I don't dare to teach it to Xiaoyu. However, it is a martial arts technique that can help first-class martial artists. If you encounter any bottlenecks, you can refer to this technique. Maybe you will have some insights. Just don't practice it. Just in case something happens." Lu Qingfeng warned him again. His eyes were conflicted. He seemed a little embarrassed to give this to Jiang Ming as a gift. Jiang Ming nodded and suddenly thought of something. He asked, curiously, "Then, did your grandfather become a second-class martial artist by cultivating this technique?" "Yes, and it's extremely fast." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "However, after he became a second-class martial artist, his cultivation stopped completely. He can't make any more progress for the rest of his life." "I've heard that. There were many situations like this that happened to the people who cultivated this technique in the previous generations of the Liu family. Some of them advanced by leaps and bounds and became first-class martial artists. Some of them were like the students of the Liu family. Not long after they became martial artists, their meridians ruptured, and they could no longer practice martial arts." Jiang Ming looked at the wooden box on the table and could not help but feel fascinated. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Late at night, Jiang Ming sat in his room and read a copy of the martial arts technique. After all, Jiang Ming naturally could not take the original text out of the box. "So, this is the martial tribulation scripture." Jiang Ming browsed through the technique. At first, it looked normal. However, the more he read, the more shocked he became. The person who created this technique must have reached a realm far above the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. Jiang Ming came to this conclusion after reading it once. At the same time, he understood why this martial arts technique started to damage people's cultivation. This isn't a single technique. It's two different techniques that have been combined together by someone. The first technique that helps the user become an unranked martial artist is only a decent martial arts technique. However, after that, it becomes AF * King Forbidden technique. Jiang Ming was extremely shocked. According to the concept of this martial arts method, every breakthrough on the path of martial arts was like a tribulation teetering between life and death. It was a transformation of the entire body. Only by surviving the tribulation could one enter a higher realm. The first tribulation the user faces is to break through from being an unranked martial artist to a third-class martial artist. That's where most of the users of this technique die. Regular people would not be able to understand this. They would only assume this martial arts technique was killing them. However, in Jiang Ming's eyes, the internal training breathing technique and the external training fist technique were akin to forbidden techniques that endangered one's life. This martial arts technique kills those who don't succeed. If he could find a way to pass the tribulation, his martial arts cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, if he could not find a way to pass, his meridians would be broken, and his body would be destroyed. All the people who practiced this technique before were all muddle-headed. That was why hardly anyone succeeded. According to Lu Qingfeng, there were only a few people from the Lu family who could break through and become second-class martial artists. Even rarer were the ones who became first-class martial artists. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. In addition to Lu Xiaoyu's situation, is there something special about the Lu family's bloodline? However, before he figured out what was going on, Jiang Ming did not dare let Lu Xiaoyu try to practice this technique. What if she really crippled herself? Not everyone was immortal like him. However, I can try to practice it. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. He had already reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts, and it would be impossible to improve his cultivation by practicing this technique. However, he could still test the effects of this technique with his own body. The martial tribulation scripture is obviously incomplete. There should be a follow-up martial arts technique. Although this martial arts technique is brutal, its innovativeness is astounding. If I can find the follow-up martial arts technique, I might be able to find something that can help me break through to the next realm. Martial arts are very popular in Clearwater City. And I've discovered a forbidden technique here. Was there really a martial saint here in the past? Jiang Ming could not help but think of the legends that Lu Qingfeng told him about when he first came here. At that time, he did not care. However, things were different now. No matter what, let's study the martial tribulation scripture first. If I have time, I can also explore the martial arts techniques of the other families in Clearwater City. *****. The next morning, Jiang Ming left Clearwater City and went to a forest outside the city to start practicing the martial tribulation scripture. Of course, he ignored the technique used by students to break through to become unranked martial artists. This technique was probably created by an ancestor of the Lu family in order to allow his descendants to smoothly transition from ordinary people to martial artists. However, the martial tribulation scripture was only for people who were already martial artists. Jiang Ming remembered some ancient books he had read. It was said that thousands of years ago, martial arts were quite popular in this world. In some major martial arts sects, there was no need to practice a technique in order to become an unranked martial artist. Instead, one only needed to temper the physical body in the simplest way to forcibly become an unranked martial artist. Perhaps the martial tribulation scripture is also a martial arts technique. From one of the great martial arts sects, Jiang Ming muttered. If it was not so, in this era where martial arts were unpopular, who would create such a martial arts technique? Who could master it? It seems that martial arts were quite popular in the past. I don't know why. It suddenly declined. Jiang Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He began to practice according to the breathing and fist techniques recorded in the martial arts technique. With his current strength, he only had to practice it once or twice to completely grasp its essence and feel the domineering aspect of this martial arts technique. The meridians in his body buzzed. It was as if they were under some great pressure. Soon, every single bone, meridian, and vein in his body began to break. Due to his immortality, they quickly healed. However, they seemed to have healed stronger than ever. The flaws and deficiencies that I had in the past are being fixed. Jiang Ming was happy. Even though he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm and had now cultivated even further, the flaws in the foundation of his physical body were still present. He had never thought that the martial tribulation scripture would be able to gradually patch up those flaws. The martial tribulation scripture is exquisite. Looks like it's really useful. Jiang Ming was a little surprised and could not help but think, this is a martial arts technique that can only be cultivated to the level of a first-class martial artist. What if it's even stronger? What if it can be cultivated after the foundation establishment realm of martial arts? He also thought about how the Liu family's ancestors were able to cultivate this technique without being immortal. How did they do it? It seems that the Liu family is really unusual. In the days that followed, Jiang Ming practiced the martial tribulation scripture to smoothen all the older flaws in his foundation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time passed by slowly. Spring went and autumn came. Another year had passed. Jiang Ming was considered a regular resident of Clearwater City now. He was familiar with the neighbors, and he even joined the Black Horse Gang temporarily and went hunting a few times with them. He was paid for his efforts and was given some demonic beast meat, which gave Lu Xiaoyu some nutrition for her to practice martial arts. In the past year, Jiang Ming had also sneaked into other families and sects and read a lot of martial arts techniques. However, they were all ordinary techniques. He did not find any strange forbidden techniques like the martial tribulation scripture. That morning, Jiang Ming came back from outside the city with a wild deer. He walked into the Liu family's courtyard. What? Jiang Ming was stunned. It's already morning. Why isn't old Liu out yet? Seeing Jiang Ming, Lu Qingfeng ran over with an anxious face. Yan Qixia, Xiaoyu didn't come back last night. Did Xiaoyu not come back last night? What's going on? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. Although Lu Xiaoyu was rebellious and mischievous, she had never stayed out all night. Lu Qingfeng quickly said, as you know, now that Xiaoyu has sensed her blood, she often goes near the mountains outside the city with her friends to practice martial arts. The mountain forest she goes to is on the periphery of the mountain range. There are only ordinary beasts there. They can't hurt people like her who could sense their blood qi. That's why I let her go. Xiaoyu also knows her limits. She never goes deep into the forest and comes home on time every night. However, she didn't come back last night. Lu Qingfeng looked worried. And the others haven't come back either. Did they get lost in the mountains? I don't think so. Jiang Ming did not want to think negatively. Lu Xiaoyu is young. However, she is more familiar with that forest than you, old Lu. She's very unlikely to get lost there. Leave this matter to me. Old Lu, you don't need to worry about it anymore, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Although he did not know where Lu Xiaoyu was, Jiang Ming had a hunch that she was in trouble. Keep in touch with the family members of her friends. If there's any news, crush this jade talisman. Jiang Ming handed Lu Qingfeng a white jade talisman. It was a type of communication talisman. Although it could not transmit accurate information, it could be used by mortals. As long as it was crushed, Jiang Ming would be able to sense it. Yan Qixia, who are you? Lu Qingfeng looked at the shimmering jade talisman and stammered. Jiang Ming was definitely more powerful than he let on. I will definitely bring Xiaoyu back. Jiang Ming patted old Lu's shoulder and quickly turned to leave. The Black Horse Gang was one of the leading forces in Clearwater City. There was a first-class martial artist in the sect, and he was one of the strongest in the city. However, today, in the deepest part of the Black Horse Gang's base camp, the famous leader of the Black Horse Gang was standing respectfully in front of someone. You said that you met some strangers in the mountains these days? Jiang Ming was sitting on a bamboo chair and eating an orange. When he heard the other party's reply, he stopped and looked up at the Black Horse Gang's leader. Although Jiang Ming did not deliberately reveal his strength in Clearwater City for more than a year, he had encountered hunters from the Black Horse Gang several times in the mountains outside the city. Once, he saved the life of the Black Horse Gang's leader by killing a mid-stage Qi refinement realm demonic beast. He also let the Black Horse Gang's leader know that he was an immortal cultivator. After that, the Black Horse Gang had been trying to curry favor with Jiang Ming. They had helped Jiang Ming collect a lot of martial arts techniques in Clearwater City, which saved Jiang Ming a lot of effort. However, they did not find very many. The Black Horse Gang's leader quickly explained, Clearwater City is extremely remote, and there are very few outsiders hunting in the nearby mountains. Half a month ago, one of our hunting teams encountered a group of strangers. They took 3 of our members to guide them through the mountains and have yet to return. Your hunting team should also be made up of martial artists, right? Are the people who took them very strong? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. According to my subordinate speculations, they should be immortal cultivators, the Black Horse Gang's leader said in a low voice, his expression slightly uneasy. Although he was a big shot in Clearwater City, he was essentially an ant in front of immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators? Jiang Ming was also surprised. He had encountered immortal cultivators passing by here. However, the spiritual energy here was thin, and no immortal cultivators had ever stopped here for long. The nearby mountains were the same. The spiritual energy was absurdly thin there as well. The mid-stage Qi refinement realm demonic beast that Jiang Ming killed was one of the strongest demonic beasts in the area. What was going on with the group of immortal cultivators that had appeared out of nowhere? Call your men over. I want to know the details of the matter, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After 2 hours, a ray of green light rose from Clearwater City and flew out of the mountain. There are 6 or 7 immortal cultivators. However, they don't seem to be very strong. On the Spirit Sword shuttle, Jiang Ming recalled the information he had just received. According to the hunters of the Black Horse Gang who had not been caught, the place where they met the immortal cultivators was not far from the place where Lu Xiaoyu often went. When they encountered them, the Black Horse Gang's martial artists also tried to resist. However, the other party had used talismans, magical tools, and other underhanded means to defeat their hunting team. The captain of that hunting team is only a second-class martial artist. If he were to encounter an immortal cultivator in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm, he would not stand a chance. However, since they've used magical tools and talismans, it means that they won't be much stronger than the hunting team. Most of them should be early-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators. Jiang Ming guessed that the Black Horse Gang's hunting team had just been frightened by the sight of the talismans and the magical tools. Otherwise, they might have been able to kill a few of them if they had fought head-on. A streak of light shot out and Jiang Ming soon arrived at a mountain forest. It should be here. He landed and searched for a moment before he found a valley that showed signs of damage. It was obvious a battle had taken place. Here. Jiang Ming walked slowly, carefully observing the damaged landscape around him, and gauged the strength of the person who attacked. Although he had an idea based on the Black Horse Gang's description, Jiang Ming still wanted to see it with his own eyes, before he could rest assured. This destructive power. This person should indeed be at the early stage of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming was slightly relieved. However, there was still a dark cloud in his heart. He did not know why there were immortal cultivators here. I don't know what the problem is. Let's find Lu Xiaoyu and leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Ming observed the traces left in the forest and began to search. These immortal cultivators were not even willing to use their spiritual energy to fly. Instead, they ventured into the forest on foot, leaving many traces. The footprints were extremely messy, and they were obviously not left by the professional hunters of the Black Horse Gang. ******. For hours later, Jiang Ming had already gone hundreds of miles deep into the forest. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the front, and a violent spiritual energy fluctuation spread out. What? Jiang Ming's eyes moved. Are the immortal cultivators fighting over there? It seems that something has really happened in this mountain forest. It has attracted more than one wave of immortal cultivators. Jiang Ming suddenly heard a few loud sounds approaching him. He raised his head and saw 3 figures in front of him with spiritual energy fluctuations surging all over their bodies. They were already running toward this place at full speed. They were all in the early stage of the Qi refinement realm. They were covered in blood and their faces were full of panic. They seemed to be running for their lives. At this time, the 3 people also noticed Jiang Ming. One of them shouted angrily, "Get lost!" He obviously thought Jiang Ming was a hunter entering the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a wave of spiritual energy blasted out. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. The road is so ***king wide. However, you still need to throw me out of the way? He did not hide his cultivation realm. He flicked his finger, and a sharp ray of spiritual energy shot out. Ah, the 3 of them shrieked in fear, their faces filled with horror. Why would a late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator suddenly appear here? However, the 3 of them had no chance to regret their actions. Their bodies exploded. Only a few magical tools and storage rings remained intact. Jiang Ming was expressionless. Good people don't try to kill random strangers passing by. This is your punishment. A figure swept over from the front and stopped in front of Jiang Ming in shock and suspicion, looking at the bloody haze. It was a slender, black-robed young man who was at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. In a remote place like this, he was essentially a god. Even the mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator has appeared. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for helping me kill these vicious people. The black-robed young man cupped his hands and bowed to Jiang Ming with a little fear. Jiang Ming was obviously a person he could not offend. What if they were good people, and it's you that's evil? Jiang Ming asked, with a faint smile. The black-robed young man was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Fellow cultivator, you must be joking. Those 3 people are from the Grey Blood sect. If you don't believe me, you can look through their storage rings. There should be something that can prove their identity. The Grey Blood sect? Jiang Ming waved his hand expressionlessly. Sure enough, he found a few magical tools engraved with the Grey Blood sect's symbol in their storage rings. He frowned slightly. The Grey Blood sect was also a force with an extremely bad reputation in the Litfire region. Although they only had foundation establishment realm cultivators in charge, he heard that they were backed by one of the 4 Golden Core realm forces. They had done many evil things in the Litfire region and killed many disciples of several other immortal cultivation sections. Their reputation was extremely bad. What happened here? Jiang Ming's heart sank slightly. He had thought that they were some individual cultivators. He did not expect to meet members of immortal cultivation sects. He glanced at the black-robed young man. It seemed that only he had the answers. Jiang Ming's face suddenly changed into a smile. It seems that you are indeed a righteous person. I'm also a pacifist. It seems like we're on the same side. The black-robed young man sniffed the blood in the air and forced a smile. A pacifist? Who was he trying to fool? However, the black-robed young man was trying to win Jiang Ming over. Thus, he did not say anything. Instead, he respectfully introduced himself to Jiang Ming. I'm from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. You're a disciple of the Green Feather Cultivation Academy? Jiang Ming was a little shocked. There were 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands in the Feather Kingdom. However, there was also an otherworldly faction that was quite powerful in the Feather Kingdom. This faction was the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. It was not weaker than the grotto heavens and blessed lands. It even had a longer heritage than some of the blessed lands. The Green Feather Cultivation Academy was similar to an academy. It had its own unique practices when it came to imparting knowledge. Many disciples from the blessed lands would be sent to the Green Feather Cultivation Academy to cultivate and gain experience. The disciples who had been selected to enter the Green Feather Cultivation Academy in the past would often have higher achievements on the path of immortal cultivation. As such, the Green Feather Cultivation Academy's status was very high, and no one dared disturb them. However, the Feather Kingdom was vast and boundless. There were more than a dozen regions as vast as the Litfire region. The Green Feather Cultivation Academy only took in a few hundred disciples every generation. Jiang Ming would never have thought that he would meet a disciple from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy in this godforsaken place. Of course, I'm not a disciple of Green Feather Cultivation Academy with my current strength. The black-robed young man waved his hand and said with a Bitter smile. I'm following a potential disciple from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy, and I'm here to participate in the trials of the Black Rock Ruins. The entrance exam to join the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. This time is taking place in the Black Rock Ruins. If you pass, you will be allowed to join the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. There are more than 1,000 Chi refinement realm experts taking part. Only around 100 people will be able to enter the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. Lord Li Chanya, who I'm following, is a genius disciple of the mysterious Star Grotto Heaven. If nothing goes wrong, he will enter the Green Feather Cultivation Academy. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. The mysterious Star Grotto Heaven was one of the 3 great grotto heavens. It was above the Cloud Dream sect and the other blessed lands. It was one of the true powerhouses of the Feather Kingdom. But the Black Rock Ruins are thousands of miles away. What are you guys doing here? He asked, puzzled. The Black Rock Ruins are only a remnant of an ancient ruin. However, its original range was not limited to this area. The black-robed young man wanted to be on good terms with Jiang Ming. Therefore, he did not mind explaining. There seemed to be some extraordinary things in this mountain range. After being excavated, they have attracted the attention of some geniuses who have come here to train. The things here are said to have a great connection with the opportunities in the Black Rock Ruins. If you're interested, you can explore with us. A moment later, Jiang Ming finished listening to the black-robed young man's explanation and finally understood some of the reasons for the appearance of immortal cultivators here. It seemed that something that had been found in the Black Rock Ruins back then had recorded some information related to a few secret areas outside the Black Rock Ruins. One such area was in the depths of this mountain range. However, the difficulty of this secret area is relatively low. The major forces have agreed that only Chi Refinement Realm disciples are allowed to come here to gain experience. If anyone violates the rules, they will be severely punished by all parties. Li Su, the black-robed young man, continued to explain. Moreover, this was very sudden news to us. There are still a few years left before the Black Rock Ruins opens. Many Chi Refinement Realm geniuses did not make it to the lit fire region in time. There shouldn't be too many people from the outer regions this time. We lack manpower this time as well. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. No wonder immortal cultivators would suddenly appear in this place with thin spiritual energy. Then, he started to worry about Lu Xiaoyu. He did not know who had captured her or if something had happened to her. It's not a good idea to run around in a panic. Let's go with the flow. Maybe we can find Lu Xiaoyu when we get to that secret place. During his conversation with Li Su, he also asked if he had seen any mortal women on the mountain. However, he had only heard that some small factions would get mortals to scout the way. The trial team from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy was not like that and would not do such a thing. Jiang Ming could see that Li Su had the intention to win him over. Thus, he nodded and said, "In that case, I'll need your help. However, let's make it clear that the treasures belong to whoever finds them first. I don't wish for there to be any conflict between the two of us." In fact, Jiang Ming did not care at all. However, he still had to act like an immortal cultivator on an adventure. Sure enough, when Li Su heard Jiang Ming's words, he was secretly relieved. He was a normal immortal cultivator. The two of them rushed into the depths of the mountain forest. Jiang Ming also discussed some other topics with Li Su. After all, he came from a big force, and his understanding of the world of immortal cultivation was not comparable to that of an individual cultivator like him. What exactly are the origins of the Black Rock ruins? Jiang Ming asked. Why are forces like the Three Grotto Heavens and the Green Feather Cultivation Academy participating in its trial? Li Su smiled. This was indeed a secret that not many people knew about back then. However, it is no longer a secret. The Black Rock Ruins was originally a trial ground for disciples set up by a blessed land 10,000 years ago. However, that blessed land seemed to be pursuing some shocking goal, and in the end, the entire sect was destroyed, and the blessed land disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until the last opening of the Black Rock Ruins when the almighty voice was heard, did people discover that it was connected to that blessed land. And according to rumors, the Black Rock Ruins might be a legacy that the blessed land left behind on purpose to pass on some information to future generations. Jiang Ming was shocked. How was a blessed land annihilated like that? What were they after? Jiang Ming could not help but ask. I really don't know. Li Su shook his head. Perhaps Lord Li Chanya knows some secrets. However, he has never told us. From the little I know, in order to achieve that goal, the blessed land seemed to have explored many different paths. The Black Rock Ruins are related to one of the paths of exploration. And it's all related to martial arts. Martial arts? Jiang Ming was stunned. He thought of Clearwater City, where martial arts were popular, and also the mortal world at the border of the lit fire region. According to ancient records, 10,000 years ago, martial arts were extremely popular in the world of immortal cultivation. Top martial artists could compete with the mighty immortal cultivators. It was an era of brilliance, producing all kinds of monstrous geniuses. However, after that, it was as if it had reached its peak and then declined. Only the path of immortal cultivation remains here. Li Su sighed. Even those ancient records don't have much information about what happened. It's as if it's a taboo topic. The only thing we can be sure of is that the turning point of prosperity and decline seems to coincide with the destruction of the blessed land related to the Black Rock Ruins. Jiang Ming's mood fluctuated as he listened. He did not expect that there would be such a secret in the immortal cultivation world. He also felt a little emotional. Li Su was only a follower of a genius. However, he knew so many secrets. He was much better than him, a poor individual cultivator of Shaoqian Mountain. However, it did not matter. He was immortal and had all the time in the world to gather wisdom. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sky was getting dark, and the two of them entered a valley in the depths of the mountain forest. Where is he? Li Su looked at the extinguished bonfire, somewhat dumbfounded. Jiang Ming was also speechless. Are you King playing with me? Suddenly, a faint light appeared before him and flew toward Li Su. What? Li Su caught the faint light. It was a communication talisman. After reading the message, Li Su's expression changed. Someone has already reached the mountain range and entered an underground cave. Lord Li Chanya has already led his men in. We can't let the people in front take all the treasure. And this secret area doesn't seem to be a low-level secret area. It is more important than anyone could have imagined. It's suspected to be a martial saint's cave for seclusion. Toward the end, Li Su's tone changed, and his face was filled with shock. A martial saint? Jiang Ming's breathing also quickened. A few genius disciples from a couple of grotto heavens and blessed lands have also arrived. Li Su's face was solemn as he looked at Jiang Ming. Mr. Yan, I invited you to explore this place earlier. However, I didn't know it was so dangerous. Geniuses from all over the world have gathered here, and there might be a bloody battle. If you don't want to participate in such bloodshed, please leave as soon as possible. What about you? Jiang Ming laughed and looked at the 5th level Qi Refinement Realm cultivator. It would be more dangerous for him to participate in such a battle. I'm Lord Li's follower. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I will die with him. Li Su's expression was calm as he spoke. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and was somewhat impressed by this person. He then laughed and said he would come along anyway. Li Su nodded. At this time, his mood was a bit heavy. He no longer said anything and flew forward. The two of them increased their speed. Soon, they saw a barren mountain with strange rocks in front of them. The barren mountain was pitch black, and the nearby spiritual energy fluctuations were also extremely chaotic, making people feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the middle of the barren mountain was already a huge hole that had been blown into a mess. Many passages could vaguely be seen in the middle of the mountain. There were sounds of shouting and clashing metal. It seemed that people had already arrived and were fighting. At the same time, Jiang Ming also saw a stream of light rushing into the cave from the outside. Obviously, more people had joined the fight. There's still a formation seal underground, quickly break it. Give me this beast skin scroll. Otherwise, I'll kill you. It seems like there are still some things left. Li Su's eyes were filled with excitement, and he was already impatient. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. He turned his wrist, and the scarlet separation sword turned into a stream of light, circling around his body like a red snake, ready to attack at any time. Let's go. Li Su was the first to rush into the cave, and he took out a magical tool to protect himself. Boom. There was a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy in front of him. A group of cultivators had rushed into the cave before them and were hit with the force. More than half of them exploded immediately. You're only at the early stage of the Qi refinement realm. How dare you make trouble? Get lost, a brawny man holding a long saber sneered. Every time he swung his saber, someone would die. Li Su's expression changed slightly. He recognized this person. He was a 9th level Qi refinement realm expert. However, before Li Su could say anything, the brawny man holding the saber looked at him coldly. Without saying a word, he shot an attack toward Jiang Ming. To him, Li Su was no different from an ant. The aftermath of his attack could kill him. Only Jiang Ming, who emitted the fluctuations of a 9th level Qi refinement realm cultivator, interested him. Be careful. Li Su's expression changed drastically. This was a 9th level Qi refinement realm genius from one of the 3 grotto heavens, and he could crush almost everyone at the same cultivation level as him, not to mention an individual cultivator like Yan Qixia. However, in the next moment, a scene that left Li Su dumbfounded unfolded. The scarlet separation sword burst out with a bright red spiritual light, and its spiritual energy soared into the sky. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations made all the cultivators who were fighting nearby stop and look over. When the red spiritual light faded, the battle was completely over. The ninth level Qi refinement realm genius from one of the grotto heavens had been cut in half at the waist. His eyes were wide open as he died, as if he could not believe what had happened. Everyone around looked at this scene in horror. The people who wanted to attack Jiang Ming and the other man just now were even more frightened and turned to run. Mr. Yan. Li Su was also stammering. He could not believe that the person he had casually roped in to explore the area with him had such ridiculous strength. Wasn't he an individual cultivator? How could there be such a terrifying individual cultivator out there? Moreover, he had casually killed a genius from one of the grotto heavens. Jiang Ming was expressionless as he quickly recovered his damaged spiritual core. He could not be bothered about the background of the man he just killed. If someone wanted to find trouble with him, he would take care of them too. In order to kill him with one strike, Jiang Ming used a wisp of mystic fire to activate the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell, making him explode with power. Jiang Ming stretched out his hand and took away the strong man's saber and storage ring without any hesitation. Many people around were envious, but no one dared step forward to snatch the things from him. Suddenly, the cave shook as if it was overwhelmed by the fighting of many immortal cultivators. The mountain rocks fell down, and many mountain walls and passages collapsed, burying many cultivators. Ah! Li Su suddenly screamed and fell into a collapsed tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he was buried under a pile of collapsed mountain rocks. Jiang Ming was also caught off guard. He could only pray for Li Su's survival. It was just some mountain rocks, it should not be able to crush a mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator to death. I wonder if Lu Xiaoyu is in the depths of the cave. Looking at the dense and chaotic passage, Jiang Ming had a headache. Just as Jiang Ming was about to randomly pick a passage and rush in, there was a sudden buzz in his mind, as if he had heard something. At the same time, the blood qi in some parts of Jiang Ming's body seemed to be stimulated and trembled slightly. He stopped in his tracks and looked at a specific passage. The faint sound seemed to come from the passage. If it was not for his heightened perception, he would not have noticed it. What made Jiang Ming even more surprised was that the place where his blood qi trembled seemed to be somewhat familiar. A moment later, the faint sound came again, and the blood in Jiang Ming's body trembled again. Is this the blood qi circulation route of the martial tribulation? Scripture? Jiang Ming was shocked. Was the martial tribulation scripture passed down by the Lu family actually related to this place? Could the Lu family be descendants of a martial saint? Jiang Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. He only hesitated for a moment before he rushed toward the passage where the sound came from. He quickly moved forward in the passage and felt that he was getting closer and closer to the underground. The faint sound seemed to be gradually becoming clearer, but Jiang Ming could only hear 4 disjointed words. Jiang Ming's heart trembled slightly. Those 4 words referred to the 4 tribulations. Why did they appear here? Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes opened up and he rushed into an underground cave. There were many people in front of him. Obviously, they had come before him. It was not peaceful in the cave either. More than a dozen figures were divided into 3 sides. Spiritual energy surged, and the atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. However, Jiang Ming's attention was not on the people at all, but on the scene at the center of the cave. He stared at the center of the cave, where there was a pool filled with purple liquid. In the middle of the pool, there was an ancient stone platform on which there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a long-haired man. His hair was as dark as ink. His face was gentle and calm, and his eyes were slightly closed as if he was deeply asleep. Although there was no life in his body, he looked alive. His face was ready, as if he would wake up at any time. The space 3 feet around him seemed to be slightly distorted, as if there was some invisible force field. In front of the black-haired man, there was a long, white jade box on the stone platform. It had already been opened, and its contents were gone. Behind the purple pool, there was a passage filled with grayish-white fog. No one knew where it led to. This person must have been an extremely powerful martial artist when he was alive. Jiang Ming stared at the black-haired man and was shocked. Although the black-haired man had lost his vitality, Jiang Ming could feel the blood chi from his body. It was like a calm ocean. Even after many years, his blood chi still did not dissipate. It was as if he would come back to life at any time. Is he one of those martial saints? Jiang Ming immediately shook his head. What an absurd thought. The twisted force field around the corpse was probably caused by the residual martial arts conception after death that was out of control and spilled out. However, if he was really a martial saint, the scope of his martial arts conception after his death would probably be far more than this. If he was a martial saint, none of these weaklings from the chi refinement realm would even be able to come near him. However, even if he wasn't a martial saint, this person must have been a terrifying powerhouse when he was alive. After so many years, his body didn't rot at all. At the very least, he would have far surpassed a golden core realm cultivator when he was alive. Perhaps he might even be comparable to those rumored almighty immortal cultivators. It seems that the end of the road of martial arts is indeed very far. Jiang Ming was a little excited. The 3 groups of people in the cave also noticed him. How did you get in? What about He Hong? Why didn't he stop you? The leader of the group with the most people, a gentle-looking young man in a dark green robe, frowned and snapped at him. He Hong? Jiang Ming thought for a while and looked at his clothes. They looked familiar. He suddenly remembered the brawny man he killed early. His clothes were similar to this young man's. During the battle, he seemed to have been blocking the entrance of this passage. It seemed that he was on guard. No wonder he was so weak. Jiang Ming smiled gently and said casually, "Are you talking about that big idiot who used a long saber and acted all snobby? He wanted to kill me. However, I killed him with one strike." Is he your comrade? He was weak. To be honest, I really didn't want to kill him. However, he couldn't even block a single strike. How can you blame me? Since he had already come this far, there was no point in acting weak. Only by displaying his true strength could he make these people look at him as an equal. You killed He Hong. The young man was stunned for a moment before his expression turned extremely cold. Which sect are you a disciple of? I'd like to see when such a bold person appeared in the Feather Kingdom. The few people who stood with the young man also looked at Jiang Ming coldly. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. However, there was not much killing intent in the eyes of the others. They were just looking at the young man who had barged in with interest. All the major forces in the immortal cultivation world had an unspoken agreement. Casualties among geniuses of the same level were allowed. The Forces behind them would not send higher-level experts to seek revenge. However, there were rules. The disciples of the 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands had grudges against each other. However, almost no one from the other sects dared kill the disciples of the 9 superpowers in public. They were also curious about where this bold young man came from. Could he be from outside of the Feather Kingdom? Nope. I'm an individual cultivator, Yan Qi Xia. Jiang Ming glanced at the young man and said with a faint smile, if someone wants to kill me, I will kill him first. If you want revenge, I will kill you all. Think carefully. Now. The young man's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost blinding. However, he did not attack immediately. It was as if he was afraid of the other 2 parties. Although they seemed to have the upper hand, no one could guarantee what would happen if they really fought. It's boring. Jiang Ming was waiting for the young man to make a move. However, he did not expect him to be so dispirited. He suddenly felt bored. Then, he also sized up the 3 parties. This young man was already at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. There were also 8 or 9 people on his side. All of them looked extremely young. However, the weakest among them was at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. When they stood together, their spiritual energy surged like raging flames. They were the most powerful party among the 3 parties. Jiang Ming looked at the clothes the first group wore. There were 2 different designs. He could roughly guess who they were. They were disciples from the Tsangming Grotto Heaven, the spirit silkworm mountain. On the other side, there were only 5 or 6 people with a range of cultivation levels. There were 2 mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators among them, and they did not seem to be wearing uniforms of any kind. Are those disciples from the mysterious Star Grotto Heaven, the Azure Essence, Sword Valley, and the Cloud Dream sect? What a coincidence. However, their cultivation seems to be slightly inferior to the disciples of the Tsangming Grotto Heaven and the Spirit Silkworm Mountain. Jiang Ming shook his head. He thought of what Li Su had said before. This operation was extremely rushed, and more than half of the forces were not prepared. This group of people would probably suffer. The last party made Jiang Ming the most vigilant. It was a woman in a green dress. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. She was beautiful and gentle, and a tranquil smile hung on her face. Although she was alone, the people from the other 2 sides seemed to be extremely afraid of her. Is this a disciple of Chasing Moon Lake? When Jiang Ming saw the silver moon embroidered on the chest of the woman in the green dress, he was surprised. Chasing Moon Lake was also one of the 6 blessed lands. However, it was the most mysterious and special cultivation sect in the Feather Kingdom. It was said that there were only 3 to 5 disciples in each generation. However, they occupied a blessed land with extremely rich spiritual energy. There was once a force from one of the 6 blessed lands that wanted to expand their influence and attacked Chasing Moon Lake. No one knew the exact details. However, in just a few months, one of the 6 blessed lands had collapsed and completely disappeared. The experts in the sect had all died and fallen. Since then, no one had dared provoke Chasing Moon Lake. I heard that the disciples of Chasing Moon Lake rarely travel the world. However, they're also participating in this storm now? Just as Jiang Ming was thinking, the fog in the passage suddenly surged. A dark shadow flew out of the fog and shot into the cave. No, the young man shouted excitedly. Quickly take it. At the same time, the three sides acted almost at the same time. All kinds of magical tools and talismans burst out and enveloped the black shadow. The black shadow charged left and right in the cave, destroying more than 10 magical tools. However, its momentum did not decrease. Instead, it shot out. Blood-red aura in all directions, piercing through the mountain walls one after another. A disciple from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven could not dodge in time and was pierced through the chest by one of the attacks. He fell to the ground and died. The rest of the people did not stop. Instead, they attacked even more fiercely. They even started to attack each other. The cave became chaotic. The woman from Chasing Moon Lake looked gentle and calm. However, when she attacked, it made people's hearts palpitate. She made a hand gesture, and a huge blade swept out like a storm, slicing the two geniuses who had attacked her in half. It was not until this moment that Jiang Ming saw clearly that the item that these people were fighting for was a long black sword. The sword was long and narrow, and it seemed to be carved and polished from some kind of stone. Jiang Ming stared at the black sword and the blood-red aura that it swept out. His heart was extremely shocked. The blood-red aura was not spiritual energy. It was blood qi. However, Jiang Ming could not understand why a sword could release blood qi as an attack. The material of this sword is. Why does it look so familiar? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, and suddenly his heart trembled as he remembered something. The thunderclap technique. When he was in the mortal world, the thunderclap technique that he got was recorded on a black slate. No matter what kind of technique Jiang Ming used, he could not damage the slate at all. However, after Jiang Ming had memorized the thunderclap technique by heart, he had forgotten about the stone slab over the years. He did not expect that he would encounter something similar to it again. Jiang Ming confirmed his guess and then glanced at the center of the purple pool. The jade box in front of the black-haired man was open. He compared the length of the jade box with the black sword. It seemed that the sword would fit perfectly in the box. He did not know how it had been activated to become so violent. Jiang Ming was more and more convinced that there must be some connection between the Black Rock ruins and the mortal world. Jiang Ming was suddenly in a good mood. The most primitive emotion of human beings was curiosity. Jiang Ming suddenly wanted to figure out what was going on. There's finally something to do in this world. Jiang Ming stood aside and watched these people fight for the black sword. Since this sword is made of the same material as the stone slab that recorded the thunderclap technique, what would happen if I tried to use them together? Jiang Ming suddenly had an idea. However, he did not take action immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the heated fight between the other people and quietly went to the purple pool. It was obvious that this pool was the most precious place in this cave. No one had dared venture here yet. Since Jiang Ming was already here, it would be unreasonable if he did not take a look. As soon as he got close to the purple pool, Jiang Ming felt a burst of comfort all over his body. The purple liquid in the pool seemed to be some kind of treasure that contained extremely pure energy. Just by getting close to it, it penetrated into Jiang Ming's body in wisps, making his meridians bustle with activity. It seems to have a great effect on both types of cultivation. Feeling his body's hunger for the purple liquid, Jiang Ming was overjoyed. He flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. It looked tiny. However, it was a magical tool that could hold 1,000 liters of any liquid. Jiang Ming used all his strength to activate the jade bottle, and the purple liquid suddenly rose from the pool and went into the jade bottle. The young man from the Jiangming grotto heaven was fighting fiercely. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around the cave and finally found Jiang Ming. After seeing what he was doing, he immediately flew into a rage. Yan Qixia, you are courting death. Stop. How could Jiang Ming listen to him? He gave the young man a thumbs up and said, okay, cool. As he spoke, Jiang Ming took out another jade bottle. One in each hand, he began to collect the purple liquid like a madman. In an instant, almost half of the purple liquid in the pool was gone. The young man was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. However, he could not get away from the battle at all. Moreover, the black sword was even more important, and he could not afford to be distracted. This is 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood. Leave us some, a genius. From the mysterious star grotto heaven also cried out with a pained expression. Jiang Ming did not pay attention to them. Suddenly, he saw a burst of fog in the passage and 3 figures rushed out. It seems that these are their leaders. Jiang Ming looked at the 2 men and 1 woman. They were all at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples from the Jiangming grotto heaven, the mysterious star grotto heaven, and chasing moon lake. What about the sword? One of the men, a young man with a buzz cut, from the Jiangming grotto heaven shouted anxiously as soon as he rushed into the cave. Don't worry about the sword. Quickly stop that kid, the young man shouted. Quickly and pointed his finger at Jiang Ming. What? The young man with a buzz cut was puzzled. When he saw what Jiang Ming was doing, his face suddenly turned cold. You're courting death. He flicked his sleeve, and layers of dark blue waves swept out, turning into more than a dozen water snakes made out of spiritual energy. They shot in front of Jiang Ming like lightning, biting at his vital parts. I'm afraid these things are extremely poisonous. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to expose his trump card in front of these people just yet. He put away a jade bottle and used the scarlet separation sword with his free hand. At the same time, he used the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell. His cultivation immediately rose to the peak of the Qi refinement realm. The violent spiritual energy fluctuations burst out directly, shocking all the geniuses in the cave. The scarlet separation sword released beams of spiritual energy, instantly wiping out all the water snakes. Then, it continued to attack the young man with a buzz cut, without losing any momentum. Who are you? The young man with a buzz cut was furious as he used his magical tool to block the attack. The peak of the Qi refinement realm was definitely not a realm that an individual cultivator could reach. Even in the 3 grotto heavens, there were only a few geniuses who had reached this realm. Me? I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Jiang Ming grinned and continued to collect the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood like crazy. With only the scarlet separation sword, he was able to force the top geniuses of the Jiangming grotto heaven to retreat. What are you waiting for? Attack him together. The man with the buzz cut looked at the other 2 and shouted in exasperation, if you let him finish snatching the rock spirit blood, we won't get anything. The leader of the mysterious star grotto heaven was a handsome young man. He was holding a folding fan with a constellation map on it. He was dressed in white and looked regal. At this moment, the young man with the fan slapped the fan in his hand and seemed to have come to a realization. Fei Ming, you're right. The young man with a buzz cut, Fei Ming, immediately revealed a look of joy. Although they were opponents just now, when they encountered outsiders, disciples of large forces like them would often automatically unite. However, what the fan-wielding young man said next stunned Fei Ming. My dear friend, you won't be able to use up all this 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood by yourself. I'll leave you a message talisman later. After this battle is over, I'll buy some from you. Li Qianya, what the f***ck do you mean by that? Fei Ming's face was red with anger. I also want to buy some. The last woman who walked out of the fog raised her hand with a smile. The two of them spoke. However, they had no intention of attacking Jiang Ming. They were not stupid. This mysterious young man named Yan Qixia had obviously not used his full strength. If they were to become enemies with him at this time, they would be asking for trouble. Idiot. Li Qianya waved his fan and looked at Fei Ming with disdain. Coincidentally, the Scarlet Separation sword struck Fei Ming's defensive magical tool. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. 228 The arrival of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. 1. Fei Ming, the genius from the Jiang Grotto Heaven, had his arms split open by the attack even though he had a middle-grade magical tool. Blood spurted out and his entire body was smashed against the mountain. He struggled and fell to the ground, covered in blood. Although he was at the peak of the Qi refinement realm and had taken out a powerful magical tool, the gap between him and Jiang Ming was terrifying. It was not something that magical tools and talismans could make up for. At this moment, Fei Ming's hair was disheveled, his clothes were in tatters, and blood was everywhere. He stared at Jiang Ming angrily. He never thought that he, who should have been the one with the most advantage, would fall into such a situation at this time. However, no matter how angry Fei Ming was, he did not dare start a fight with Jiang Ming. He realized that this mysterious individual cultivator named Yan Qixia was definitely comparable to the top disciples of the Jiang Grotto Heaven. He could not fight against him. Damn him. I must kill him in the future. Fei Ming's face was expressionless. However, his heart was filled with murderous rage. He could not just let this matter go after making a fool of a genius from the Jiang Grotto Heaven. He then looked at the two other people who were watching the show and sneered. Li Qianya, Qiyu, I'll make you pay for this. Don't die too early in the Black Rock Ruins. Li Qianya smiled gently and ignored him. Li Qianya's team was already at a disadvantage in this expedition, and they were just thinking about how to turn the situation around when Fei Ming went up to them like a hothead. Li Qianya sneered. Was Fei Ming stupid? This individual cultivator was too strong for them to take on. Beside him, the woman from Chasing Moon Lake, Qiyu, also shook her head at Fei Ming. She did not say anything. However, the look in her eyes was as if she was looking at an idiot. This made Fei Ming's face turn even redder. At this time, the battle for the Black Sword was getting more and more intense. The Black Sword seemed to be gradually getting exhausted, and the range of its movement was getting smaller and smaller. It had been caught by people several times. However, it escaped again in the chaotic battle. This Black Sword rejects spiritual energy. Try to use your physical strength to capture it when you get close. Fei Ming turned his head and shouted, no longer paying attention to Jiang Ming. It was obvious that the three of them had identified some patterns in The process of chasing the black sword into the foggy passage and back. At this moment, Fei Ming was prepared to give up on the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood. Although it was extremely precious, the black sword was the real treasure. It was of great importance to those who wanted to navigate the Black Rock ruins. Fei Ming joined in the battle and cast a large net that flickered with silver light, which enveloped the black sword. The black stone sword bounced back and forth in the big net, and when it collided with the big net, bright sparks burst out. However, it could not break through. The blood chi that it slashed out was also getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that the power inside the sword was being consumed rapidly. A few disciples of the Jiang Ming grotto heaven were overjoyed. They rushed forward and cast spells to shrink the net and capture the black sword. However, at this moment, spiritual light with stars flowing around it suddenly cut a hole in the net. The black sword took the opportunity to fly out and pierce through the chest of two disciples from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven who could not dodge in time. Li Qianya. Fei Ming's eyes were filled with anger as he turned to look at the young man with the fan and roared. This item belongs to the virtuous. Fei Ming, you're injured and don't have enough virtue. You should give it to me. Li Qianya said unhurriedly. He stepped forward and waved his folding fan. Rays of spiritual light shot out toward the people from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven. At the same time, the woman named Qiyu also moved quietly. Her body was graceful and light, and she looked like she was dancing. She quickly approached the black sword. She did not hold any magical tools. However, with a light tap of her finger, complicated runes gushed out. The silver runes turned into plants, insects, and birds, and imprinted themselves on a disciple of Spirit Silkworm Mountain. The latter's entire body withered in an instant, turning into a dried corpse and falling to the ground. This place is a mess. Jiang Ming glanced at the three groups of people who were fighting again. The whole cave was filled with blood, and his eyes were red with killing intent. However, the strongest cultivators of them all were the two women from chasing Moon Lake. Although they did not have the upper hand, they were safe and sound. There were no injuries on their bodies at all. If there were more of them, they would have easily won this battle. It seems like the most mysterious cultivation sect in the Feather Kingdom is really something, Jiang Ming thought to himself and then shook his head. He was too lazy to participate in the fight for the black sword. He took out another jade bottle and continued to absorb the purple liquid in the pool. Although he was also somewhat interested in the black sword, looking at the current state of these people, if he dared rush up, he might be attacked by the joint forces of the three parties. Forget it. I don't like violence. After a quarter of an hour, the black stone sword could no longer fly, and the blood chi it shot out was extremely thin. It had completely lost the power to resist. However, the battle between the three parties was getting more and more intense, and nearly half of the people had died. 229 The arrival of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, 2. I've finally finished. Jiang Ming had finally absorbed all the 10,000-year rock spirit blood in the stone pool. There's more than 10,000 gallons of this rock spirit blood in this pool, Jiang Ming estimated. According to the expressions of those geniuses just now, this thing was probably rare even in the blessed lands. Otherwise, they would not be willing to kill for it. Why are you fighting to the death? You might as well fish for some visible Benefits. However, after leaving this place, I have to keep a low profile. Jiang Ming thought to himself. At this time, Jiang Ming could finally see the whole stone pool. The pool was grayish-purple, which was the same color as the cave. The 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood should have been formed slowly over the long years in this cave. However, in the middle of this stone pool, there was a white stone pillar that stood out. The black-haired man, who had been dead for an unknown period of time, was sitting cross-legged on the top of this stone pillar. A vague sense of martial arts was still lingering around him. Could it be that this martial artist wanted to use the rock spirit blood to cultivate back then? Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, such a terrifying expert still died. Jiang Ming looked at the figure and sighed. What was the use of an immortal body? Death was inevitable. Then, Jiang Ming noticed that at the bottom of the pool, where it came into contact with the central stone pillar, there were clusters of purple crystals. These should be more precious than the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood. It seems like the harvest this time is greater than I imagined. Jiang Ming's heart was beating fast. He sneaked a glance at the battlefield. It was still chaotic. He flipped into the pool and squatted at the bottom, using his flying sword to frantically dig up the purple crystals. Clusters of crystals were tossed into his bag, and soon they were all dug out by Jiang Ming, leaving only some shards and dust behind. This stone pillar, when Jiang Ming got closer, he saw that the stone pillar was engraved with many ancient runes. Why did these runes look so similar to the runes used by the two people from Chasing Moon Lake? Jiang Ming was suddenly shocked. He did not have time to think much and quickly memorized these runes. He then took out some writing utensils and quickly copied these runes down on a piece of paper. How about I take the stone pillar itself? Just as this thought came to Jiang Ming's mind, he saw that the luster of the stone pillar was slowly dimming. Cracks appeared and quickly spread across the entire stone pillar. Jiang Ming was shocked. Could it be that I sucked out all its energy when I took away the rock spirit blood and the crystals? Above the stone pillar, the remaining sense of martial arts around the black-haired man's body, which was already in a frenzy, became even more chaotic. It was as if it could erupt at any time. I'm causing trouble. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm really sorry. Jiang Ming's heart jumped, and he quickly climbed out of the stone pool. He could not care about the people fighting behind him. He directly sneaked into the cave entrance, ready to turn back and escape. However, at this moment, an aura several times stronger than everyone present suddenly erupted in the passageway. It spread from far away, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Who broke the rules? Did anyone inform the Foundation establishment realm cultivators? Li Qianya, Qi Yu, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Hee. No one can take away the things in this cave today. A relaxed smile suddenly appeared on Fei Ming's face. The message talisman he had sent out in advance had finally taken effect. Li Qianya's expression changed as he turned to look at Fei Ming. It was you? This was a trial agreed upon by all parties. Was that Songming Grotto Heaven going to break the rules from the start? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Fei Ming did not care at all and sneered. If this was a low-level secret area, it would naturally be a trial. However, the current situation is beyond the control of Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. I naturally have to find the seniors in the sect to take charge of the situation. As for my punishment, the Songming Grotto Heaven will take care of it. You don't need to worry about it. Now, this black sword belongs to me. Who agrees? Who's against it? Fei Ming was covered in blood and held the black sword that was dripping with blood. At this moment, no one dared step forward to fight for it. Li Qianya's expression turned ugly when he thought about the way that Songming Grotto Heaven handled things. However, he believed that if he tried to fight for the sword again, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator who was about to arrive would definitely attack him without mercy. The only thing he could do now was to swallow his anger. And you, Yan Qixia, today is the day you die. Fei Ming stared at Jiang Ming and sneered. F***ck. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. He was too lazy to pay attention to the fool who was talking too much. He turned around and quickly left the cave entrance. He rushed to the back of the pool, where the entrance of the passage was covered with fog. He had the strength of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator and the full power of the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell. Therefore, he was confident that he could fight and even defeat an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. However, he had no idea what the cultivation level of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would be. Moreover, he did not know what magical tools he had in his arsenal. It's not a wise choice to fight rashly, Jiang Ming thought to himself. Besides, I don't want to expose Yan Qixia's identity. If I rashly display the strength of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, this identity will be ruined. From what he had sensed earlier, this foggy passage should lead deeper into the ground. After Li Qianya and the other two walked out of it, they seemed to have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, it should not be a place that just anyone could enter. If he escaped into this place, he might have some hope of getting rid of these people. Sensing the rapidly approaching Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, Jiang Ming immediately made a decision. He was ready to retreat into the foggy passage. You want to escape now? It's too late. However, Fei Ming had been staring at Jiang Ming for a long time. He immediately took out a flying sword and shot it into the foggy passage, trying to block Jiang Ming's way. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with displeasure. He took out the scarlet separation sword and blocked the flying sword. However, in this short delay, the aura of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was almost in the cave, and the terrifying spiritual energy had already filled the air. Jiang Ming looked at Fei Ming, who was about to attack again, and suddenly glanced at the empty pool from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he flicked out a spark of spiritual energy from his finger, directly hitting the shaking central stone pillar. I'm sorry, one more time. The stone pillar was completely shattered, and the black-haired figure fell down. At this moment, the sense of martial arts around him suddenly exploded, and a terrifying power swept through the entire cave. A few disciples with weaker cultivations immediately screamed as blood seeped out of their orifices. Even Fei Ming, Li Qianya, and the two others were dumbfounded. They trembled uncontrollably as if they had just seen something extremely terrifying. In a daze, Jiang Ming also seemed to see piles of corpses and blood in front of him. A terrifying monster as large as a mountain stared at him with bloody eyes. However, perhaps it was because he was far away, and because he was at the Foundation Establishment Realm of Martial Arts, he was fine. It only took him a moment to return to his senses. He saw that the black sword was shaking madly again. It danced wildly in the cave like a lunatic and cut 2 unlucky people in half. This black sword is King crazy again. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched, and he turned his head and rushed into the foggy passage. Goodbye, everyone. I've already written down everything in my notebook. Let's see each other in the Black Rock ruins. At this moment, Qiyu, from Chasing Moon Lake, also returned to her senses. She looked at Jiang Ming, who was about to rush into the foggy passage, and made a soft sound of surprise. At the same time, she flicked her finger and shot out a stream of spiritual light, which wrapped a jade slip and flew into the foggy passage. The fog surged, and Jiang Ming's figure completely disappeared. At the entrance of the passage where they came from, a figure with an extremely powerful aura also descended into the cave. The grayish-white fog swirled around him, and he could only see a distance of a few meters in front of him. The moment before the terrifying aura behind him erupted, Jiang Ming suddenly plunged into the foggy passage and moved forward quickly. The cultivation level of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator who suddenly attacked us is probably not just in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Jiang Ming sensed the sudden burst of vigorous aura in the cave behind him, and his heart trembled. His current strength was equivalent to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Moreover, the gap between each stage in the Foundation Establishment Realm was even greater than the gap between the Qi Refinement Realm and the Foundation Establishment Realm. Furthermore, this was not an individual cultivator. This was a Foundation Establishment Realm expert from the Tsangming Grotto Heaven. It would not be a problem for him to take on 3 people of the same cultivation level. With Jiang Ming's current strength, if he faced such a person head-on, he would probably be defeated in a single move. With this in mind, Jiang Ming's speed increased a little. However, the cave was winding, and the strange fog also blocked his vision. Thus, he could not burst out at full speed. What? Suddenly, Jiang Ming turned his head and looked back, only to see a fine stream of light flying towards him. It seemed to be coming for him. However, it did not seem to be dangerous. There was a jade slip in the light. Jiang Ming's heart moved slightly. He reached out and grabbed the thing. A jade slip from Chasing Moon Lake? Looking at the unique shape of the crescent moon on the jade slip, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and thought of the woman named Qiyu. Before he left, everyone else had fallen into a stupor. It seemed that only this woman had faint signs of snapping back to her senses. Although Chasing Moon Lake is only a blessed land, and there are only a few people in the sect, it stands on equal footing with the 3 Grotto Heavens. Perhaps it is the most powerful force in the Feather Kingdom. Thinking of the various legends of Chasing Moon Lake, Jiang Ming promised himself not to provoke any of their disciples. However, why did the disciples of Chasing Moon Lake send me a message? Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. However, at this time, he was in the mysterious and strange foggy passage, and there was a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator behind him. Maybe he would catch up with him in a moment of carelessness. Jiang Ming did not have time to browse the jade slip. He put it into his storage ring, waiting to read it when he was safe. This fog seems a little strange. As he kept flying forward, the fog in the passage became thicker and thicker. Jiang Ming was also a little surprised. This strange fog put heavy pressure on him and suppressed his cultivation very badly. When he used his spiritual energy to resist, his spiritual energy was consumed rapidly. No wonder Li Chanya and the other 2 looked so exhausted when they walked out of here. I thought it was because of a fight. However, it seems like it was caused by the fog. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered, and he immediately restrained all his spiritual energy. He suddenly felt the fog falling on his body. It was as if he was waddling through a swamp. The further he walked, the worse the fog became. It stuck to his hair and skin, and the pressure it brought became heavier. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of the black sword that could shoot out blood qi. Could this be a method to stop the immortal cultivators? As Jiang Ming thought of this, the blood qi in his body immediately circulated and exploded. With a loud bang, the scarlet blood qi covered the surface of his body like a layer of lustrous light. Suddenly the fog on his body was swept away. Jiang Ming's whole body also felt light, and the blood qi spread out of the surface of his body, and the fog in front of him seemed to have dispersed. Eh? This is interesting. Jiang Ming flicked his finger, and a stream of blood qi left his body and shot into the passage in front. Suddenly, it was like a candle in the dark night that suddenly lit up the road ahead. Could this be a path specially prepared for martial artists? This thought came to Jiang Ming's mind. Taking advantage of the fact that he could see the path in front of him, he increased his speed and rushed forward. Then, Jiang Ming kept stimulating his blood qi, and the fog in front of him continued to disperse, which exponentially increased his speed. However, Jiang Ming felt like had walked for miles and still could not see the end. This passage seems to be sinking all the way down. I don't know how deep it is now. Jiang Ming could not help but wonder where this passage led to. However, now that things had come to this, there was obviously no way back. He could only brace himself and charge forward. As long as there are no dangerous places that can trap me, I will be able to get out one day. Gradually, the fog around Jiang Ming's body became thicker and darker. Even wisps of black gas began to swirl around. Even if Jiang Ming's blood qi could disperse the fog, he still felt some pressure on his body. I'm afraid that one has to be a grandmaster at least to reach this place. Jiang Ming looked at the fog that was almost condensed into a solid form and tried to touch it with his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was like a rock in the ocean. It disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had been completely devoured. What a terrifying thing. Jiang Ming was shocked. He quickly withdrew all his spiritual energy into his spiritual core and slapped on a few seals to cut off his connection with the outside world. This fog is simply the ultimate nemesis of immortal cultivators. Even if a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator were to come here, he would probably be sucked dry. If this fog enters the spiritual core, who knows what kind of consequences it will have, Jiang Ming muttered. However, his eyes soon widened. If I can take it away and release it when facing an enemy, it will be a killing blow. At the very least, no one under the Foundation Establishment Realm can block it. Jiang Ming did what he said. He took out an empty wine gourd, which was a magical tool, and aimed it at the gray fog. The gray fog surged and went into the wine gourd. However, in the next moment, this wine gourd, which was a magical tool, suddenly lost its luster. Then, a crack appeared, and the fog escaped. The wine gourd had already turned gray, becoming an ordinary object. This fog can even destroy magical tools? Jiang Ming was extremely shocked. Although he was pleased with the effect, he had a headache. How could he collect this fog without a magical tool? Jiang Ming originally just wanted to collect the fog as a test. His real purpose was collecting the black gas. He did not expect his plan to be nipped in the bud. Other than the magical tools I have, is there anything else that can store this fog? Jiang Ming frowned and pondered. Suddenly, he was stunned and quickly took out an item from his storage ring. It was a black stone slab with the scripture of the thunderclap technique engraved on it. Although this object looked ordinary, it came from the same source as the mysterious black sword. I'll try this as a last resort. If this still doesn't work, then I can't do anything. Jiang Ming did not have much hope. He did not want to stay here for too long. It was more important to find the way out as soon as possible. As Jiang Ming flew forward, he shook the black stone slab. However, the stone slab was still lifeless and did not move at all. As expected, it's useless. Just as Jiang Ming shook his head in disappointment and was about to take back the slab, he suddenly had an idea and injected a wisp of blood chi into the black stone slab. The black stone slab, which had been still all this time, finally trembled violently, as if it was awakened by Jiang Ming's blood chi. Blood-red lines filled the runes, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. If he did not see that the black sword could release blood chi, Jiang Ming would never have thought of driving the black stone slab in this way. Who would have thought that blood chi could also activate treasures like this? Jiang Ming felt a little bitter when he thought of the black stone slab that had been in his hands for 100 or 200 years. It took so long for him to realize that it could be activated like this. A lack of knowledge will kill people. Jiang Ming shook his head. A moment later, as the blood chi was injected into the black stone slab, Jiang Ming's consciousness could also slowly explore the interior of the black stone slab, and he had a preliminary understanding of it. This thing also seems to be an offensive magical tool. Jiang Ming looked at the surface of the stone slab, where many small runes were flashing with blood-red light. He had a feeling that he could activate them at any time. Let's wait for someone to cross me. I'll test it out on them. Jiang Ming also sensed the complicated cracks inside the black stone slab. They seemed to be exponentially finer than hair. However, when he sensed them carefully, they seemed to be infinitely wide. Why do I feel like it's the same as the blood vessels and meridians in the human body? It seems that this black stone has quite a big secret. The black stone slab and the black sword seem to be hiding a deadly secret. I'll slowly explore it in the future. Now that his research was in vain, Jiang Ming no longer thought about it. Instead, he poured more blood chi into it and tried to activate the black stone slab to absorb the surrounding fog. The black stone slab trembled, and a blood-red light flickered on it. The wisps of fog in the surrounding void actually poured into it. What? You're being picky? Jiang Ming was a little speechless. The black stone slab only absorbed the dark gas and directly flicked away the gray fog that came rushing over, not letting a trace of it enter the black stone slab. Forget about it. It's better than nothing. Although the quantity is small, the quality is higher, Jiang Ming thought to himself as he urged the black stone slab to continue flying forward. After a while, Jiang Ming suddenly felt that the fog in front of him seemed to have become thinner. Jiang Ming suddenly rushed out of the fog channel, and the pressure on his body was reduced. There was nothing in front of him. It was a huge underground space, thousands of feet high, with strange rocks, dark and silent, and not a sound could be heard. In the dim light, the ruins of a palace lay quietly in front of them. No one knew how long it had been sleeping here. At the end of the ruins, there seemed to be a glimmer of light falling from the sky. The mottled light continued to spread to the surroundings. The faint light was the only light in this space, allowing Jiang Ming to barely see the scene in front of him. What is this place? Standing there, Jiang Ming felt like he had been teleported to a new world. He was floating, and his spiritual consciousness seemed like it was about to break away from his body. He realized that he had probably come to a terrifying secret area. Jiang Ming looked at the fog-filled passage behind him, took a deep breath, turned around, and walked forward. Since he had already come here, he could only explore further. Jiang Ming, who was heading to the ruins, did not know that the moment he poured his blood chi into the black stone slab, the cave behind him had also changed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the cave, a burly young man stood by the side of the stone pool with his hands behind his back. He stared at the black-haired man's body that fell into the stone pool and the purple crystal dust left at the bottom. His brows furrowed. Who did this? The burly young man gritted his teeth and asked, with a cold glint in his eyes. Although he looked young, his eyes were filled with wisdom, and his aura was terrifying. All of this showed that he had an extraordinary identity. In his hand, the black sword trembled as if it wanted to escape. However, it was tightly held and could not break free. Li Qianya, Qiyu, and the others stood at the side with cautious looks in their eyes. Why is he here? Li Qianya's heart trembled. He was Lu Qianchong. He was a prodigy from the previous generation of the Jiang Grotto Heaven. He was a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator and was ranked in the top 10 of his generation in the Feather Kingdom. Li Qianya's eyes flickered. He realized that this secret place was far beyond his expectations. Otherwise, the Jiang Grotto Heaven would not have sent such an important person. Damn it, it's too late to call for help now, Li Qianya cursed in his heart. Fei Ming, who was covered in blood, quickly stepped forward and said, Master Lu, it was an individual cultivator called Yan Qixia who stole all the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood. He has now escaped into the foggy passage. Idiot. Lu Qianchong's eyes were stormy. Open your eyes and take a look. It's not just the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood that's all gone. The rock spirit blood crystal is all gone too. It's a rare spiritual item that is hard to find in this world. It's a rare treasure that can completely change the innate ability of an immortal cultivator. Fei Ming's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the stone pool. When he saw the remaining crystal dust, his face instantly paled and revealed an expression of extreme regret. He clenched his fists tightly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have snatched the black sword. So what if the sect had given him a precious treasure? For a cultivator who had not yet reached the foundation establishment realm, the rock spirit blood crystal was invaluable. Lu Qianchong was furious and shouted, Take good care of everything here. I'll go after that B*****. How dare he kill the people of my sect and steal our things? He must be tired of living. His eyes were cold as he charged into the foggy passage. Fei Ming quickly said, Master Lu, be careful. This passage is very strange. It will suppress your cultivation. Furthermore, the deeper you go, the more spiritual energy you will consume. It's extremely dangerous. I don't need you to tell me, I know what this is, Lu Qianchong said calmly. It was as if he were no stranger to the gray fog. He walked into the passage with a calm expression. On the surface of his body, a faint layer of blood-red mist rose. It was the power of blood qi. Fei Ming's face revealed a look of realization, and he immediately calmed down. So, only martial artists can enter this passage. Master Lu is a dual cultivator. Yan Qixia is dead for sure. Lu Qiancheng's eyes were also calm. Yan Qixia was just a kid in the qi refinement realm. He probably would not be able to run far in this place. Before his spiritual energy ran out, he could just kill him. However, at this moment, an unexpected thing happened. The black sword in Lu Qiancheng's hand suddenly trembled violently, and blood red ripples spread out from the sword. The tip of the black sword was pointed into the foggy passage. It seemed to have sensed something and was trying to break free from Lu Qiancheng's control. Lu Qiancheng's expression changed slightly. It was as if the black sword had gone berserk, and the power that burst out had caught him off guard. The blood-red ripples on the black sword exploded wildly, and the entire cave shook. A terrifying martial arts aura actually swept out from the black sword. At this moment, even Lu Qiancheng fell into a trance at this moment. The black sword left his hand and plunged into the passage, disappearing into the fog without looking back. The people in the cave finally returned to their senses. Fei Ming was dumbfounded. After spending so much effort, were they going to gain nothing? Li Qianyao looked down and stood still. However, he was laughing wildly in his heart. Amazing. This was 2F** King amazing. This was karma for breaking the rules. Li Qianyao shook his head slightly and prayed that Yan Qixia would be able to escape from this place as soon as possible. Damn it. Lu Qiancheng's expression changed drastically, and he did not have time to give any orders. He stomped his feet and chased after the black sword. He rushed into the foggy passage and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the depths of the underground, Jiang Ming held the scarlet separation sword and carefully advanced. As he walked among the rubble, the disturbance he brought with him directly caused a wall to collapse, sending thick smoke and dust into the air. Looking forward, the ruins of the huge palace looked like a scene of a dystopia. It was rotten and lonely, and no one knew how many years it had been there. From its grand scale, one could guess the glory of the past. At the very front was that faint glimmer of light. Unable to see any other way, Jiang Ming could only walk step by step toward the glimmer. I don't know how long it has been since anyone has come here. The bricks and stones used to build the palace were rare spiritual materials that would not decay after thousands of years. However, these palaces here were all in ruins. A gust of wind could probably blow down a large area. The blessed land related to the black stone ruins is only a force from 10,000 years ago. However, these ruins are far more than 10,000 years old. Perhaps it wasn't built by the people of the blessed land back then, and this secret place was discovered during an exploration. Currently, the black rock ruins are ancient. But this place is clearly older. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of the mysterious martial artist who was sitting cross-legged in the cave before. Was he just a guardian of the passage that led here? Then what is he protecting? Jiang Ming shook his head. He could not figure it out at all. Therefore, he was too lazy to think about it. He casually walked into a pile of ruins. He could vaguely see some metal and other things. However, they all turned to dust when he touched them with his hand. Even in the immortal cultivation world, there was nothing that could last forever. No matter how precious these things were in the past, they had long been reduced to dust. Jiang Ming no longer thought about exploring the ruins. He increased his speed and strode forward. Even if there were any secrets here, the blessed land from 10,000 years ago should have been explored by now. Perhaps he could find some clues in the Black Rock ruins a few years later. In the process of moving forward, Jiang Ming also tried to release a wave of spiritual energy. After all, there was no gray fog here. Therefore, maybe he could use some immortal cultivation techniques. However, as soon as he released his spiritual energy, his expression changed. An invisible force descended from the void. Jiang Ming had not felt that familiar and terrifying feeling for many years. Streaks of blood appeared on the surface of Jiang Ming's body. Some cuts were so deep that his bones could be seen. His head was almost chopped off. In just a moment, Jiang Ming suffered multiple fatal injuries. If it were any other immortal cultivator, they might have already lost their lives in this moment. Thankfully, his inextinguishable origin light was activated in time, quickly repairing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with shock. This space buried deep underground had the same rules as the mortal world where the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest was located. All techniques related to spiritual energy were forbidden. In fact, the laws here were even harsher. The backlash he suffered after triggering the laws was even more intense, and his head almost fell to the ground in an instant. Even though Jiang Ming had already built his foundation in martial arts, his body was still as fragile as paper in the face of these laws. He was no different from a mortal. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and no longer used immortal cultivation techniques. He continued to move forward into the depths of the ruins. This mysterious ruin has existed for more than 10,000 years. Could it be that the mortal world also has such deep secrets? He looked at the magnificent ruins and suddenly had a thought. Perhaps the laws of the mortal world were not created naturally but were man-made, just like this place. Maybe tens of thousands of years ago, the mortal world was also a prosperous place for immortal cultivators. The Cloudy Dream Mountain forest and other such areas may all have ancient secrets buried within them. However, Jiang Ming could not figure out what kind of powerhouse could change the world and give birth to such terrifying and cruel laws. He subconsciously looked at the deepest part of the ruins, at the glimmer of light that reached the sky. Perhaps, I can find a trace of all the secrets there. Jiang Ming suppressed curiosity in his heart and continued to move forward toward the faint light. However, just as Jiang Ming was flying forward at full speed, an ear-piercing whistle suddenly sounded from behind him. Jiang Ming was shocked and quickly looked back. A black sword rushed out of the foggy passage. After a few twirls in the air, it seemed to have found Jiang Ming. It made a clear sound and shot toward him. Why is this damn thing here again? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched, and he exerted the power of his martial arts skills with all his strength. His blood chi rippled on the surface of his body, and he ran forward without looking back. In the cave, Li Qianya and the others were willing to give up the 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood to fight for the black sword. Jiang Ming did not need to ask to know how precious this thing was. However, he also knew that this thing was probably not something that just anyone could play with. It was so strange that it was somewhat terrifying. He did not know how long it had been dormant. However, as soon as it woke up, it could kill several genius disciples of the top forces in the Feather Kingdom. Didn't that Foundation Establishment Realm expert descend here? How did he let the black sword escape? Jiang Ming was shocked. Was the black sword that powerful? With this in mind, Jiang Ming used the Meridian Breaker, which he had not used for a long time. The blood qi in his veins exploded, and his speed increased again. However, as soon as he burst out with blood qi, the black sword behind him seemed to be even more excited. With a whoosh, it sped up and was quickly approaching Jiang Ming. Why are you chasing me? I didn't hit you. Jiang Ming turned his head and was shocked and speechless. He found that his full speed was not as fast as the black sword. It's indeed something that belonged to a martial arts master, Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, the more he thought about it, the more he did not want to touch this thing. He continued to cover his head and run. The blood qi in his body was already surging and brewing. When this damn thing caught up, he would give it a hard punch. However, the next moment, something that scared Jiang Ming even more happened. The black sword quivered in the air. It sensed Jiang Ming's anger, and at this moment, it rippled again. At the same time, a voice entered Jiang Ming's ears. Fellow cultivator, please hold on. You and I are not enemies. What? Who's speaking? Jiang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He turned a deaf ear and continued to run. In the dark ruins, a man and a sword flew back and forth, and the distance between them was also getting closer and closer. Fellow cultivator, I'm really a good person. Fellow cultivator, let's find a place to sit down and talk. My fellow cultivator, I really don't have any ill intentions. I just sensed a familiar aura on you. Fellow cultivator. Jiang Ming was gloomy, and he felt a pain in his head. Did this black sword go crazy because it had been alone for all these centuries? A familiar aura? Could it be that the psychopath sensed me activating the black stone slab? Jiang Ming thought to himself. This black sword and the black stone slab come from the same source. Maybe there is really some connection between them. However, Jiang Ming knew nothing about the black sword. Therefore, he naturally could not stop running. At this moment, in the distance behind him, another figure suddenly charged out of the foggy passage. It was a burly young man. After a brief observation, he discovered the residual blood qi in front of him. The blood qi on the surface of his body rippled, and he rushed forward like a cannonball. Let's see where you can escape. This place restricts spiritual energy. A sneer hung on Lu Qiancheng's face. This was his home ground. Even a golden core realm cultivator would suffer here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It seems like we're approaching the core, Jiang Ming muttered in the depths of the ruins. In front of him, there were fewer and fewer ruined buildings, and what replaced them was a vast expanse of scorched earth. There were cracks everywhere. It was as if a great disaster had swept through the land. The further ahead he went, the more concentrated and thicker the cracks became. From afar, some of them even looked like ravines leading into an abyss. It looks like some terrifying disaster swept through this land. At this moment, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly sensed danger. He turned his head and saw a small black dot flying through the ruins in the distance, approaching him. As for the black sword, it had already disappeared without a trace. It seems like it's not completely crazy. Jiang Ming was speechless. It should be that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He's caught up. Then, Jiang Ming looked at the figure that was coming from behind, and his eyes moved slightly. This person is probably a martial artist as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get out of the foggy passage. However, based on this speed, it seems that it's not as fast as my meridian breaker. He's probably like me, a person cultivating both paths. Jiang Ming was not too surprised. He had been trying to break through to the foundation establishment realm of martial arts before he reached the Qi refinement realm, which was why it was so difficult. However, if he went back in time and tried again with his current knowledge, it would have been much easier for him. As expected of the Jiangming Grotto heaven, their disciples can always take the easiest path to greatness. Jiang Ming did not have anything to be envious of. Although it was not easy to get to where he was, he had become much more powerful than anyone else at his level. You chased me all the way here and still want to kill me. Isn't that a little too much? Jiang Ming suddenly smiled. He was afraid of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, not martial artists who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. In place, the other party was unable to use spiritual energy. However, Jiang Ming had the Undying Origin Light as his trump card. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, even if he only used his martial arts skills, Jiang Ming believed that he could crush all his enemies who were on his level. If I continue to run forward, what if I suddenly escape the restrictions? It won't be good if the enemy can use immortal cultivation techniques on me. If that's the case, then I can only solve this problem here. With this in mind, Jiang Ming suddenly stopped and stood on the scorched earth, turning around and waiting for the enemy to come. In the cracks of the earth, wisps of black gas rose and were almost invisible to the naked eye. Jiang Ming only noticed the black gas after he stopped. This seems to be the same as the black gas in the foggy passage. Jiang Ming glanced at the abyss where the faint light was. Were all these things caused by the force that destroyed this place? I'll find out after I've dealt with the enemy. Jiang Ming's thoughts converged, and the figure descended in front of him. Exuberant blood qi filled the air, and two cold and ruthless eyes stared at Jiang Ming. I didn't expect that there would be martial artists among the young ones today. Lu Qiansheng did not seem to be in a hurry. He nodded approvingly and said, "Brat, what's your cultivation level? You seem to be a grandmaster, at the very least. It would be a pity to kill you. Hand over everything, and I can spare your life. In fact, I will bring you back to the Jiangming Grotto heaven and you will have a bright future." Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Martial artists should move forward bravely. However, they should not be arrogant. With my seniority, you should be showing me respect. Don't talk big, or you'll bite your tongue." Ha ha ha. You're crazy. Lu Qiansheng laughed. I, Lu Qiansheng, am a man who appreciates talented people. You and I both practice martial arts. I will give you one last chance. Disobey, and you die. However, from the beginning to the end, Lu Qiansheng's eyes were indifferent. Obviously, he did not respect Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming obeyed, he would take him under his command. If he did not, he would kill him immediately. Lu Qiansheng? When Jiang Ming heard the name, he was slightly stunned. Vague memories flashed through his mind. After the battle for the King of Medicine, Jiang Ming hid his identity and traveled for decades. A generation passed away, and new martial arts legends were born. New grandmasters rose to power all over the world. Lu Qianshang seems to be one of the grandmasters who rose to power in the Feather Kingdom, Jiang Ming murmured internally and then looked at the person in front of him with a strange look. He did not expect to meet a fellow townsman in the cultivation world. They were both originally from the mortal world. However, I've killed quite a few people from my hometown. Thus, I won't add one more. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm, and he said with a faint smile, "Little Lu, when you were in your hometown, did you ever hear of this name?" Lu Qianshang's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to kill this arrogant kid when he heard him spit out a name that shocked him. Anonymous. Lu Qianshang's expression changed. He stared at the handsome young man in front of him in horror, and his breathing suddenly quickened. "Who are you? How do you know this name?" Lu Qianshang's voice trembled slightly. He was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. Instead, his face was filled with surprise, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as if this name alone was enough to make him recall something extremely terrifying, and he was unable to calm down. "Who am I?" Jiang Ming smiled calmly and said, "I'm a nobody from the cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. I'm not someone worth mentioning." Even though he had already guessed it, Lu Qianshang could not help but take a deep breath when he heard the answer from the young man's mouth. He stepped back in fear. Even though Lu Qianshang had long reached the Foundation establishment realm and was a famous cultivator of his generation in the Feather Kingdom, this name still struck fear in his heart. Anonymous was his inspiration. Anonymous was his motivation. The reason he was so strong was that he wanted to be as powerful as Anonymous one day. Now that he suddenly heard the name of this former martial arts legend, even though Lu Qianshang was much stronger now, he could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. After coming to the world of immortal cultivators, Lu Qianshang knew how difficult it was for a martial artist to reach the divine realm of martial arts in an environment where spiritual energy was forbidden. It was simply beyond anyone's reach. He had also guessed that the legend of the martial arts world had entered the world of immortal cultivation before everyone else. However, after so many years in the world of immortal cultivation, Lu Qianshang had never heard anything about Anonymous. Thus, he had forgotten about him. Only when he occasionally practiced martial arts would he think of Anonymous. However, he did not expect to see Anonymous here in person. "No. I'm now at the Foundation establishment realm and one of the strongest immortal cultivators below the Golden Core realm. Even the legends of the martial arts world may not be stronger than me." Lu Qianshang's eyes turned cold, and he roared in his heart, trying to suppress the fear that he subconsciously felt. "Is it really you?" Lu Qianshang tried his best to calm himself down as he stared at the young man in front of him. Anonymous would have to be 200 or 300 years old if he were still alive. If he hasn't reached the Foundation establishment realm, he should have died long ago. From what he had learned from Fei Ming and the others, Lu Qianshang knew that the person in front of him was still in the Qi refinement realm and had not reached the Foundation establishment realm. "That's because you don't know how good I am at staying alive," Jiang Ming thought to himself. Then, he chuckled and activated his blood qi. It condensed and slowly circulated on the surface of his body. "Who said I haven't built my foundation? You reached the Martial Arts Foundation establishment realm first?" Lu Qianshang was stunned. He stared at the man in front of him in disbelief. In the Zhongming Grotto heaven, he had read many books and had a deeper understanding of the path of martial arts. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was. Even 10,000 years ago, in the golden era of martial arts, before reaching the foundation establishment realm of immortal cultivation, there were almost no martial artists who could reach the foundation establishment realm of martial arts. Only in the most powerful of sects, with countless resources, could such a genius be created in hundreds of years. According to ancient records, geniuses who reached the foundation establishment realm were the most amazing geniuses in several generations. Their future was limitless. However, in this era where martial arts had declined and no one could inherit good techniques, even ordinary martial artists were rare. Even Lu Qiansheng had struggled to become a martial artist. Lu Qiansheng took a deep breath, stared at Jiang Ming, and murmured, as expected of the former martial arts legend. He disappeared for nearly 100 years, just to take this step. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. What a strange misunderstanding. However, he was too embarrassed to admit that the reason he was such a powerful martial artist now was that this was the only way he could go further in the path of immortal cultivation. However, you've come to the wrong place, Anonymous. Lu Qiansheng, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Ming. You've wasted decades, just to take this step. So what if you've reached the foundation establishment realm of martial arts? In the face of absolute strength, you are nothing. Lu Qiansheng's robes fluttered as his vigorous blood qi turned into blood red ripples around him. The blood qi condensed in his palm and turned into a long blood-red blade, pointing at Jiang Ming from a distance. I used to be extremely weak. Becoming as strong as Anonymous was my ultimate goal. Through blood, sweat, and tears, I became a grandmaster. After that, I managed to pass the Sangming Grotto Heaven's entrance exam to become one of their disciples. Finally, I'm here now, having broken through to the foundation establishment realm of both paths. I'm already stronger than you. Now, you're already an outdated old thing and should have been buried in history. I'm the new martial arts legend. Lu Qiansheng spoke slowly, and he became more and more confident. The fear and respect he had earlier gradually disappeared. Today, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to use this as a learning experience to take me one step forward to becoming the greatest martial artist in this world. Jiang Ming looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Was he crazy? His words made Jiang Ming cringe. Wasn't he embarrassed to make such a declaration? If you want to fight me, then go ahead. Don't be a coward. He turned his wrist, and a long blade condensed by blood qi swept out. He looked at Lu Qiansheng calmly. Although the other party's blood qi was much stronger than his, Jiang Ming did not panic at all. Although his talent was average, the foundation he had built over the past 200 years was extremely solid. Jiang Ming admitted that no one could ever be his match. Humph. Today is the day you die. Lu Qiansheng sneered and moved directly. He wielded his sword and slashed. Rays of blood qi turned into blades and shot out at Jiang Ming. Your technique is really exquisite, Jiang Ming commented casually and waved his blade gently. Wisps of blood qi rose like a breeze and brushed against every attack that was coming at him. The attacks collided with each other and exploded. Little Lu, I'm very disappointed in you. Jiang Ming shook his head. You were just lucky. I'd like to see how many more of my moves you can block. Lu Qiansheng's eyes were cold. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and attacked Jiang Ming with all his might. The two figures fought at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Jiang Ming laughed out loud as his blood qi erupted and he slashed at Lu Qianchong. It had been a while since he had fought someone this strong. Today was a good time to test the results of his cultivation. The swords collided with each other, and each strike produced a fierce sound of metal clashing. How could his blood qi be so condensed? Lu Qianchong's expression changed slightly. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. He could clearly feel the density of his opponent's blood qi. He was only at the Foundation establishment realm. However, it was so condensed that even Lu Qianchong's heart palpitated. It was even purer and more condensed than his own blood qi at the advanced level of the Foundation establishment realm. My blood qi is actually at a disadvantage. Lu Qianchong looked at his sword. Every time it collided with Jiang Ming's blade, a wave of blood qi would ripple and spread in the air. It looked majestic and imposing. However, in fact, it was because his blood qi was not condensed enough. And his moves are also so vicious. Lu Qianchong felt more and more uncomfortable. He had seen many exquisite martial arts methods in the Tsangming Grotto heaven. Every strike of Jiang Ming seemed ordinary. However, it seemed to target Lu Qianchong's weak points without fail. Damn it. Lu Qianchong's face was unsightly. He knew that this was because his opponent's combat experience far exceeded his. However, he was reluctant to admit it. The blade brushed past Lu Qianchong's shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, the blade would have cut off one of his arms. After hundreds of moves, Jiang Ming was unscathed, while Lu Qianchong was already covered in blood. Although his injuries were not fatal, if this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. How could this be? Lu Qianchong was at a loss. He had been fighting all the way until now, and his cultivation had long surpassed that of a martial arts legend. Today had started out as a way for him to become even stronger. Everything seemed to be perfect. However, how did it end up like this? I can't be defeated. How could I lose to an outdated old thing? Another attack struck Lu Qianchong, who had just lost his momentum. He staggered and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Jiang Ming's figure followed closely behind the blade, and his eyes were indifferent as he attacked Lu Qianchong mercilessly. Lu Qianchong retreated again and again. The injuries on his body were increasing. He had already realized that he was probably going to lose today. If we were in the outside world, I could use my spiritual energy to crush him. However, this thought came far too late. He could not even send back the discovery of this place to the Tsangming Grotto heaven. In the middle of the battle, Lu Qianchong heard the voice of his terrifying opponent say something. I've been practicing martial arts for more than 200 years. I've refined hundreds of cultivation techniques and thousands of skills. My body and blood qi have been tempered and transformed several times. My conception of martial arts keeps getting higher. What makes you think that you can defeat me just because you've built your martial arts foundation with expensive resources? Lu Qianchong's waist and abdomen were grazed by Jiang Ming's blade, and blood spurted out. I've probably killed more grandmasters than you've ever seen in your life. So, what if you're a genius disciple? You're just a bunch of kids playing house. How many life or death battles have you experienced? Lu Qianchong's sword finally shattered with a bang, and it was difficult to continue. His entire body was swept away by the force, and he fell to the ground in the distance. Your saber technique is more exquisite than mine, and your blood chi is more vigorous than mine. However, the cultivation of martial arts is more than that. At your core, you are weak. Jiang Ming landed in front of Lu Qiansheng and mercilessly stabbed him in the chest. He said indifferently, "My blade can kill, your blade can only cut fruit. Anonymous, please spare my life." Lu Qiansheng's face was pale. He was no longer angry at Jiang Ming's words. Instead, he begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. "The Songming Grotto Heaven really needs a martial arts genius like you. I can guide you to become a favorite of the Songming Grotto Heaven. Also, the secret of the red pine snowfield. I can tell you about it. There will be great opportunities therein. The future. Don't kill me. I can tell you everything." The blood chi shot out, and Lu Qiansheng's entire body exploded. Such a weak state of mind. I don't know how he became a grandmaster. Jiang Ming shook his head. Lu Qiansheng was still reluctant to release his spiritual power at the last moment and was still begging for mercy. He had really wasted so many years of cultivation. However, when he thought of Lu Qiansheng's last words, Jiang Ming pursed his lips. Was he talking about the mortal world behind the red pine snowfield? It seems like that world really has quite a big secret, Jiang Ming thought to himself. When you think of the force that Lu Qiansheng came from, I'm afraid that some of those high and mighty grotto heavens and blessed lands have already paid attention to the mortal world. If I have time, I should go back and check on the situation with my two friends. As Jiang Ming was thinking, he suddenly saw a glimmer of light in front of him, and he looked up. A rain of mottled light enveloped Jiang Ming. On the scorched earth, a ray of light shot down from the sky. At this time, the ray of light suddenly rippled, accompanied by a mottled rain of light fragments. The rune fragments were flowing in the light, as if they contained boundless energy. It was not until this moment that Jiang Ming realized that the seemingly thin glimmer was far vaster than he had imagined. Under the shroud of the light, Jiang Ming did not have time to react before he disappeared from his spot. He was swept up by the light and flew into the ray of light that connected the sky and the earth. In the ruins far away, a black sword that had been hiding for a long time suddenly let out an exasperated curse. It suddenly leaped into the air, and it trembled with excitement as it chased after the ray of light. The ray of light seemed to be slow and gentle. However, when the black sword chased after it, it was as fast as lightning. No matter how fast the black sword flew toward it, it could not catch up. Damn it! Wait for me. I'm with that cultivator. I haven't even F*King gone up yet. The ray of light completely disappeared along with Jiang Ming's figure. The place returned to peace. It was like nothing had happened at all. The black sword instantly fell silent and stopped in the void. The sword seemed to have become even darker. After a long while, the black sword suddenly let out a regretful voice, F*ck. How could such an accident happen? The remnant light of the heavenly tribulation has not moved for a long time. Even among the peerless geniuses and descendants of martial saints of the past, only 2 or 3 people could cause this strange phenomenon to occur every 1,000 years. Although this kid has reached the divine realm of martial arts, it's not like there weren't such people in the past. Moreover, no one has ever caused the remnant light of the heavenly tribulation to be so abundant before. the most abundant light recorded before was caused by a genius who had comprehended a secret technique from 10,000 years ago. As he recalled this, the black sword could not help but tremble. What kind of F*king monster is this? The black sword was completely at a loss. In its memories, the remnant light of the heavenly tribulation had only ever descended on geniuses, cleansing their bodies from the inside and out. Only those who were outstanding could draw in a more abundant ray of light and occasionally obtain some fragments of the great cultivation contained in the light, laying the foundation for their future cultivation. The magical tools and demonic beasts belonging to the geniuses could also benefit greatly from this cleansing. It was even possible for them to advance to a higher level in the future. However, no one had ever heard of the light directly sucking people away. It was simply ridiculous. Damn it. I've suffered a huge loss. The black sword's entire body trembled, and its heart ached so much that it could not breathe. It did not have to think too long to figure out what kind of shocking opportunity this was. Even the few powerful masters that it had followed in the past had not had such an opportunity. If it could enter this light, it might be able to transform again and reach unprecedented heights. However, because it was stunned for a moment, it completely ruined this opportunity. It stared at the pool of blood on the ground and cursed, "It's all your F*king fault." The black sword immediately blasted the pool of blood away and then flew around on the charred ground to vent its anger. From time to time it would stomp. Everything he could see flew past him at the speed of light. Jiang Ming seemed to have become a star wandering in the lonely universe. Countless sounds and lights burst out and dissipated in front of his eyes. He did not know how much time had passed. It felt like a moment, but it also felt like a year. Suddenly, there was silence in Jiang Ming's ears. He felt that his feet were on the ground, and the scene in front of him became clear. A path condensed by faint starlight appeared under Jiang Ming's feet. It was only 3 feet wide and narrow. The stars and clouds flowed and spread into the distance. There was no end in sight. Apart from that, there was nothing but darkness all around. There seemed to be broken stars in the endless distance, and there were skeletons of unknown creatures that were thousands of miles tall floating in the void. Jiang Ming seemed to be at the edge of the universe. Everything seemed to be destroyed, and he was the only one left. What is this? Is it the future? Will everything be destroyed? Will I be the only one to live forever? Jiang Ming murmured and tried his best to look at the scene in the distance. However, the more he tried, the more unfocused it became. He strode forward, following the path of stars. Suddenly, the void trembled. A few steps later, the scene shifted, and a new scene appeared. It seemed to be a vast mountain. A figure stood on the peak of the mountain, roaring at the sky under the dark clouds. The blurry scene was like a mirage, and it was somewhat unclear. However, Jiang Ming seemed to be able to hear the roar of the figure, and there seemed to be a cold wind around him. He could feel the murderous aura of the mountain peak. Thunderbolts fell from the sky, piercing through the void and bombarding the figure. The figure was not afraid at all. He roared and waved his fist, striking in all directions as if he was fighting against the might of heaven. What kind of terrifying person is this? Jiang Ming's heart jumped. Was this the heavenly tribulation? What kind of powerhouse was that figure, to actually be able to block the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands? The clouds and mist under Jiang Ming's feet dissipated. The scene in front of him became clearer. He could gradually see that it was a burly man. His bare upper body was tattooed with strange totems. He stood at the peak of the mountains. His fist technique was primitive and simple. However, it contained sheer power. Every time he swung his fist, the mountain seemed to shake with it. It was as if this man wanted to destroy the might of the heavens and overturn them. At the foot of the mountains, there seemed to be primitive tribes. Countless tribesmen were prostrating on the ground, singing prayers for the figure. The sounds of chanting, roaring, and thunderous explosions intertwined, and the heavy rain fell in torrents. Jiang Ming touched his cheek. A drop of rain fell on his face. It felt cold and real. Jiang Ming was stunned. The boundary between illusion and reality seemed to be blurring. Another thunderbolt struck down. Jiang Ming's eyes were slightly dazed. Suddenly, he smelled the moist air and raindrops fell on his shoulders. The path under his feet had disappeared and was replaced with a rugged mountain path. Jiang Ming suddenly looked up. A fist pierced through layers of rain. Even though it had been struck by lightning until it was torn open, and its veins were charred black, it still carried an indomitable momentum as it came for the kill. Jiang Ming subconsciously threw a punch and it collided with the fist. The surrounding rain surged and exploded, creating a dry vacuum. Jiang Ming threw a punch in a hurry and did not exert all his strength. He was immediately sent staggering back, before barely managing to stop his body. However, he was extremely shocked. The other party could resist the heavenly tribulation. Thus, a casual punch from him should be able to turn Jiang Ming into a mist of blood. How could he only have this much power? The rain briefly dispersed. In the hazy mist, Jiang Ming also saw the other party's face. His face was full of determination, as if he was going to fight against the heavens. However, in the eyes of the burly figure, there was no vitality. The burly figure's eyes were deathly still. However, he continued to roar and attack. Jiang Ming had no way to retreat. Therefore, he could only wave his fist and fight with him. His power burst out fully. The mountain rocks collapsed, and the rain evaporated into mist. The destructive power of the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts was extremely shocking. The two of them fought from one mountain to the other. Blood chi shot out like a rainbow, piercing through the void and causing violent collisions. His martial arts cultivation is the same as mine. We've both just built our martial arts foundation. It's exactly the same. Jiang Ming was shocked. He did not think it was a coincidence. It was more likely that the figure's cultivation had been adjusted to his cultivation. The dead silence in the other party's eyes further confirmed Jiang Ming's guess that this was not a real person. Instead, it was a strange existence that was born under a certain rule. Is this some kind of test? Are everyone and everything here a part of the test? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart, but all of this is so real. Is this really an illusion? Or is it something that happened in the past that is now materializing in front of my eyes? Jiang Ming was only slightly distracted. However, he was punched in the chest. His sternum cracked, and his whole body was sent flying with blood spurting out. The blood that Jiang Ming spat out turned into lightning strikes in the void and disappeared with a crackling sound. What's going on? Jiang Ming subconsciously looked down and saw that within His broken sternum, sparks of lightning were moving in his body. His body seemed to be completely composed of lightning. Have I become a heavenly tribulation? Jiang Ming was stunned. The fist that hit Jiang Ming's chest was also badly mangled and charred by the power of thunder. However, the burly figure did not notice it and continued to attack Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming fought with all his might. However, he was a little confused. Is this a test for me? Or have I become part of someone else's test? He took another punch, and his left arm exploded. However, wisps of lightning quickly gushed out of his body, taking the shape of his missing left arm. This isn't the power of the inextinguishable origin light. It's the law of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Ming was shocked. However, then he felt that his own power was fading. And the pressure doubled. His whole body seemed to be disappearing. He suddenly realized that if he continued to be at a disadvantage, he would completely disappear from this battle when the power of the lightning in his body was exhausted. If I can't defeat this person, does that mean I've failed the test? Jiang Ming could not help but think. No matter what kind of test it is, I can't be defeated so easily. Moreover, such an opportunity for battle is rare. Perhaps this is the only time in my life I'll fight such a battle. At this moment, Jiang Ming's fighting spirit also rose. He restrained his mind and raised his conception of martial arts to the extreme. He fought the enemy in front of him with all his strength. With his body of lightning, he could no longer cast forbidden spells without any scruples. There was also no inextinguishable origin light to heal his injuries. Every time he was injured, it would make him weaker. The two of them collided, and the battle became more and more violent. Lightning exploded between the two of them, and the rain poured down. It was almost impossible to see their figures clearly. At the foot of the mountain, the praying became louder and louder, as if it had merged with the thunder and rain. They prayed for their leader, hoping that he could pass through this crisis. After 100 moves, Jiang Ming's body was already translucent. This was definitely his most difficult battle. The burly figure on the opposite side was also injured all over. He was charred black everywhere. It was obviously extremely difficult to fight against Jiang Ming's body of lightning. However, his figure stood still like a pine tree without the slightest movement. Even if his eyes were dead and lightless, his burly body seemed to be filled with an indomitable will. Is this really just a test? Jiang Ming was shocked. He felt more and more that this burly figure must have existed before this. His fearless mood and the courage to strike the sky with his bare hands made Jiang Ming feel like he was seeing a living person. That's really amazing. I'm actually going to lose in a battle of the same rank. Jiang Ming could not help but exclaim as he looked at his translucent body. Even though he was prepared, he still felt a little disappointed at this time. This unknown figure must have once been an unparalleled and shocking genius. Although he was a little disappointed, Jiang Ming was not unconvinced. He never thought that his aptitude was very powerful. He could only rely on the forbidden techniques of his immortal body to be invincible in actual combat. The other party's moves were simple and unadorned. However, there was a kind of horror about it. It was unknown how many battles he had to fight to refine his body to this extent. Even Jiang Ming felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. To be able to experience this battle meant that I've lived well. Jiang Ming completely relaxed his mind and prepared for the final blow. He knew that he was going to lose. At this moment, he let go of everything just to draw a perfect end to this battle. Jiang Ming's body was surging with lightning. It gathered on his fist. There were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. All that was left was the opponent in front of him. All the power of martial arts was integrated into this fist. At this moment, Jiang Ming's conception of martial arts seemed to have broken through some kind of bottleneck. He revealed his sharpness. At this moment, Jiang Ming seemed to have suddenly broken through the limit of his cultivation. His strength increased to a terrifying level. He could not even estimate what kind of cultivation this was. He felt as if he could crush countless foundation establishment realm cultivators with a casual flick of his finger. I wonder what this guy's cultivation level is. Jiang Ming shot out a punch. Finally, the burly figure in front of him revealed his true strength. Their fists collided. The entire mountain range crumbled under this attack, and countless primitive tribesmen were turned into ashes. The mountains collapsed, and rifts cracked open, spreading to the distance like a spider's web. The lightning swept across the world like a vast ocean. And wherever it passed, the earth was scorched black, and not a single blade of grass grew. Wisps of faint light flowed in the center of the collision between the two. A colorful rain of light fell, accompanied by countless runes splashing. The faint light spread up and down, as if a door was about to open. This scene was extremely familiar to Jiang Ming. He thought of the charred land at the end of the ruins. If it were not for the fact that the two mountains and rivers were completely different, Jiang Ming would have thought they were the same place. The burly figure finally made a sound at this moment. He coughed up blood crazily, and more blood gushed out of his body. There were many bloody holes in his body. One of his arms was missing, and half of his body was stripped of its flesh. He was extremely miserable. The burly figure looked up and looked at the faint light that gradually spread between the two. Jiang Ming could not see through his eyes from the dead silence. He could only see a trace of despair in his expression. I wasn't the one who led the last attack. This is the heavenly tribulation. Taking the initiative to stop him. Jiang Ming had a realization in his heart. He looked at the glimmer of light in front of him. It did not seem as magnificent as the glimmer he had seen at the end of the ruins. After the initial burst, it only spread less than a few feet long. It seemed to show signs of dissipating. At the same time, the rain of light that burst out from the center of the collision sprinkled on Jiang Ming's almost transparent body. All kinds of strange symbols and patterns began to integrate into his body. Jiang Ming seemed to have realized countless cultivation runes in an instant. His comprehension of all kinds of cultivation techniques and spells seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. Even his conception of martial arts seemed to have improved a lot. Moreover, this was only a momentary benefit. Jiang Ming felt that the benefits brought by these fragments in the light rain were by no means limited to this. It would definitely be of great help in his future cultivation and comprehension. His immortal cultivation potential might even be improved because of this. At Jiang Ming's side, the lightning surged, and suddenly two shadows formed by the lightning appeared. One was a blurry stone slab, and the other was a white radish that seemed to have grown 4 limbs with a head full of leaves. It looked left and right in a daze, as if it did not know what was going on. The rain of light continued to fall. While nourishing Jiang Ming's body, it also fell into the stone slab and the white radish. The white radish was entertained. Its two short arms randomly scratched at the fragments of the rain of light and jumped back and forth. Jiang Ming was surprised and happy. He did not expect that the king of medicine and the black stone slab would also benefit from this. However, it seems that there are requirements to get this benefit. Other magical tools are not qualified to come here, Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, he was not disappointed. This was already an unexpected surprise. 1. Should not be too greedy. Finally, the faint light gradually shortened and almost disappeared. Completely. As for Jiang Ming's figure, it was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the scene in front of him was gradually blurred. Before everything disappeared, Jiang Ming seemed to hear a shocking roar in his ear. The burly figure's body burst out with a terrifying aura of desperation. At this moment, he seemed to have broken through the shackles. His whole body burst with infinite divine light and rushed toward the glimmer of light. In a trance, Jiang Ming actually had an illusion that the figure's dead eyes seemed to have a trace of vitality at this time, and the eyes seemed to fall on him. All the scenes disappeared, and everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Jiang Ming was still standing on the long path of starlight. There was nothing up and down, only the broken stars in the distance. However, the flow of the great cultivation rune fragments in his body proved that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. Even though his body of lightning had dissipated, the fragments of the great cultivation remained in his physical body. Although with Jiang Ming's current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to fully understand them. It was enough to make him stronger. However, the sudden tearing feeling from his body made Jiang Ming's face twist, and he could not help but gasp. Blood spurted out from his left shoulder. Jiang Ming subconsciously pressed his shoulder, and the severe pain made his eyelids twitch. It was as if his entire arm had been blown off. The other parts of his body also felt excruciating pain, and many injuries appeared out of nowhere. It was exactly the same as the place where Jiang Ming was injured in the battle just now. As expected, there's a price to pay. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth in pain. The injuries on his body were not as serious as in the battle just now. However, they could not be underestimated. If he were a cultivator with a weaker body, he would have completely lost his combat power. Even though Jiang Ming's body was extraordinary, he felt that it was difficult to move for a while. At this time, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed that the path of starlight in front of him seemed to be a little translucent and thin. The path that he could not see the end of just now had almost disappeared and continued to disappear under his feet. Could it be that I'm injured, and the rules of this place think that I can't continue? Jiang Ming quickly released the control of the inextinguishable origin light, healing his injuries. He took a step forward. In just a moment, the road that had disappeared reappeared, and there was still no end in sight. It seems that the level of the inextinguishable origin light is higher than this mysterious place, Jiang Ming thought. I'd like to try and see how far I can go on this path. Jiang Ming muttered in his heart and continued to walk forward. In the dark and lonely void, a starlit path extended to an endless distance. No one knew where it led to. Jiang Ming walked on the path at a steady pace, and after a moment, a cloud of mist rose up in front of him, and a blurry scene gradually appeared. It was a vast immortal cultivation temple. All kinds of powerful and terrifying arrays were gathered here, condensing an extremely powerful force. A white-robed figure stood in the center of the array. The white-robed figure flicked the long sword in his hand and said calmly, "I don't care who you are. I'll cut you down." A dazzling force shot up into the sky, cutting through the darkness and into the thunderclouds. Lightning bolts fell down mercilessly and turned into thousands of divine weapons. The divine light was boundless, shattering the dazzling force and killing the white-robed figure. After a long time, the white robes were stained red. The figure's hair was disheveled, and his head was almost pierced through. He was no longer calm. The thunderclouds grew gloomier and gloomier, as if they were about to descend upon the temple. The entire world was pitch black. The lightning descended along with the light mist. A figure walked out from the chaos. A sword made out of lightning appeared in his hand as he stood opposite the white-robed figure. "You're finally here." The white-robed figure was not surprised at all. He just looked calmly at the figure formed by the lightning. "This is a mark left behind by someone who had gone through a heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that they're all losers." "Perhaps I'm just one of these losers," the white-robed figure mumbled. After that, his tone became extremely sharp. "But who knows, I might be the first person in history to break open this world." Although he was severely injured, the aura of the white-robed figure was extremely sharp. "Hey, can you hear me?" Jiang Ming waved his hands, trying to talk to the other party, but the white-robed figure was still talking to himself and had no reaction to his movements. "It seems like he's really just an imprint of the past." Jiang Ming also sighed and no longer said anything. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The battle began. In this battle, Jiang Ming's martial arts cultivation was banned, and he could only use spiritual energy and spells. It was a battle between immortal cultivators. The white-robed figure's cultivation was suppressed to the chi refinement realm. He could only use various chi refinement realm techniques. However, they were all extremely exquisite. All kinds of spells were at his fingertips, and they were cast in unexpected ways. Jiang Ming was forced to retreat. There's even less hope of winning this battle. Jiang Ming was speechless. He could not use forbidden techniques. His immortal cultivation was inferior to his martial arts cultivation. In the face of such a ruthless person who dared compete with the heavenly tribulation, he was not a match at all. Jiang Ming could only try his best to observe the other party's fighting style. In this battle, draw from his own combat experience, and adapt. Although he was constantly being defeated, this kind of combat experience was extremely precious to him. Moreover, in the battle, Jiang Ming was also surprised to notice that the place where this immortal cultivation site was located seemed to be flickering from time to time, as if it was extremely unstable. The space around them cracked from time to time. From time to time, blurry fragments of the void fell, like meteors, tearing through the sky, leaving a brilliant trail. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Although Jiang Ming had a body of lightning, he could really feel the destructive aura around him. It seemed that it would descend on his body at any time, making him feel terrified. What's wrong with this world? He was bewildered. Suddenly, Jiang Ming remembered that the white-robed figure seemed to be mumbling something. Success, failure, destruction, and emptiness. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. When I first entered the cave, I have a vague recollection of hearing these words. Is this world on the verge of being destroyed? Jiang Ming's mind wavered. He could not help but think of the worlds he had inhabited. What stage of destruction were those worlds in? Would they also be on the verge of destruction like this one day? If that day comes, will my immortality still have meaning? The white-robed figure came with his sword, and it pierced through Jiang Ming's heart, causing his body to shake. He could not think any more and could only fight with all his might. Finally, after a few minutes, Jiang Ming's body of lightning was transparent. It was almost destroyed. With the last attack, Jiang Ming's cultivation level was unsurprisingly raised to the same level as the true strength of the white-robed figure. His attack was like a brilliant sun, bringing with it endless power, and a shocking collision broke out. A faint light was born in the center of the collision, and the fragments of the great cultivation sprinkled on his body. The figures of the black stone slab and the king of medicine reappeared, unsurprisingly, and continued to rub against the rain of light. Jiang Ming's vision gradually cleared, and his figure disappeared like a bubble. However, this time, he suddenly saw a second figure condensed by lightning falling from the sky. It immediately started fighting the white-robed figure. Jiang Ming thought to himself, it seems that this white-robed swordsman has gone further than that martial artist. Perhaps after defeating the second person, the light would be even brighter. How strong is he? How many opponents has he defeated? The battle started again. However, Jiang Ming's figure was completely transparent, and almost nothing could be seen. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the starlit path, Jiang Ming recovered from his injuries and let out a long breath. The things he had seen in this battle were too shocking, and he was unable to calm down. If I'm not strong enough, I can only die here, huh? Jiang Ming suddenly thought of many future scenes. If the world was really destroyed, would he become a ghost in the void, wandering around? He raised his head and looked into the distance. I don't want to end up like this. Jiang Ming sighed, then shook his head fiercely, no matter what happens in the future, if this day really comes, and I'm just a small chi refinement realm cultivator, I won't be able to change anything no matter what. I still need to be strong enough. He threw these matters to the back of his mind, his gaze calm as he continued to advance on the starlit path. His third battle was against an alchemist who had reached the peak of his comprehension of the power of fire. He actually used the whole arena as a furnace and wanted to refine the heavenly tribulation into medicinal pills. Of course, his dream was grand. However, the real world was cruel. In the end, the furnace exploded, and he was covered in blood. Jiang Ming's state was also extremely miserable. Damn it, those who can pass the heavenly tribulation are all monsters. Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable all over. For the first time, he could not wait to leave the battlefield. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battles kept coming. Jiang Ming relied on his immortal body to go further and further on the starlit path. Every battle was an incomparably precious experience, which would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. In Jiang Ming's body, an unimaginable number of fragments of the great cultivation had settled. He also accumulated a lot of insight during the battles. It was now his 41st battle. The arena was a vast ocean, and the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation was actually a flood dragon that transformed from an ordinary carp. Its body was as long as a mountain, and it set off endless waves. It could control water and wind spiritual energy. Even though it was still in its infancy, it still beat Jiang Ming up badly. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He had not gained the upper hand since the first round and had been defeated until now. The last collision caused a glimmer of light to appear, and the fragments of the great cultivation fell. Jiang Ming's figure was about to disappear. However, he suddenly widened his eyes. He saw that the flood dragon's body suddenly broke apart and completely shattered into a rain of light. The endless rain of light merged into one point and turned into a little carp. It emitted an infinite amount of divine light and leaped into the void. It was. When Jiang Ming suddenly heard this, he could not help but be stunned. In his imagination, this was perhaps some unknown immortal cultivator who had come from some other mysterious place and walked on the starlit path at the same time as him, thus causing them to cross paths. He did not expect the old man to say such shocking words. "Sir, could it be that you've guessed wrong? Perhaps this black sword is a standard weapon, and there are many of them?" Jiang Ming probed. "Absolutely not." The mysterious old man shook his head slightly and said, "There's only one black sword, and it has a terrifying origin. There can't be a second one. I can also feel its aura from you. Although it seemed to be very weak in your era, its aura is indeed the same." Jiang Ming glanced at the black sword in the old man's hand. It was simple and unadorned. However, the body of the sword was stained with golden blood and filled with brilliant light. He did not know what kind of terrifying opponent it had killed. Just by staring at the blood, Jiang Ming could feel the exuberant essence coming from it. It was as if he was observing a vast ocean, which seemed to contain endless runes of the great cultivation. On the black sword, a cold light circulated. It exuded a cold and murderous aura. Jiang Ming was silent. He sighed in his heart. If there is really only one black sword, it seems that we are not from the same era. This is much more powerful than the crazy chatterbox that was chasing me. He could not help but think of the dozens of battles he had experienced. Those opponents seemed to have lived in other eras, and each of them was a ruthless person who could fight against the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Ming even recalled that several of his opponents seemed to have broken through some kind of boundary at the last moment and cast a glance at him. It seems that this mysterious starlit path is indeed unusual. At that time, he thought it was an illusion. Now that he saw this old man, Jiang Ming suddenly suspected that the memories of those powerful people who had passed the heavenly tribulation before might not have just been simple memories of the past. They must also be different people in different space and time intersections. If there really is someone who has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, would he have been able to live to this day? Jiang Ming suddenly had a thought. His emotions were difficult to understand. The two starlit paths intertwined in the void, reflecting a magnificent and gorgeous brilliance. At this moment, the two people on the starlit path were somewhat silent, as if they were both thinking about something. A moment later, the old man suddenly sighed. "And you can see me in the starlit path, which actually already means that you and I don't live in the same era, because no one can see the real me in my world," he said faintly. Although his words contained a strong sense of confidence, there was also an indescribable loneliness in them. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Jiang Ming opened his mouth. However, he did not know what to say. He thought of the old man's constant muttering. Had the old man's world already been destroyed? Since they could communicate, Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment and asked his own question, "What exactly do those words you've been saying mean? Why did all the opponents I met on the starlit path mention them?" "Opponents? What kind of opponent did you meet?" For the first time, the old man was stunned, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. How did you get on this starlit path? Jiang Ming was startled and suddenly realized that although the two of them were both walking on starlit paths, perhaps their reasons and even the things they saw were completely different. I was drawn into a faint light that connected the earth and the sky. Then I came to this starlit path, and then I defeated several powerful opponents. Only then did I walk in front of you. They seemed to be like you, coming from different intersections in time and space. They mentioned these 4 words during the battles. However, I could not communicate with them. What Jiang Ming said was the truth. However, he did not tell the whole truth. It might be a little ridiculous to say that he had defeated dozens of those opponents. A faint light that connects the earth and the sky? The old man's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Jiang Ming observed the old man's expression and nodded slightly. He thought to himself, it seems that this faint light is indeed rare. Out of the dozens of opponents he had fought with, none of them had ever reached this point. Good. So, there really is someone who has reached this step. The mysterious old man's eyes, which were filled with hesitation and confusion, seemed to be burning at this moment as he looked forward. That's the remnant light after the real heavenly tribulation. I've been searching for it for thousands of years. However, I've never really seen it. It's true. The mysterious old man's eyes were burning. It seems that in your era, there really was someone who truly passed the heavenly tribulation and escaped from these reincarnations. Jiang Ming shook his head. There's a strange place buried deep beneath the ground where the remnant light appeared. It seems to have been buried for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. The mysterious old man was stunned. He then shook his head and said, no matter what, since someone has come this far, it means that this path has not been broken. I can also walk this path. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and sized him up. He said, everything should still be normal in your era. Normal? Jiang Ming was a little puzzled, and then he suddenly remembered the destroyed world he had seen in the previous battle. The ground hasn't caved in yet. The sky had not yet burned. The world hasn't started to collapse yet, the mysterious old man said in a soft voice. No, everything is fine in the world I'm in. Jiang Ming shook his head. Come on. I'll show you. The mysterious old man waved his hand and walked forward. Jiang Ming quickly followed. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. The starlit path under their feet disappeared. The old man was wearing straw shoes and tattered clothes. The black sword in his hand had turned into a hoe. It was not stained with golden blood anymore, but with mud. Jiang Ming also turned into a thin young man in ragged clothes. He followed the old man and chopped some firewood on the mountain. He carried the bundle on his back with great effort and walked through the field to the village. Roosters crowed and dogs barked. It was a regular, bustling scene of a farming village. Jiang Ming followed the old man and slowly walked past everyone. It all felt extremely real. Every figure seemed to be alive. Isn't this an illusion? Jiang Ming was at a loss. The two of them walked into a courtyard. Jiang Ming put the firewood in the corner of the courtyard and was led by the old man to sit at a table in the courtyard. Wait for me. The old man chuckled, as if he had really become an old farmer. He returned to the house and made a pot full of strong tea. He carried the teapot and some cups and walked to the courtyard. Jiang Ming looked at the old man. The figure walking on the starlit path seemed to be gradually dimming at this time. He felt strange. Previously, he thought that the old man on the starlit path was real. However, at this time, he suddenly felt apprehensive. The old man sat opposite Jiang Ming with a smile. He poured them some tea and asked with a smile, "Are you confused?" "Yes." Jiang Ming nodded and cupped his hands. "Please enlighten me." "Have some tea first." Jiang Ming lowered his head and picked up the cup of tea. Just as he was about to drink it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A scene appeared within the tea. It was a vast and endless world. However, everything was collapsing and being destroyed. The land caved in, the sky was broken, and terrifying black fire fell from the stars, burning everything around. A blinding light rose. It was as if many powerful creatures were trying to resist its power. However, they soon disappeared. "This is what the world I'm in looks like." At the old man's gesture, Jiang Ming drank the strong tea in one gulp, and many vivid scenes suddenly played out in his mind. When the world was born, it was barren. Primitive tribes rose from the wilderness. Humans comprehended extraordinary powers and walked the path of cultivation step by step. The world had just been formed, and everything was thriving. All living beings coexisted. The sparks of different civilizations collided and intertwined to create a prosperous civilization. The strongest among them tried to pass the heavenly tribulation to transcend. However, generation after generation of peerless powerhouses had fallen in the heavenly tribulation. No one could break through the shackles of this world. The spiritual energy was dissipating, and the great cultivation was shattering. The entire world seemed to be getting old, decaying, and dying. The last powerhouse died, and the world returned to silence. There were not many living beings left, and only a few mortals were left in scattered areas of the world, struggling to survive. However, this was still not the end. When everything finally crumbled, the entire world would be reduced to nothingness. No living beings would exist anymore, and only emptiness and darkness would remain. After a while, a stream of light streaked across the darkness, sprinkling down a rain of light, bringing vitality to this world once again. New life was born from the emptiness. This is the cycle of success, failure, destruction, and emptiness. No one can escape their final fate. The old man's faint voice woke Jiang Ming up from his shock. After a long time, Jiang Ming calmed down and looked at the old man. "Is your world already in the emptiness stage?" He finally understood why the mysterious old man was so excited about the remnant light of the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Ming had told him about. It was because breaking through this world was the only thing he could do. To be able to maintain such a powerful cultivation in the emptiness stage meant that this mysterious old man was definitely the most powerful existence in his era. However, the old man shook his head and said, "The world I was born in might have already completed this cycle. I'm just a remnant of the old era." Jiang Ming was puzzled. In the past, we tried to break through the shackles that the heavens imposed on us. However, later on, we realized that nothing we did would ever be effective. The old farmer continued softly. "Later on, we found a new path and refined all external forces into our own bodies. The original body was the most powerful weapon in this world. If we walked to the end of this path, we might really be able to break through those shackles. Unfortunately, even Though we found an invincible technique, our weak bodies can't bear it. Jiang Ming thought of his first opponent, the burly figure who fought the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. He then thought of the path of martial arts. In the end, under the concerted efforts of my fellow cultivators and enemies, I abandoned everything. The world was destroyed, and only my consciousness was eternal. My soul broke through the boundary of space and time and stayed here forever. No matter how time passed and how the universe changed, I have been here, watching the destruction of this world over and over again. In the deepest spiritual world, I explored the unknown path. The old man poured another cup of tea for Jiang Ming. He looked down and saw that the world in the tea bowl was still being destroyed. Powerful creatures rose to the sky again to resist whatever was destroying the world, like moths to a flame. This field is my mental anchor point. Even if my world is destroyed, I'll still stay here. I abandoned my world to live here forever, and my world abandoned me as well. A few years ago, I dug out the black sword from the depths of the void and then visualized the starlit path in my deep sleep. Thus, in my dream, I killed one terrifying monster after another and finally found the starlit path and stepped into it. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. At first, I thought that I was still dreaming and moving forward on the starlit path. I thought that I was trapped here when I woke up. The old man smiled calmly. However, after so long, I can't tell which one is the real me. Maybe the current me is in a dream, while the real me is struggling forward on the starlit path. Or perhaps, both versions of me are a distant dream. Perhaps my real self was destroyed along with the world and no longer exists. Jiang Ming thought about the legend of the butterfly dream. At the end of the day, who could tell? The intersection of the two starlit paths allowed me to see a corner of the future. Perhaps, because of your arrival, I'm really going to find my way forward. I just don't know if the real world will be waiting for me if I really break through the shackles. The expression in the old man's eyes changed. He stretched out his hand and waved in the air. A rain of light circulated in the void. Countless runes were interwoven in his hand. The farmhouse and the starlit path began to shift and twist before their very eyes. Jiang Ming was shocked. This old man was a terrifyingly powerful cultivator. The scene in front of Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly became somewhat transparent. Before it shattered, the farmhouse gradually went away, and the two starlit paths seemed to be gradually diverging. Our space and time are intertwined. We can meet each other. However, we can never truly leave each other. The old man stood on the starlit path, his eyes cold and crazy, as if he was preparing for the ultimate transformation. If I survive this tribulation, I will be reborn. There's no need to thank me. This is the invincible technique we found, and we'll give it to you. He raised his hand, and a flowing golden light penetrated the void and fell into Jiang Ming's hand. The old man sat in the farmhouse, calmly drinking tea, and looked at Jiang Ming with a smile. After being alone for countless years, it's not bad to suddenly have someone to chat with. I hope that we can meet again in the future. Oh right, remember your firewood. He grabbed the bundle of firewood with his calloused hands and threw it at Jiang Ming. The old man's figure suddenly disappeared. Jiang Ming stood alone on the starlit path, and the surroundings were silent. He was carrying a large bundle of firewood in a daze. Then, he looked at the golden bone in his hand. There were complicated words and patterns engraved on it. Jiang Ming did not recognize these words at all. However, the moment he looked at them, he understood the meaning of those words. On one side of the bone, the four largest words seemed to be the name of the technique. It was the 100 Tribulations sacred body. In the void, there was a starlit path that led to somewhere unknown. Jiang Ming stood on it, and there was no one around. The old man and the farmhouse had all disappeared. If it was not for the large bundle of firewood slung over his shoulder and the golden bone in his hand, he really would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. The 100 Tribulations sacred body. That's the invincibility technique they found. He looked at the bone in his palm. Although it was not big, when he took a closer look, there were dense words, patterns, and runes. They contained a huge amount of information and poured into his mind. It seems to be a body tempering technique. Jiang Ming was not surprised. According to the old man, body tempering was one of the ways to break through the shackles that they had explored. This invincibility technique was their only hope of success. The information in the bone was getting more and more complicated. Jiang Ming had a headache and could not look at it anymore. He quickly looked away and put it into the storage ring, realizing that it was definitely an extremely amazing cultivation technique. Although the old man spoke casually, Jiang Ming could imagine that the people mentioned by the old man were probably the most powerful people of that era. And the old man called them weak and said that they're weak, can't withstand this invincible technique. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered, and he could not help but think, I wonder if I can go any further on this path with my immortality. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that it might not be a coincidence that he had defeated dozens of powerful opponents in a row to come to this old man. It was a kind of test. Those who could not reach this place did not have the qualifications to inherit this invincible technique. The greatest significance of the intersection of the two starlit paths seemed to be to pass on this technique. Why does the starlit path exist? Is it natural, or was it created by someone? Jiang Ming could not help but look at the endless path ahead of him. Jiang Ming tried to walk forward. However, it seemed like he was walking in circles, and the path under his feet was gradually dissipating. This mysterious journey through the starlit path seems to be coming to an end. I don't know if we'll meet again. Jiang Ming sighed. The old man, trapped in the intersection of time and space, seems to have some kind of immortality. However, it's a little too cruel. If it wasn't for the intersection of the starlit paths, perhaps that old man would never have seen a living being he could talk to. He is truly alone. All his friends, relatives, and enemies have left him, leaving him alone for eternity. He goes back and forth between reality and illusion, moving forward for the sake of that flicker of hope. I hope you can succeed, Jiang Ming thought. If that mysterious old man successfully broke through the ultimate shackles, perhaps in the future, the two of them might really meet again. However, no one knows if one can truly break free after passing the heavenly tribulation and breaking through the shackles. It's all just the old man's speculation. Jiang Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. The starlit path completely disappeared, and the scene in front of Jiang Ming's eyes changed. In front of him was a magnificent glimmer of light. It was only a short distance away. I'm finally back. Jiang Ming looked around. He was standing at the bottom of the abyss near the light. There were traces of charred earth everywhere, and the huge rift valley extended into the distance. Even after so long, it still contained a destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. With Jiang Ming's physical strength, it was not a problem to climb up from the bottom of the abyss. At this time, Jiang Ming was no longer a rookie who had just arrived here. He had seen dozens of people passing the heavenly tribulation. He knew very well what this faint light and the remnants of the heavenly tribulation represented. The strength of this tribulation transcender was definitely far beyond that of all the people he had fought. If that old man were to undergo a tribulation, would he be able to reach such a level? Jiang Ming was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the faint light. An absurd thought appeared in his mind. Was it possible that this glimmer of light was left behind by the mysterious old man? The two of them were not at the same point in the space and time continuum. Although for Jiang Ming, the meeting just now was only a short moment, perhaps thousands of years had passed for the old man. If that old man had passed the heavenly tribulation, where should he be now? When this world is destroyed, will he appear again? Jiang Ming whispered to himself, however, according to the scenes I saw before, although the concentration of spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation I'm in now is different, it is extremely stable. There are no blessed lands that suddenly appear, nor are there any lands that are rapidly drying up. This world should be quite far away from being destroyed. The years are long. It might be enough for me to survive this cycle. Jiang Ming could not help but think about the future. If the world collapsed, and he had not broken free, what end would he meet? It's terrifying. Jiang Ming shivered. It seems that I can't relax too much. Although this world will recover after the destruction, I must avoid suffering. Like that old man. Countless people have wanted to break through the shackles of heaven. However, they couldn't. It does not matter. Even if they failed, I'll still keep trying. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and his desire to become more powerful grew stronger. Regardless, I should leave this place first. I've gained a lot on this trip. And I've accumulated countless fragments of the great cultivation in my body. Perhaps it's time to prepare for the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Ming gathered his thoughts and climbed up the abyss. By the way, I don't know what this bundle of firewood is. It was just a bundle of ordinary firewood. However, when he reached out and touched it, it was extremely tough and could not be broken. You really have some skill. Jiang Ming was not surprised at all. The old man on the starlit path had given out the invincible technique of the 100 Tribulations sacred body. The things that the old man in the farmhouse gave him would obviously be extraordinary. However, now was not the time to study the firewood. Jiang Ming could only put it into the storage ring and continue to climb up the abyss. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn it. It's been half a month. Why isn't he back yet? On the scorched earth, a black sword was hiding in a crack between some mountain rocks, peeking out secretly, occasionally letting out a few words that only it could hear. In front of it, figures were moving back and forth on the scorched earth. There were also some figures in the ruins, who seemed to be exploring the space. However, spiritual energy could not be used here. Thus, they were making extremely slow progress. These rats still want to catch me. Don't make me stab you to death. The black sword said the most vicious words. However, it did not move. It had disguised its aura as well. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Huh? There was some movement just now. Has my new master returned? The black sword suddenly straightened its blade and swayed gently, like a dog wagging its tail. The faint light that connected heaven and earth flickered slightly, causing everyone to be excited. They rushed to the edge of the abyss and stared at the faint light. The black sword was also excited and quickly looked at the faint light. It had seen with its own eyes that the man had been swept away by the faint light earlier. If it had not been waiting for that man, it would have fled long ago. "There's someone there." Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the bottom of the abyss. A figure leaped up from the bottom of the abyss at lightning speed, approaching the ground in a few breaths. Jiang Ming jumped up, drew an arc in the air, and landed firmly on the scorched earth. "As expected, people have come here." Jiang Ming frowned slightly and stared at the people in front of him. They did not seem to be too flustered. They seemed to be martial artists of the Foundation establishment realm. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to all be from the major forces. I don't know how much time has passed. However, these forces have already sent people in to explore, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Although it was not that difficult to break through to the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts after the Qi refinement realm and the Foundation establishment realm of immortal cultivation, it still required a huge number of resources and extraordinary talent. Not everyone could reach this step. These people were definitely the cream of the crop of the major forces. However, there are no martial artists above the Foundation establishment realm. Is this the ceiling of martial arts cultivation for these major forces? Jiang Ming looked at these people and made an assumption. The people on the other side were also looking at Jiang Ming. Many people were shocked and suspicious. They wanted to know what this man experienced at the bottom of the abyss. They had also sent people down into the abyss. However, none of them had run into this man. Was there a secret place down there? A middle-aged man with gloomy eyes walked out first and stared at Jiang Ming coldly. He shouted in a deep voice, "Are you Yan Qixia? How dare you snatch what belongs to the Tsangming Grotto heaven?" Jiang Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His martial arts cultivation erupted with full force, and his blood qi condensed into a blade, slashing wildly at the middle-aged man. "Even though we just met, you're already accusing me of such vile things. How can you be a good person? Die." Jiang Ming's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He had been beaten more than 40 times on the starlit path, and he had yet to vent his anger. Killing this man was a perfect opportunity to do so. Moreover, Jiang Ming had experienced dozens of battles, and the opponents he faced were all amazing cultivators. He had gained a lot of experience. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. He did not expect that this young man would dare attack him directly. He immediately burst out his blood qi and attacked Jiang Ming. "Stupid be asterisk starred, you don't know what's good for you." The middle-aged man grinned. He had been practicing martial arts for almost 100 years. Therefore, how could an individual cultivator compare to him? The terrifying blood qi swept over like an ocean, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change instantly. How was this possible? In a split second, the middle-aged man was injured. Blood gushed out from his shoulder and his head was almost cut off. However, Jiang Ming did not give him the slightest chance to breathe. His moves were brutal, and he attacked fiercely. The middle-aged man did not stand a chance. This scene also shocked everyone else. According to their information, Yan Qi Xia was only in the Qi refinement realm. How could he be such a terrifying martial artist? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the figure of the young man who was defeating the middle-aged man in disbelief. Had he broken through to the foundation establishment realm of martial arts? Do such cultivators really exist? I thought they were just legends. Only those who practiced martial arts knew how difficult it was to build a foundation for martial arts. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm of martial arts was something that even geniuses like them, who came from major sects, would not dare dream of. Because in their knowledge, this was simply impossible. Was this guy also the one who killed Lu Qianshang? When they explored this place and found the remains of Lu Qianshang, they thought that he had encountered some great horror and never thought that it was Yan Qixia. However, at this time, when they saw this shocking scene, no one dared treat Yan Qixia as an ordinary Qi refinement realm cultivator. If he reaches the foundation establishment realm of immortal cultivation, after this, I'm afraid he'll be almost unrivaled. It's a pity that I can't use spiritual energy here. The eyes of the remaining two cultivators from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven flickered as they conversed in low voices. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. The martial arts cultivation base of the middle-aged man was already the strongest among the three of them. However, he was still killed by Yan Qixia. The two of them were no match for Yan Qixia. There was no way to take him down. One of them suddenly stood up and cupped his fists to the cultivators from the other sections. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivators, if we let this brat escape from this place, he will definitely be a disaster in the future. Let's band together and kill this fiend. He also has an astonishing amount of 10,000-year-old rock spirit blood and its crystals. Aren't you guys tempted?" Everyone's eyes flickered. Those things were incredibly rare and valuable. A gentle youth from the mysterious star grotto heaven suddenly laughed. "My fellow cultivators, I advise you to think carefully. The strength of a divine martial artist is a force to be reckoned with. Even if we can join forces to kill him, who can guarantee that Yan Qixia will not take a few people with him before he dies? We're all foundation establishment realm immortal cultivators. If we can't even use our true strength and die in this place, it's not worth it." His words were like a basin of cold water, instantly dousing many people with the cold, harsh truth. The two people from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven were furious. The cultivator from the mysterious star grotto heaven was not afraid at all. He looked at the two people with a smile. These two grotto heavens were enemies to begin with anyway. It was during this short delay that a scream came from the battlefield. A fist punched through the middle-aged man's chest, and his internal organs exploded. It was terrifying. "I'm going to kill you." The middle-aged man went completely mad. He burst out his spiritual power without any care and wanted to fight Jiang Ming to the death. The other cultivators were shocked. This middle-aged man was going to die with Yan Qixia. If he uses his killing technique, it might really be possible to take him down. After all, Yan Qixia was only a Qi refinement realm stage cultivator. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Yan Qixia's blood qi burst out and he shouted, "You're very bold. I admire you." After that, he ran away. He burnt his blood qi and lifespan to activate the withering element escape technique at full power. He turned around at an extreme speed and rushed in the direction of the ruins. At this moment, Jiang Ming's martial arts cultivation erupted with full force. And he disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yan Qixia was incredibly unpredictable. Who would have thought that this guy would turn around and run away after a King faint? The leader of the mysterious star grotto heaven was trying his best to hold back his laughter. He looked at the middle-aged man with a strange look in his eyes. Feeling the terrifying tribulation that was about to descend on his body, the middle-aged man let out a long roar toward the sky in grievance. His eyes were bleeding. In one of the cracks in the mountain, the black sword was also dumbfounded. Then, with a quiver, it hurriedly leaped into the air and chased after Jiang Ming, shouting, "Wait for me."